Section 27 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Assumed Inconstancy in the Level of Lake Nicaragua by C. Willard Hayes. U.S. Geological Survey. A paper under the above heading by Professor Angelo Heilprin appears in the Scientific American of February 24, 1900. To one not familiar with the investigations which have been carried on in this portion of the Isthmian region, the conclusions reached by Professor Heilprin appear to have some foundation, and since they cast a doubt upon the feasibility of the proposed Nicaragua Canal, and on its permanence after construction, the questions raised are of sufficient importance to be answered somewhat fully. Stated very briefly, Professor Heilprin's premises and conclusion are as follows. In 1781, the Spanish engineer Galisteo determined the altitude of Lake Nicaragua to be 133.11 feet above low water in the Pacific. Later, in 1838, Lieutenant Bailey ran a line of levels from the Pacific and made the altitude of the lake surface 128.3 feet above low water at San Juan del Sur on the Pacific. In 1852, Colonel Childs surveyed a route for an Isthmian canal and determined the elevation of the lake to be about 108 feet above mean sea level. Subsequent determinations by Lull in 1873, Nicole in 1885, and Maritime Canal Company in 1890, and the Nicaragua Canal Commission in 1898, have reached substantial agreement as to the elevation of the lake, making its mean about 104 feet above mean tide in the Pacific. This discrepancy of 20 to 25 feet between the earlier and later determinations of the lake level has generally been ascribed to the inaccuracy of the earlier surveys. Professor Heilprin, however, concludes that the earlier determinations were correct, and that the level of the lake has subsided that amount between the dates of the earlier and the later surveys. It will readily be seen that a region subject to a change in elevation of 20 feet in a period of 14 years between 1838 and 1852 would offer serious obstacles to the construction of a canal of the magnitude of the one proposed or to its permanency after construction. Three causes, singly or in combination, might bring about a change in altitude on the lake's surface. 1. A depression in the whole of this portion of the isthmus without warping. 2. A depression of the lake basin by warping, the sea margins remaining constant. 3. A cutting down of the lake outlet. 1. If the whole Isthmian region had undergone recent subsidence, the evidence of such a change would be manifest at the coast. Greytown is located upon a low sandy beach, which was thrown up by the surf, and has within the past century been cut off from the sea by a sand spit which enclosed first a harbor and then a closed lagoon. This land has not been added to since it was exposed to the surf early in the century, and any change in elevation, even of a few feet, would be quickly apparent would be a matter of record. The surface of the San Juan Delta Plain ascends from the margin of the sea with a regular gradient merging at its inner margin with the floodplain, as determined by the volume and load of the river. This regular gradient precludes the possibility of any recent change in altitude of this region. Even a slight subsidence would permanently flood extensive areas, and a corresponding rise would cause the streams to deepen their channels so that the floodwaters would no longer overtop the banks. The same evidence of stability is in general true of the Pacific coast. The streams flowing to the Pacific from the divide opposite the southern end of the lake occupy, in their lower courses, drowned channels which have been more or less completely silted up. Any recent depression of the coast would have flooded these alluvial valleys and produced irregularities in their gradient. No such flooding is observed, but, on the contrary, unmistakable evidence that present conditions have prevailed for a considerable time, certainly for several centuries. In the vicinity of Sorrento, on the Pacific coast, northwest of the depression which holds Lakes Nicaragua and Managua, there has been a recent subsidence of a few inches, and this is well recognized by the people of the region, and its amount has been determined by the engineers of the railroad, which runs from Sorrento to Momotombo. This shows that rapid changes of level, even of small amount, are quickly recognized, and that a depression of 20 feet of any occupied portion of the coast could not possibly escape notice. 2. Lake Nicaragua is about 100 miles long and 45 broad. It formerly extended eastward at least 25 miles farther to the present position about Castillo Rapids. Now it has been shown above that the coast on either side of the isthmus, at least opposite the southern end of the lake, has not suffered recent subsidence. A depression of the lake basin itself, sufficient to produce a decrease in the altitude of its surface amounting to 20 feet, would almost certainly have produced more or less tilting of the surface by the subsidence of some portions of the lake's perimeter more than others. It is quite inconceivable that the region should have been warped in such a manner that the lake shore at Lake Lajas should be lowered 20 feet, while the Pacific coast, only 12 miles distant, was not affected, and that at the same time every part of the lake shore should also be depressed an exactly equal amount. But if the basin had been unequally depressed, some portions of the shore would be drowned, while at other points the lake bottom would be laid bare, and raised beaches left at the former shoreline. Nearly the entire circuit of the lake was made by the writer, and its shores were carefully studied with the object of determining whether or not there existed any evidence of recent changes in level. Owing to the regularity of the winds which prevail in this region, the different portions of the lake shore present wide differences in character, but there is everywhere a nice adjustment of shore features to present conditions. At the lower end and along the northeastern side, where there is generally an offshore wind and consequently no surf, the streams have built extensive deltas out into the lake, and the surface of the delta plains and floodplains is regulated by the fluctuations in heights of streams and lake due to seasonal changes. A depression of 6 feet relatively to lake level would permanently flood these delta plains, while an elevation of equal amount would raise them above flood level and start the streams to deepening their channels and building new deltas at lower levels. Along the southwestern side of the lake, there is a rather heavy surf throughout the greater part of the year. Wave erosion is therefore progressing more or less rapidly, according to the character of the rocks. The width of the beach between the water margin and the base of the wave-cut cliff is everywhere perfectly adjusted to the seasonal fluctuations in level and the character of the materials in which the cliff is cut. Any recent change in the relation of lake level to shore would necessitate a readjustment of these conditions. An elevation relatively to lake level would have raised beaches above the reach of the highest flood water. A depression would drown the beach and start the waves to cutting at a higher level. Nothing of this kind was found, and it is certain that the relations of lake level to land have not suffered recent changes on this side of the lake. The changes at the upper end of the lake, in the vicinity of Tipitapa River, cited by Professor Heilprin, will be discussed later. Third, a third way in which the level of the lake might have been lowered is by the cutting down of its outlet. As fully explained in the report of the Canal Commission, 1897-98, it appears probable that the level of the lake was early in its history determined by a rock sill over which the Rio San Juan flowed to Castillo. This sill has since been cut down somewhat, and the lake level is now held by the delta of the Rio Sabalos, which forms the Toro Rapids. From the point where it issues from the lake to the Toro Rapids, the Rio San Juan meanders through an alluvial plain, which represents a former extension of the lake silted up by tributary streams, except for the channel kept open by the outflow from the lake. The surface of this plain stands at such a level that it is just covered by the streams when in flood. In other words, it has the character of a growing floodplain, and proves conclusively that present relations have held for a considerable time. Any lowering of the lake level by cutting down the outlet would at once leave this alluvial plain above the reach of floods and completely change its character. As has already been pointed out, the sill which holds the lake at its present level is a delta deposit, and it will not long resist corrosion of the waters which cross it. So that in a relatively short time, as geological changes go, the river may be expected to begin the rapid trenching of its upper channel and eventually, unless artificially checked, lower the lake level. The evidence that the lake level has not been lowered by this third method is, of course, confirmed by the absence of raised beaches about the lake, where there would certainly be a conspicuous feature if the change had taken place as suggested. Changes in the conditions of the upper end of Lake Nicaragua have been cited by Professor Halprin as evidence of recent lowering of the lake's level. This doubtless arises from ignorance of the peculiar physical conditions which prevailed there. As stated above, the constant trade winds which sweep across the lake produce a heavy surf along its southwestern margin throughout the greater part of the year. The oblique direction at which the waves strike the shore sets up a strong littoral current, by which the sand is transported toward the northwest and deposited at the end of the lake. A sandspit 10 miles in length has been built across the point of the lake, cutting off a broad, shallow lagoon and crowding the Cbteddy River to the extreme margin of the valley. From the rate at which the shore in the vicinity of Grenada is being cut away, and at which the materials are being transported northward, it is easy to understand how rapid changes might take place in the character of the Cbteddy River, and convert it in a few years from a deep estuary to a shallow lagoon. The amount of water passing through the Cbteddy River is entirely independent of the elevation of Lake Nicaragua, since it depends wholly upon the relation between rainfall and evaporation in the basin of Lake Managua. Changing conditions at the head of the lake, therefore, do not in any way support the contention that the level of the lake has fallen in recent times. It might be inferred from Professor Halpin's article that Lake Nicaragua is in the heart of a volcanic region, subjected to frequent destructive earthquakes. This subject of volcanism, and the probability of earthquakes of sufficient intensity to injure canal structures, is fully discussed in the recent report of the Canal Commission. It need only be stated here that the Canal region lies midway between the Costa Rica volcanoes to the south and the Nicaraguan volcanoes to the north, and that the volcanic activity in both these groups is evidently on the wane. No earthquake of destructive violence has visited the Canal region since its occupancy by the Spaniards in the two centers of the moderate seismic activity, namely Arazú on the south and Maravillos Range on the north, are respectively 60 and 100 miles from the nearest portions of the canal route. The quotation from the English engineer Colquhoun indicates that the latter was a superficial observer whose conclusions were drawn from a relatively short period of observation. It is quite true that the amount of water flowing into Lower San Juan is becoming smaller each year, but this is due to a corresponding increase in the Rio Colorado, which is now the main distributary from the head of the delta to the sea. This successive transfer of the main channel to more southerly distributaries has been fully discussed in the report above cited. Even between the head of the delta and the mouth of the San Carlos, one is impressed in the dry season with the insignificant volume of the Rio San Juan, and if one's observations were confined to this period, he might readily believe that a permanent diminution in the volume of the stream had taken place. This, however, is merely a seasonal fluctuation. Professor Heilprin's citation of the fluctuation in altitude of various lakes as Great Salt Lake and Lake Tanganyika has no bearing whatever upon the question, since these are enclosed lakes, and the observed great fluctuation of their levels is directly connected with cycles of climatic change. The fluctuations in level of Lake Nicaragua due to seasonal changes have been fully discussed by Chief Engineer Willard and Hydrographer Davis in the report of the Canal Commission. This fluctuation possibly reaches an extreme range of 14 feet, although the ordinary range is undoubtedly less than 10 feet, with the rise in its surface due to extraordinary precipitation. The section of the outlet increases so rapidly that the balance is soon reached between inflow and outflow, and it is therefore impossible for the level of the lake to reach the elevation given by Lieutenant Bailey merely by reason of heavy precipitation. It appears, therefore, in view of the consistent physiographic evidence, that notwithstanding these earlier determinations, the level of Lake Nicaragua has remained constant except for slight seasonal fluctuations, at least for a period whose length has to be measured in centuries. And furthermore, it appears that the geologic conditions in this portion of the isthmus are such that they afford a promise of future stability, and that the region is therefore favorable for the construction and maintenance of a work such as the proposed Nicaragua Canal. End of section 27. Section 28 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Isthmian Canal Commission. 300 surveyors and engineers are at present in the field in Panama and Nicaragua, working for the Isthmian Canal Commission. They are examining with the greatest care the Nicaragua route, the Panama route, and all other routes suggested by any of the former surveys. There are also in the field a number of exploring parties in the hope of discovering sites that have been hitherto overlooked. To quote a member of the Commission, our object is to do the work with such thoroughness that our results cannot be questioned at any future time. We have the reports of all previous surveys, but we shall cover every mile of ground through which we think it possible for the canal to be run. The country is varied, and the work of the surveyors is difficult and progresses slowly, especially in the section around Darien. For this reason, it is impossible to set even an approximate date for presenting our formal report to the State Department. Unless Congress especially requires one, we shall submit no preliminary report. Until our work is done, therefore, it is improper for any member of the Commission to speak in regard to the merit of the several routes proposed. The present Panama Company, states Mr. Edward Noble, of the American Commission, has been spending the money it has mainly in making a narrow, deep cut through the Great Divide that they have to get through to reach the other coast. The work is being well done. In regard to the Chagres River, we have found that the Panama people have a feasible way to manage that, although everybody laughed at them when they said they could dam it. We have a surveying party at this point, now making the necessary survey on their plans. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. International Arbitration and Its Possibilities. The two wars that within the present century have resulted in the greatest changes in the map of the world have been that between France and Germany in 1870 and that between the United States and Spain in 1898. The former not only transferred Alsace and Lorraine to Germany, but unified and consolidated the latter country, welding a number of kingdoms and grand duchies, with Prussia at their head, into the great empire of which the King of Prussia was made the first ruler. The war between the United States and Spain not only removed the Spanish flag from the Western Hemisphere and planted that of the United States over Cuba and Puerto Rico, but made the Great Republic of the West the ruler of the largest group of islands in the East Indies. In a recent interesting article in the London Spectator, these two wars are mentioned as among those which would almost certainly have been prevented by the operation of even that qualified and moderate system of international arbitration, which was the principal feature of the work of the Peace Conference at The Hague. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. Helping Navigation. In the interest of commerce, the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey has now 9 vessels charting the bottom, looking for isolated rocks on which ships may strike, studying the ocean currents and gathering data for the coast pilot. Whatever facilitates approach to or departure from the coast increases the value of our products. The whole country benefits from easier communication by sea, and aids to navigation are therefore in the interest of public prosperity. The dangers to navigation form an important chapter in hydrographic work. On some parts of the coast, submerged rocks are the constant dread of the mariner. Unknown channels are also a source of apprehension, while continual changes occurring in harbors are always dangerous. Thousands of miles of soundings are run every year, shoreline is drawn, lighthouses and buoys located, and new maps are made or old ones brought up to date. The localities in which work is now actually underway are Chesapeake Bay, Puerto Rico, where 3 vessels are employed, San Francisco, Seattle, and the Hawaiian Islands. Under the shadow of Haleakala, the largest extinct crater in the world, lies the beautiful harbor of Kahului. This is the outlet for much of the sugar from the rich plantations of Maui. The Coast and Geodetic Survey steamer, Pathfinder, is now adding to our maritime knowledge of this port by hydrographic surveys and otherwise. The coast charts of Hawaii, often unsatisfactory and always less accurate than the commercial importance of the place would justify and demand, will now be steadily perfected. It is hoped to continue surveying operations in these vessels until the principal parts are completely charted. It may not be generally known that the work of the British Hydrographic Department is done by a civilian force under the direction of the Admiralty. In many respects, the organization is similar to that of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. The ships employed are not men of war, but regularly appointed surveying vessels. In 1899, 4 of these were employed at home and 7 in foreign waters. Hydrographic work has been in progress in England for 110 years and will, of course, be continued as long as English commerce exists. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Railway construction and improvements. While the construction of new lines of railway in 1899 was the largest since 1890, there are many evidences that it is to the improvement of existing lines rather than to the building of new ones that the railway managers of the country are giving their attention. The doubling of existing tracks, the straightening out of curves, the substitution of iron or steel bridges for wooden structures, an increase in rolling stock, in the capacity of cars, and in the hauling power of locomotives, together with the adoption of improved signalling apparatus, are reported from many different quarters. Perhaps the most notable recent occurrence in the railway world is the completion of the Pennsylvania Company's 4-track road over the Alleghenies. For several years past, the construction of the 3rd and 4th tracks has been gradually approaching the summit of the range on both the eastern and the western slopes, and recently the very costly undertaking was completed, the final stage of the work including the famous horseshoe curve. Another interesting occurrence is the filling in of Sheep's Canyon on the Burlington and Missouri River Railroad, 8 miles north of Edgemont, South Dakota. The railway formerly crossed this canyon by a wooden trestle 700 feet long and 126 feet high. This bridge has now been done away with, an immense embankment having taken its place. The work of construction involved the employment of 1,486 trains of 15 cars each, 22,290 carloads of earth, or about 320,000 cubic yards being required for the fill. End of section 31, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 32 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. Where exploration is needed. A number of startling geographic statements which were circulated in the daily papers during March may be cited without comment. E.S. Grosvenor, returning to London after a 2-year journey overland from the Cape to Cairo, reports entering near Lake Tanganyika, a region of active volcanoes, where he encountered, quote, enormous lava streams forming a veritable sea, 40 by 60 miles and 100 feet deep, forests and herds of elephants being buried in liquid fire. End of quote. The neighboring country, he says, is occupied by some 5,000 Balikas, ferocious cannibals from the Congo, who live by manhunting. His guides told him that the country, covering 3,500 square miles, had been until recently densely populated, but that the people had virtually been killed and eaten by the Balikas. He says the Balikas are not repulsive to look upon. Although small, they are well built and have good features. Men and women go about stark naked, and their long hair gives them a peculiarly wild appearance. A burning cliff, rising from 20 to 2,000 feet directly from the sea and 20 miles long, the whole one mass of flames and smoke, is said to have been discovered by Mr. A.J. Stone of the American Museum of Natural History in his explorations of the northernmost coast of America during 1899. But most curious of all is the statement of Mr. Lajoie, a French-Canadian who claims to have just returned from the North Pole, in the vicinity of which he had lived for nearly 2 years. In his hunting in Canada, he traveled further and further northward until, after a series of marvelous adventures, he reached what he believes is the North Pole. Here he found a wild tribe of people, who speak a language different from any known and write in hieroglyphics. The climate was much milder than further southward. Finally, Mr. Lajoie effected his escape from the tribe, and by continuous traveling on snowshoes, succeeded in regaining the civilized world. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Work in the Arctic and Antarctic. A Scottish expedition will undoubtedly be organized to cooperate with the English and German expeditions of 1901. The Weddell Sea Quadrant south of the Atlantic Ocean will be in the Scottish sphere. As previously noted in the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 10, page 316, the British sphere will be south of the Pacific Ocean and the German south of the Indian Ocean. Lieutenant Robert E. Peary has probably by this time left his winter quarters at Cape Sabine, Ellesmere Land, and is well started on his dash for the North Pole. The series of caches of stores planted by him last year will lessen the difficulties of his advance to Cape Joseph Henry, where the real trouble will begin. Mr. Peary planned to take about a dozen picked Eskimo and some 80 dogs and as many loaded sledges as the latter can drag. When a sledge has been emptied, it will be sent back to Cape Sabine with one of the drivers, and the rest will push on. Thus he hopes to reach Cape Joseph Henry with a large supply of provisions. From this point, he will then set out with only 2 companions. The first South Polar expedition to winter on Antarctic land has successfully reached Wellington, New Zealand. Mr. Borchgrevink, the leader of the party, reports that the South Magnetic Pole has been located and that the expedition reached latitude 78 degrees 50 minutes, the farthest south ever attained by sledge. The expedition, which was fitted out by Sir George Newnes of London, left Hobart, Tasmania on December 19, 1898. During the latter part of February 1899, the members landed from the Southern Cross near Cape Adare, Victoria Land, it having been arranged that the steamer would leave them there with a full equipment of every kind and should return for them early in 1900. Mr. Borchgrevink's party consisted of 9, including himself. Lieutenant W. Colbeck, R.N.R., was suggested as first magnetic observer, to be assisted by Mr. Louis Barnacki. Mr. N. Hansen and Mr. Hugh Evans were chosen as zoologists, and Dr. H. Klofstad as medical officer. With them went 2 natives of Finland to look after 90 dogs. Another effort to discover some clue to the fate of the Andrée will be made this summer. The Swedish-Russian expedition, which will leave about June 1st for Spitzbergen to relieve the party that is at present engaged in the work of measuring an arc of the meridian in that latitude, plans to make a detour to King Charles Land and carefully search the entire neighborhood. It will be remembered that in September of last year a buoy was picked up on the north coast of King Charles Land at 80 degrees north latitude and 25 degrees east longitude, marked Andrée's polar expedition. When taken to Stockholm and opened, it proved to be what André had called the North Pole buoy, and in which he was to place a message when he passed the North Pole. However, a microscopical examination of the interior could discover no message. As the buoy could not have drifted to King Charles Land from the neighborhood of the pole, the only conclusion possible is that it was part of the wreckage of the expedition, and that possibly more wreckage may be found nearby. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Literature. Contemporary History of the World by Edwin A. Grosvenor, Professor of European History in Amherst College. Pages Roman numeral 9 plus 173 with colored maps. New York, Thomas Y. Kroll and Company, 1899, $1. In the production of this unpretentious 12th volume of less than 200 pages, the accomplished professor of European history at Amherst has placed the American people under an obligation that probably neither he nor they as yet adequately appreciate. Of all enlightened nations, we have hitherto been the most self-centered. Engrossed in the development of the material resources of our own country, in the building of innumerable cities, the creation of vast industrial enterprises, the binding together of the several parts of our far-extending domain by the greatest system of railways in the world, the equivalent of a 10-track road around the globe at the equator, and in the practical application of science to the affairs of everyday life to an extent unknown in any other country, we have had neither time nor inclination to give more than a passing thought to the affairs of other nations. We have been to a large extent ignorant of their political and social systems, notwithstanding our composite character as a people, and although an enterprising newspaper press has vividly pictured to us from time to time the great events that have been occurring on the world's stage, even the chief actors have soon been forgotten or have become to us mere names, less familiar in some cases than the more remote historic personages immortalized by Scott or Bulwer or Dumas, and possessing even less individuality than Adam Bede or Colonel Sellers or David Harum. How many graduates of our high schools, or even of some of our state universities, know anything about Stein or Cavour? How many could tell us who covered himself with glory by his heroic defense of Kars in 1855, or who was ground between 3 Prussian armies at Sadowa? How many could give an intelligent guess as to what kingdom was annexed to Prussia in 1866, or what city was the capital of Italy from 1864 to 1871? Such questions would probably be scorned not only by that utilitarian visitor to the Yellowstone Park, who, gazing upon one of the most interesting scenes in that wonderful region, remarked what a good place it would be to scald hogs in, but by thousands of other men whose utilitarianism has not found so extreme an expression. And yet no one can be familiar with the great events that led up to the unification of Germany, can know how Italy came to be something more than a mere geographical expression, or have much acquaintance with the profoundly interesting series of events that have attended the gradual decadence and dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire in Europe, without knowing all these and 1,000 other things of which our average college graduate is entirely ignorant. But whatever ignorance as to modern European history has existed among us in the past, its continuance in the future will be absolutely without excuse. Professor Grosvenor's new book, published at a price considerably below that of the average textbook, presents a narrative of the principal events of the last 50 years in Europe and North America, while modestly disclaiming to be more than a mere outline, contains a wealth of interesting information, breathes the true historic spirit in every line and word, and is characterized throughout by a literary grace that constitutes it a veritable royal road to one of the most important departments of human knowledge. The book opens with a brief but graphic recital of the stirring events that made the year 1848 one of the turning points in human history, and then proceeds to discuss the influence of those events upon Europe. Chapter 2 deals with the Second French Republic, brought to so speedy a termination by the coup d'etat. A glance at Central Europe, the scene of a temporary triumph of reaction, and we are introduced to the Second French Empire, which, lasting less than 18 years, was yet signalized by 3 of the greatest wars in history, and came to its end in the midst of the most stupendous events the world had witnessed since the overthrow of the first Napoleon. Succeeding chapters discuss the rivalry between Prussia and Austria, culminating in the 7 Weeks' War, the disintegrating influences at work in the new empire of Austria-Hungary, the regeneration of Italy, and those epoch-making events which preceded the transfer of the capital to Rome, the spread of nihilism in Russia, the interminable Eastern question in all its various phases, France under the Third Republic, the partition of Africa, Asia, and Oceania, the foreign and domestic policies of successive British ministries, with the final near approach of Great Britain to universal suffrage and equal rights, and, last of all, the marvelous changes the half-century has witnessed in our own country, which, almost against its will, has taken its seat in the Parliament of Nations and has made itself respected and recognized as it never was before. Had Professor Grosvenor dealt with European history as a unit, his book would have been deprived of much of what constitutes its chief value, namely, its adaptation to the needs of the historical novitiate. He might, with that literary skill of which he is an acknowledged master, have presented us with a series of graphic pictures that would have challenged our admiration. But European history is too many-sided to be looked at from more than one point of view at a time, and a composite historical picture is more attractive than instructive. The author's primary purpose was to instruct, and he accomplishes that purpose best by successfully changing his point of view from capital to capital. It may seem hypercritical to pick flaws in so nearly perfect an historical mosaic, but one would scarcely think the student should have to look in vain for any reference to that most dramatic and portentous of all diplomatic incidents, the meeting of the King of Prussia and M. Benedetti at Ems, an interview that precipitated the war, and that subsequent disclosures have shown to have been brought about by the wily Bismarck for the express purpose of rendering war inevitable by exposing his sovereign to insult. The absence in the chapter devoted to the United States of any reference to the presidential campaign of 1896, with the important issues that it involved, and the unprecedented cleavage of party alignment by which it was rendered memorable, is likewise noticeable. When even the United States government itself has published a map showing the Oregon country as a part of the Louisiana Purchase, it is scarcely to be wondered at that the publishers of the present volume have fallen into a like error. The government, however, made haste to correct its mistake, and its example will doubtless be followed in the next edition of Professor Grosvenor's book. History is the foundation of political geography, and no apology need be offered for reviewing at this length a book not strictly geographical. Professor Grosvenor's modest volume is a contribution of the first importance to both sciences. Its educational value is of the highest, and the book should have a large sale, not only among schools and colleges, but also for use in the family circle. J. Hyde. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Geographic Miscellanea. The wheat acreage of the United States for 1899 is estimated by the statistician of the Department of Agriculture to have been 44,592,516, yielding 547,303,846 bushels, with a value of 319,545,259. The corn acreage was 82,108,587, yielding 2,078,143,933 bushels, valued at 629,210,110. The acreage in oats, 26,341,380, yielding 796,177,713 bushels, valued at 198,167,975. The barley crop is estimated at 73,381,563 bushels. The rye crop at 23,961,741 bushels. The potato crop at 228,783,232 bushels, and the hay crop at 56,655,756 tons. The opening up of Cuba to American methods in every department of life is being repeatedly emphasized. In this direction, the census of the island for 1900, taken under the direction of the U.S. War Department and the data for which are now being tabulated under the general supervision of Mr. Henry Gannett, will prove immediate and effective. As an instance might be cited the establishment of corporate limits to Havana, Matanza, and other cities on the island. Before the present year, not a single town or city in Cuba had distinctive bounds. Results of the surveys of Gila River, Arizona, have been published as Water Supply and Irrigation Paper No. 33 of the United States Geological Survey. The bulletin gives a description of southern Arizona with views illustrating the character of the country, and maps and diagrams showing the location of the sources of water supply and the possibilities of storing water for the development of agriculture. It is shown that the construction of storage works on Gila River at a cost of about $1 million would many times compensate for the outlay through the sale of public lands and the increase of taxable property. The second school of forestry to be founded in the United States will soon be established at Yale University. Mr. and Mrs. James W. Pinchot of New York and their sons Gifford and Amos R.E., having generously endowed that institution with $150,000 for the purpose. Mr. Gifford Pinchot is the forester of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and his services to this cause are well known to the public. In addition to the gift of the large sum named, use is given to the university for a term of years of a large tract of forest land in Pike County, Pennsylvania, where the practical workings of economic forestry may be demonstrated, as well as the use of buildings in this locality serve as a local headquarters for the school. Mr. Henry S. Graves will be the director of the school. Under the law, no one can do any dredging on the waterfront of Cape Nome within a 3-mile limit without the authority of the War Department. That authority has now been granted in several instances because it was shown that the proposed dredging of sand would not interfere with navigation or the rights of owners of adjacent territory. The particular character of the sand to be dredged did not enter into the consideration of the case. The Secretary of War states that anyone is privileged to dig for gold in the open sea, and the only question considered by the War Department is whether such operations conducted within the 3-mile limit are an interference with navigation or an infringement on the rights of others. When these conditions are complied with, the Department is prepared to grant permission to anyone to dig in the beach at Cape Nome or at any point lying within 3 miles of low water mark. The bubonic plague has increased in severity and extent during the past month. A dispatch from Cape Town to the London Times announced the discovery of a case in that port early in March. The infected vessel was an army transport from Rosario, Argentina, where the epidemic had prevailed for several months and where the quarantine had only recently been raised. In San Francisco, several cases, supposed to be genuine, were discovered in Chinatown, but energetic measures have prevented contagion. Advices have also been received by the Surgeon General of the Marine Hospital Service of the presence of the plague in the island of Cozumel off the east coast of Yucatan, Mexico. It had probably been brought here directly from Brazil. In Honolulu, its severity seems to have passed, though a large number of sporadic cases are still arising. From Manila, the disease has spread to Holyoke and also to Hilo. It has, however, been considerably retarded in its occupation of the Philippines. In India, the frightful ravages have continued on the increase, with no prospect of immediate abatement. A recent telegram from Calcutta states that 4,725 deaths occurred in that city and in Bengal in a single week. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Growth of Russia by Edwin A. Grosvenor, Professor of Modern Governments and Their Administration in Amherst College. Russia in history and character is the product of geographic environment. Nowhere, not even in Greece or Spain, have physical causes been more powerful in determining the political and religious ideas of a people and in shaping that people's destiny. Slow working through the space of over 1,000 years, those causes have evolved the Russian as he is and created the Russian Empire as we behold it today. Of all European countries, Russia is the farthest away. It is separate from us not only by leagues of territorial distance, but by the most repellent distance of language and race. The theory of government which it has developed is the direct opposite of our own. The Christianity to which it clings with unsurpassed devotion is neither Protestant nor Catholic. Its Eastern orthodoxy is a wall of separation from, rather than a bond of union to the West. Russia stands in immense isolation apart from all the rest of the European continent, and yet its most commanding and stateliest figure. Physical characteristics. Physical geography by an irregular north and south line divides Europe into two nearly equal but most dissimilar portions. In the western portion is seen every possible diversity of outline and surface. Enormous peninsulas thrust out from it into the sea, and enormous gulfs and bays project themselves into the land. The limitless variety of the mountains, rivers, islands, and plains is mirrored in the limitless variety of the human groups which dwell upon them. To all this, Eastern Europe presents a marvelous contrast. Whatever Western Europe is, that Eastern Europe is not. A prodigious plain, more than 2,000 miles in length and almost 1,000 miles in breadth, stretches southward from the flat shores of the Arctic Ocean. Hemming it in as boundaries and marking its extent are, on the northwest, the Valdai Hills and the granite cliffs of Finland; on the southwest, the Carpathians; on the south, the lofty spurs of the Crimea and of the Caucasus; on the east, the Ural Mountains. Thus outlined in immensity between its mountain limits is an area of almost 2,000,000 square miles. This area is uniform and monotonous. Except at the extreme west, south, and east, nowhere does the surface of the ground attain an elevation of 1,000 feet. Not a single range of lofty hills, not a single lonely peak breaks the universal sameness. The rivers, tortuous and creeping, seem doubtful in which direction to find their channels. The Volga, through its 2,400 miles of wandering, has an average fall of only 4 inches to the mile. The geologic strata are horizontal. Rarely does a boulder or rock emerge above the surface of the ground. Even the winds are seldom fitful. Either they blow with icy coldness in unhindered sweep from the Arctic Ocean, or come with the hot breath of the sands from the south and the deserts of Turkestan. Degrees of latitude do not affect the essential territorial unity. Neither do the 4 so-called agricultural zones which, rudely parallel to each other, occupy the entire area. By far the vastest is the forest zone or forest region, with an extent of 1,400,000 square miles. League after league it stretches northward, somber, awful, infinite, broken here and there by wide open tracts, and yet seemingly continuous until it ends amid polar marshes, which never thaw. It is bounded on the south by the zone of black earth. Without artificial stimulant, there the exhaustless soil yields harvests as abundant as in the days when half of Europe was dependent upon it for food. It covers an area equal to the combined territory of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and is prolonged beyond the Ural and Caucasus into western Asia. Next comes the region of the steppe, where a forest or a tree is rare, but where the tall grass and reeds shoot up often 7 or 8 feet high. All of this territory is capable of cultivation. It equals in extent Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Arkansas, and Mississippi combined. Last of all are the indescribable shapeless tracts along the southern mouths of the rivers. These form the so-called barren steppe, which no industry or art of man can reclaim. Though resembling in no other respect those splendid states of the American Union, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, it almost exactly coincides with them in area. The general aspect of this steppe is Asiatic rather than European. No natural divisions anywhere intersect these zones to allow the erection of jarring local interests into separate states. The difference between them is in agricultural capability. They bear no other landmarks than the funeral mounds of a bygone age, which, laboriously constructed, dot their face. Over illimitable forest and illimitable steppe hovers a uniformity as limitless as the limitless variety of Western Europe. In the upheaval and turmoil which preceded and followed the fall of the Roman Empire, barbarian hosts of various lineage chased each other all over that prodigious plain which we call Russia today. Its predominant physical features were then the same as now, but upon the tumultuous receding masses of humanity they produced impressions no more permanent than did the clouds. In time the tribal movements diminished and almost ceased. Most of the tribes that outlived disease and carnage settled in fixed habitations. The boundaries of their nascent states were vague and shifting, but they now possessed a recognized center from which to act and around which to grow. The Slavs, the Finns, and the Tartars. Thus in the western portion of the plain a large body of Slavs established their definite home. Of Indo-European or Aryan stock, they were the distant kinsmen of the Teutons, the Celts, and Greco-Latins, who had parcelled out amongst themselves the central, western, and southern portions of Europe. By far the larger part of the plain remained under the control of various Turanian or Tartar-Mongolian tribes. They may be included under the general names of Tartars and Finns. The Finns held all the sparsely inhabited country between the Baltic Sea, the Arctic Ocean, and the Urals. South of them, as far as the shores of the Black Sea, were found mixed tribes of Finns and Tartars. Northwest and north of the Caspian Sea were Tartars and Turks. Finns and Tartars were descended from a common original stock and were kindred to the ancestors of the Magyars or Hungarians and of the Ottoman Turks. The word Russian or Russia was then unknown. But all the history since of an empire, expanding like the tree of Holy Writ which overspread the earth, is but the later history of those Slavic bands planted in the plain and confronted throughout its larger part by the children of the East. The beginnings of national existence. History has no drearier, more depressing page than that wherein is written the story of Russia from the 10th to the 15th century. Disastrous as were the intermittent foreign wars, still more destructive was the internecine strife in which cities and districts and principalities constantly engaged. Nonetheless, we who look back to those times along the unrolled panorama of 1,000 years can trace the energizing, mighty forces which even then were shaping the Slavic nature and the Slavic empire like plastic clay. A nation is never born except in anguish. The pioneer period of national existence may always be traced, like the march of Washington's army through the snows of New Jersey, by the stains left from bleeding feet. Amidst dissension and fratricidal strife, the sense of possible national life was quickening, and the goal of national existence was being slowly approached. It was much that the strength of the Finns had been broken, that more than one attack from Lithuanians had been repressed, that on the banks of the Neva, Alexander Nevsky had won over the Swedes a decisive victory, which the Russian Church commemorates with hymns and thanksgiving annually to this day. Of momentous consequence was the fact that their newly embraced Christianity had come from Constantinople and not from Rome. The other leaders of the Slavic race, the Bohemians and the Poles, had been converted by apostles whose spiritual head was the pontiff upon the Tiber. The Russian Church had found its father in the Patriarch upon the Bosphorus, and its brethren in the adherents of the Eastern Orthodox faith. In coming years, when religion and politics were to be strangely blended, Russia, because of that early and unbroken bond, would be of necessity the sympathetic champion of her co-religionists throughout the East. But it was most of all under the blows of the Mongol invasions that Russia found her need of union and was hammered into shape. Against the resistless might of overwhelming numbers, the courage and desperate resistance of the Slavs were of no avail. During 237 years, Mongol conquerors wrecked the land with their merciless rule. One half of the country was occupied by their hordes. A portion of the other half was left to the inhabitants, who paid heavy tribute, and who, princes and people, acknowledged themselves the humble vassals of the Khan. Poland, favored by the Mongol conquerors, seized the southwestern portion of the plain. Thus Poland was enabled to span Europe from the Baltic to the Black Sea, but her gains were destined to bear bitter fruit. Born from it was that traditional Russian hatred for Poland and all things Polish, which future wars were to perpetuate, but could not intensify. Yet, crushed and mangled, the nation was taking definite form. In the 12th century, a prince, pursuing a defeated rival, had halted on a pretty elevation which overlooked the river Moskva. The spot pleased his eyes. He built there a church and village. Both long remained in almost forgotten obscurity. But the later chroniclers embellished that foundation with as many romantic legends as the Roman writers throw around the building of Rome. The church has since become the Kremlin, unequaled and gorgeous combination of monastery, cathedral, palace, fortress, and imperial mausoleum. The village, taking its name from the river, grew into the metropolis and capital which the Russian peasants, with mingled veneration and truth, call the Holy Mother Moscow. It would be a congenial task to trace how waves of resistance to the Mongols, of conquest over hostile and rival towns, and of widening political influence radiated from this center. It was shown, as M. Rambaud eloquently says, that the Slavic soul had been confined, not depraved or enslaved, by the Tartar terror, and was only biding its time. Shrewdness, suppleness, and heroism were reasonably combined in the princes of Moscow. Dmitri of Moscow, by a victory over the Mongols upon the Don, proved that the dreaded foreign oppressors were not invincible. Though the Mongol yoke was shortly riveted again, nonetheless the eyes of the people grew accustomed to looking upon Moscow as their future deliverer. At last it was from Moscow that their deliverance proceeded. On the lips of foreigners, Muscovy and Muscovite became the term to denote the entire country and its inhabitants. Even today an Ottoman Turk always speaks of a Russian as a Moskov. Meanwhile Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire had fallen before the mace of Sultan Mohammed II, the Conqueror. The heiress to the shattered empire was the Princess Sophia. When in 1472 she wedded Ivan III, Grand Duke of Moscow, she brought to him as her imperial dowry her claim to the Byzantine throne. Her husband assumed the title of Tsar and adopted as his coat of arms the double-headed eagle of Constantinople. Wherever the Russian escutcheon is now displayed, enwrapped in the ermine and surmounted by the jeweled crown, it is a reminder not only of that historic marriage, but of the definite hope and aspiration of the Tsars. In 1598, the Tsar Fyodor died, and with him the royal house of Russia became extinct. The heir to the throne, the boy Dmitri, had 5 years before preceded him to the tomb. A crowd of impostors arose, each claiming to be the dead prince. Each pretender drew after him a host of armed partisans, and Russia was given over to anarchy and civil war. The Swedes invaded the country from the north, the Poles seized the south, captured Moscow, and placed a garrison in the Kremlin. The state, so many years in painful building, seemed already become the permanent spoil of its hereditary foes. Then with one spontaneous outburst, Russian nationality awoke to life. Priest, noble, tradesman, peasant rose as a single man. From every direction in impetuous companies they pressed toward Moscow. The leaders of the movement were the butcher Minin and the prince Pozharsky. They swept the foreign garrisons and the foreign armies from their path like chaff. The Russian people had rescued Russia. Then from all over the country delegates were chosen to meet in solemn conclave at Moscow and elect a Tsar. In no part of Europe had a great popular assembly, equally representative of all interests and classes, ever met to select a nation's ruler. The contentions were long and fierce. At last the delegates agreed in the unanimous choice of Mikhail Romanov. No other dynasty reigning in Europe today owes its original existence to the choice of the people in equal degree with the Russian imperial house. Peter the Great. It is not my purpose to narrate Russian history, except wherein that history is synonymous with growth. I wish to contemplate that word growth in its largest and most comprehensive sense, including thereby creation and development of national character no less than increase of national territory. In fact, the former is the more important, is the essential element of the two. The concentric accretions in expanse of area under the Grand Dukes of Moscow and the Tsars were but the consequence of that character, painfully elaborated by geographic environment and time. Peter, whom the world rightly honors as the Great, came to the throne in 1689. Thus far the Russian Slavs had fought and suffered, and grown strong in almost oriental seclusion. It was Peter who first compelled them to learn the crafts, study the institutions, and benefit by the manners and appliances of the West. The diplomacy begun by Ivan the Terrible he carried farther and forced Russia into unwelcome and unwelcomed fellowship with the European states. His ambitions and achievements are too familiar to repeat. His paramount interest to us consists in this, that he was, more than any other Russian ruler had ever been, the incarnate spirit of his people. He indeed stood on a higher plane and looked out with a larger vision than had any other Slav before him. Yet in the bedrock of his character he was preeminently a Slav. His two chief natural endowments were a patience that never failed and a persistence that knew no defeat. No other people have possessed or now possess these qualities equally with the Russian Slav. Herein was the difference between Peter and Charles XII of Sweden. Charles XII was only an episode in a drama. Peter was a colossus that could not be shaken, and remained. Before he was born, the Russian people had been fashioned into an efficient weapon ready to his hand. The dormant spirit of a mighty nation had revealed itself in him. On the decisive field of Poltava, Sweden received a blow from which she has never recovered. St. Petersburg, built upon the marshes and the forests of the Neva, is the majestic monument of that victory and of his reign. To it the discouraged but venerated Moscow yielded its proud rank as capital. With its erection Russia consecrated the spot where her foot first touched the shores of a western sea. Territorial expansion since 1725. The territorial expansion from the death of the great Tsar until the present year can be shown more clearly by the map than by any description in words. The whole added territory on the west and south constitutes a sort of territorial fringe with an average width of over 200 miles. It extends from the Arctic to the Black Sea, and thence strikes southeastward till it reaches the Caspian. In her extension east, Russia pressed on toward the Pacific Ocean, completing the acquisition of Siberia. Whatever claims China possessed to the left bank of the Amur and the right bank of the Ussuri were peacefully ceded by her to Russia in 1860. Port Arthur, on the Gulf of Petchili, and Tallien 1 were just as peacefully ceded by the same power in 1897 for a nominal term of 25 years. Such territorial extension not only amazes, but appalls. It does not so impress by its vastness as by its continuance. Ever since Russia, according to the Slavic saying, found herself, this process has been going on. Were it in consequence of a temporary popular spasm, or of the exceptional tendency of a single reign, the considerations it opens up would be less momentous. A comparison of the acquisitions of territory by Great Britain and Russia. It is true that the acquisitions of territory by Great Britain during the last century have been on an even more stupendous scale. Since 1870, Great Britain has annexed to her empire 2,854,170 square miles of territory and 125 million human beings. Yet, though Great Britain in less than a generation has added to herself an area larger by 800,000 square miles than Russia in Europe, and a population almost as great as that of the entire Russian Empire, her annexations do not equally disturb the political equilibrium of the world. Though politically connected with her and dependent upon her, they do not feel themselves an integral part of her. The East Indian, the Cypriot, the Egyptian never can be a Briton or an Englishman. Except so far as the inhabitants of annexed territory are natives of Britain or descendants of British stock, they increase her danger rather than contribute to her strength. The French of Canada, who have been subject to the British scepter 140 years, may be cited as an exception to this statement. Though carrying law and order with him, the Englishman does not possess and almost despises the faculty of assimilating a conquered people and identifying them with himself. From them he dare recruit but a small number for his armies, and only with the most solicitous precaution. That small number he must keep in positions of safe inferiority. Russia, unlike Great Britain, makes no acquisitions which do not border on her own soil. Only such territory as is adjacent or will speedily become adjacent does she annex. To the United States she willingly disposes of Alaska, which the accident of discovery had placed under her flag. To Japan she cedes the Kuril Islands, for land nearer home. But territory once hers is completely incorporated in her empire for weal or woe. Once within the iron grip of her iron hand, there is no escape for Tartar or Cossack or Kalmuk or Pole or Finn from ultimate identification with the Russian. From the conquered she forms battalions and regiments and brigades, and stimulates their fidelity and fires their ambition with important commands. Whole army corps she entrusts in time of war to the Armenians Melikov and Deir Hugasov, and to Alikhanov the Turkoman. Beneath her sway there is a uniformity of service and subjection like the uniformity of the plain that has reflected itself in Russian nature. For years the acquiescence may be forced, but one generation passes away and another comes that is profoundly Russian, except in remote ancestry. Moreover, there is a marvelous assimilating faculty in the Slav. The Greco-Latin never possessed it, nor does the Celt or the Teuton now. In preeminent degree is the Slav endowed with the genius of emigration and colonization. There is a rough picture, frequently seen, of the Russian emigrant. His axe fastened to his belt, his boots with prudent economy hanging from his shoulders by a cord, his fingers bent in the sign of the cross, his face looking straight before him, he stolidly steps on to the beyond. Herein is the significance of each Russian annexation. It augments the strength which has produced it. There is another essential difference to be noted in the relations of Russia's dependencies and those of Great Britain with other nations. I mention Great Britain because out of all the powers of the Eastern Hemisphere, she alone, in magnitude and strength, can be weighed in the same scale with Russia. Russia's gains touch the borders or affect the direct interests of few European states. She may arouse their jealousy or fear because she casts so stupendous a shadow upon the world map, but she seldom comes into perplexing or irritating connection with them. She is not near at hand to excite their suspicion, endanger their welfare, or humiliate their pride. Wherever there is a British possession, it must impinge upon or wound the susceptibilities of somebody else. Hence arises an infinity of possible complications and troubles, which only long-suffering tact and sorely strained compromise can adjust. But Russia's fingers touch neither North nor South America, Africa nor Oceanica, that is, throughout one of the hemispheres, and by far the largest portion of the other, nowhere does her tread threaten to trample on another's feet. Russia's inaccessibility by sea. In nothing is the contrast greater between Eastern and Western Europe than in their accessibility by sea. Russian territory comprises about 11/20 of Europe, and the non-Russian territory, shared by 19 states, the remaining 9/20. The 9/20 have a coastline of over 15,000 miles. The 11/20 have a coastline of less than 5,000 miles, 2,400 miles of which extend along the inhospitable and frozen shores of the Arctic Ocean and White Sea. The remaining 2,600 miles nowhere touch the ocean or any of its immediate waters. They border only on 3 inland, almost landlocked seas, the Baltic, the Black Sea, and the Caspian. The White Sea and the Arctic Ocean are navigable only from June to September, about 4 months each year. The eastern Baltic is commonly shut to navigation from the end of November to April. The Caspian is an Asiatic lake, connecting with no other water. The Black Sea is shut in by European diplomacy to the navies of Russia. Not a fishing smack can descend the Bosphorus without a special permit of the government of the Sultan. The rest of the European world looks out upon, accessible at its door, the chief maritime highways of mankind, the North Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Mediterranean. Russia, with her swelling population, her tremendous area, and her enormous products, does not touch upon those highways at any point. What the Mississippi basin was to the adventurous pioneers beyond the Alleghanies, what it now is to all the opulence and enterprise of the imperial center of our nation, that nature designed from all eternity, the current of the Bosphorus, should be to the inhabitants of that northern plain. For that natural outlet the Russian nation waits with the assurance of the patient and strong. The influence of Russia as the head of the Orthodox Church. The foreigner can hardly appreciate the peculiar influence accruing to Russia in Eastern Europe from the relations which she sustains as the political head of the Eastern Orthodox Church. During the age of woe, she was herself the victim of Mussulman Mongols. What she suffered then is still handed down by countless traditions and is burned into the national memory. Western Europe, even in Spain, has never experienced such horror and terror at the hands of Islam. Hated as oppressors, the Mongols were abhorred as infidels. When at last the Russian broke his chains, his thanksgiving was for a double victory. Orthodox Christianity had triumphed over Islam, and the natives of the soil had triumphed over the invader. Russia stood forth as the victorious champion of her faith. Under the Ottoman Turk, in a later and less barbarous age, she saw repeated among her co-religionists something of that treatment she had herself experienced at Mussulman hands. In the East, the tie of a common faith is strong. To her, as to no other human power, the subject Christians of the Balkan Peninsula, generation after generation, ever stretched their supplicating hands. On the part of the Russian people, rather than of the Russian government, there was always present for the members of their common church an intense sympathy, of which state policy might take advantage, but which it could not wholly check or restrain. The Russian peasant calls a war with the Moslem God's battle. In 1877, the sympathies of the common people for Bulgaria forced the government into a war of which neither the Tsar Alexander II nor his chancellor Gorchakov approved. There is a burying place in Constantinople where more than 300 Russian soldiers rest in a common grave. Taken prisoners, they died in captivity during the War of 1828-29, which Russia waged for the freedom of Greece. The epitaph on the white marble describes the manner of their death and closes with the verse, "Greater love has no man than this, that he laid down his life for his friends." To Russia, Romania, Serbia, Montenegro, and Bulgaria owe their quasi-independence. How far selfish motives have controlled her action they cannot tell, but of one thing they are sure. It is that Russia has fought for them, and that no other European nation ever expended anything but words in their behalf. Despite intrigues from abroad, and petty ambitions and jealousies at home, the cooperation of the Balkan states is assured to Russia. Russia's influence in Asia. Russia's larger and more recent conquests have been in Asia. Confronted for centuries by Orientals, both along her borders and upon her soil, she understands the Oriental to the core. Among these wild and lawless peoples, explosive as gunpowder, the torch of civilization can be carried only with a firm and steady hand. Asia has never voted except with swords. The sword is the only ballot which the continental Asiatic respects or comprehends. In that vast region, wherever her rule has gone, it has been equally vigorous and beneficent. From the Bosphorus to China, there is an awe of Russia such as no other power on earth can inspire. The destiny of Russia. But it is not in broadening territorial extent or teeming numbers, not in worldwide prestige or disciplined armies, that a nation must confide. The throne of Napoleon III was falling months before he declared war against Prussia and set out on his journey to Sedan. The foundation stone of national existence and national greatness is the spirit of a people. In the peculiar character of her common people is Russia's abiding strength. Tenacious, docile, imitative but not inventive, receptive but not constructive, profoundly religious, as he understands religion, submissive to what he considers the will of God and the Tsar, the Russian has remained unchanged through all these changing years. Said Grodzitsky, in the Tower of Kudak, when surrounded by his foes, "I am commanded to stay here, I stay. Commanded to watch, I watch. Commanded to be defiant, I am defiant. And if it comes to dying, since my mother gave me birth, I shall know how to die too." There were only 12 million Russians when Peter, at the beginning of the last century, crushed the might of Sweden at Poltava. There were only 28 million when Catherine II signed the first treaty between Russia and the United States. There were only 45 million when, during the reign of Alexander I, Napoleon the Great began his march to Moscow. There were 68 million when, during the Crimean War, Nicholas I withstood the combined strength of Sardinia, Turkey, Great Britain, and France. There are 130 million today. According to the natural law of increase, there will be 250 million during the lifetime of many who read these words. Doubtless, before that not far distant period arrives, the map of the world will show many changes. States now existing will disappear, and new states may be born and write their names upon the chart. In Russia, indissoluble on her plane and virile in her strength, there is no symptom of decay. While thrones topple and old names vanish, Russia remains. The perpetuity of the American Republic is not more sure. Russia has been preparing for 1,000 years and is still preparing for her destiny. The present, in all its magnificence of endeavor and achievement, is but the guarantee of a far grander future. It would be a congenial task to linger upon great national enterprises begun and fast pushing to completion. Above the quicksands of Turkestan and through the wastes of Siberia to the Eastern Ocean, Russia is constructing her solid iron roads. Over the face of her prodigious European plain she is marking out the path of the canals on which from sea to sea navies will ride. Siberia, the old-time synonym of desolation and solitude, is inviting the activity of the colonist, whether farmer, miner, or engineer. Korea and the provinces of dormant or disintegrating China await their share in the world's life from the electric impulse of her northern brain. That brain is to nerve Asia, long outworn, to a resurrection as from the dead. What the warrior monk Elias uttered long ago receives confirmation every passing year. The progress of Russia is mysterious and profound. Before she moves, she neither betrays her plan, nor hesitates, nor boasts, but none can hinder her arriving when she has set her will. Not long ago I received a letter from a Bulgarian friend, a leading member of the Sobranie, or Bulgarian Chamber of Deputies. He uses these words: "In the near or distant future I see only two prominent nations, the United States in the west, and Russia owning nearly the whole of Asia and exercising a preponderant influence over the European continent. The whole of the Balkan Peninsula, Asia Minor, Persia, Central Asia are her natural and inevitable inheritance. Above Asia and Europe, I see the white Tsar of Holy Russia. Your people need have no concern. The interests of Russia and the United States nowhere conflict. Naturally, they are friends and allies. Together they are to regenerate the world." Thus the Bulgarian statesman utters his own conviction and the great political credo of the Slav. The one necessity and the chief ally of Russia is time. How far the peace manifesto of Nicholas II was prompted by philanthropy or by profound but selfish statecraft, it is impossible to know. If philanthropy, that manifesto remains the noblest and most memorable document ever issued by a Christian monarch. If political sagacity, that manifesto is in appreciation of the future the astutest utterance ever made by the occupant of a Russian throne. But it is unbecoming to question the hidden motives of a deed in itself sublime. History will record no more than this, that at the close of a century more crowded with bloodshed and war than any other since time began, Russia, through the voice of her autocratic Tsar, put forth a plea to all mankind in favor of universal brotherhood and peace. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Influence of Geographical Conditions on Military Operations in South Africa by Major W. A. Simpson, USA, Assistant Adjutant General and Chief of the Military Information Division, U.S. War Department. In all military operations, the character of the terrain exercises a very important influence. All great generals have understood and utilized this fact. A knowledge of the geographic character of the country is necessary to an understanding of a campaign. The principal watershed of South Africa is the Drakensberg Range. It extends generally in a northeasterly and southwesterly direction, nearly parallel to the coastline of the Indian Ocean, and at an average distance from it of about 200 miles. Along the Indian Ocean there is a belt of low land. Going inland, the ground rises in a series of irregular terraces until the highest altitude is reached in the crest of the Drakensberg, some of whose peaks are over 10,000 feet high. The western slopes of the Drakensberg are much more gentle than those on the eastern side, and the ground falls away gradually into the great central plateau, of which the South African Republic and the Orange Free State form the principal part. In this respect, the Drakensberg Range is comparable to our Rocky Mountains, the ground rising gradually going west from the Mississippi Valley and descending more abruptly from the crest to the west. In the southern part of the South African Republic runs east and west the Witwatersrand, or the Rand as it is commonly called. This forms a secondary watershed. The rivers to the north flow into the Limpopo, which is the northern boundary of the South African Republic, while those to the south flow into the Vaal. Although it has been stated that the ground rises from the Indian Ocean in a series of terraces, it is not intended to convey the idea that these terraces are level. The term terrace is used simply to convey the idea of a belt of nearly uniform average elevation. As a matter of fact, the country in Natal, this does not embrace all the territory east of the mountains, but it is all that is necessary for us to consider, is very much broken. There are many streams which, rising in the Drakensberg, flow toward the Indian Ocean. As they fall thousands of feet in a comparatively short horizontal distance, they are naturally characterized by many waterfalls and rapids. The country is seamed with ravines which grow narrower and whose sides become steeper as the mountains are approached. There are many hills, some nearly circular in shape, others in the form of ridges, whose sides are generally steep and strewn with boulders. In the central plateau, which is lowest near its western border, the country generally appears level, but hills rise abruptly from the plain, with sides in many cases so steep and rough that it is difficult to get guns up even when the hills are undefended. The rivers, after heavy rains, become swollen, and in the dry season have but little water and at times none at all. They generally run through gullies considerably below the level of the banks, and this makes them difficult to cross. They are useless for purposes of navigation and merely serve as obstacles. The rain winds come principally from the Indian Ocean, and as the Drakensberg cuts off the moisture, it is much drier west of that range than east of it. The average yearly rainfall at Durban is over 39 inches, while at Bloemfontein it is only about 21. The rainy season is in the summer, which corresponds in time to our winter. The South African Republic and the Orange Free State are very sparsely settled, and the principal occupation is cattle raising. In the rainy season, grazing is good on the veldt. In the dry season, the grass dries up, and the cattlemen have to move their stock from place to place in search of water. The country is generally somewhat barren, and except in the southeastern part of the Orange Free State, in the country around Wepner, not much attention is given to agriculture. The necessity of railways. South Africa is largely dependent upon railroads for transportation. All countries are, of course, but South Africa, on account of absence of good roads and navigable streams, is particularly so. The present Cape Colony system of railroads is divided into 4 sections: the Western, Northern, Midland, and Eastern. The Western starts at Cape Town and extends to De Aar, 501 miles. At De Aar, the northern section begins and extends through Kimberley and along the western border of the Orange Free State to Vryburg. At the latter place, the Rhodesia Road begins, running on through Mafeking to its present northern terminus, Bulawayo, 1,360 miles from Cape Town. The Midland section consists of a line from Port Elizabeth, with a short branch from Port Alfred, to Norvalspont on the Orange River, where it connects with the Orange Free State line, running north to Bloemfontein and on through Johannesburg to Pretoria. This road runs through the heart of the Boer republics. The eastern section runs from East London to Aliwal North, near the Orange River. The western and midland sections are connected by a line from De Aar on the former to Nowport on the latter. The midland and eastern by a line from Rossmead Junction on the former to Stormberg Junction on the latter. The eastern section is also connected with the Orange Free State line by a branch running from Albert Junction to Springfontein, a short distance from the Orange River in the Orange Free State. It crosses the river at Bethuli Bridge. These roads have numerous branches in Cape Colony, so that the British are fairly well supplied with railroads south of the Orange River. But the Orange Free State line beyond Springfontein is the only line running north through Boer territory. The distance from Cape Town to Bloemfontein is 750 miles, while from Port Elizabeth to Bloemfontein it is 300 miles less. There is a railroad running from Durban on the Indian Ocean in a general northwesterly direction. At Ladysmith it branches, one branch going northwest from Ladysmith through the mountains into the Orange Free State. The other branch runs north from Ladysmith through the apex from Natal, then turns to the northwest and goes to Johannesburg and Pretoria. By this line, Ladysmith is 180 miles from Durban and Pretoria is 511 miles. Still farther to the north, a railroad runs from Delagoa Bay in a westerly direction to Pretoria. This road runs through Portuguese territory and is the only means of access to the sea from Boer territory. It will thus be seen that one system of roads gives transportation from the south to the Boer country, while the other at Durban gives it to the northwest. There is no communication between these systems, and troops and supplies from Natal must be landed at Durban. The railroad from Beira. The permission recently given to England by Portugal to transfer troops through Portuguese territory has directed attention to a line of which very little is generally known. This line starts from Beira, a port on the Indian Ocean about 850 miles north along the coast from Durban, and extends in a general northwesterly direction via Umtali to Salisbury. Here the road ends. If the troops sent by this route are intended as an expedition for the relief of Mafeking, it will be some time before they can reach it, as they will have a march of about 300 miles over the country to Bulawayo, the present northern terminus of the Rhodesian Railway. This expedition can hardly have any other object, as Salisbury is about 300 miles north of the northern border of the Transvaal and about 600 miles north of Pretoria, and no part of this distance is covered by railroads. The Boer republics form an irregular oval. The major axis, nearly parallel to the coastline of the Indian Ocean, is about 440 miles, and its minor axis, represented by a straight line from Mafeking to the apex of Natal, is about 290 miles. The eastern frontier of the South African Republic abuts on Portuguese territory. With this exception, the Boer republics are entirely surrounded by British colonies. Military operations in Natal. The geographical situation of Natal peculiarly favors the Boers. The northern part forms almost an equilateral triangle. The northwestern side is the Orange Free State boundary, the northeastern that of the South African Republic. In anticipation of war, the various Boer commanders had assembled at various convenient points along the frontier, and, the morning after their ultimatum expired, made their entry in several different columns into British territory. To prevent the cutting off of the British forces in northern Natal, and to effect a concentration at Ladysmith, the British were obliged to attack the Boers, who, on the offensive strategically, were on the defensive tactically, with great advantage to themselves. The actions of Glencoe, Elandslaagte, and Rietfontein were fought, and the net result of the series of movements was the cutting off of Sir George White's army and the investment of Ladysmith. The selection of this place was probably made as it is a railway junction, and large quantities of supplies had been collected there. From a military point of view, it had little else to recommend it. Though at an altitude of about 3,300 feet, it lies relatively in a basin, being commanded by higher ground on all sides, notably by Lombard's Kop, a little north of east, and Isimbulwana to the southeast, both within range of the guns mounted there by the Boers. The subsequent operations in Natal, due to Buller's advance to the relief of Ladysmith, were also greatly influenced by the topographical features. The line of advance was, under the conditions existing, necessarily restricted to the railroad running north to Ladysmith. None knew this better than the Boers, and they took full advantage of their knowledge. Good defensive positions abounded, and they could be prepared in advance. If the Boers were driven back from one, after inflicting much greater loss than they themselves suffered, they had another good position a little in the rear. When Spion Kop was taken by the British after hard fighting, it was thought by the officer in command on the ground untenable on account of the positions held by the Boers just beyond, and he ordered its abandonment, though this withdrawal was afterward adversely criticized by Lord Roberts. If the British tried to make a flank movement, they found the Boers too quick for them, and instead of a flank attack, they found themselves making a frontal one. So it will be seen that, due to the natural features, Natal is an extremely difficult country for offensive military movements. It is open to question whether, had not a part of the Boer forces been withdrawn to meet Lord Roberts' advance in the Orange Free State, Buller would have been able to relieve Ladysmith at all. Military operations in the Orange Free State. In the western part of the theater of operations, the ground is principally open veldt, but koppies and ridges are found here and there, affording excellent positions, as was shown in the operations of Lord Methune's column for the relief of Kimberley. Here again the line of advances was confined to the railroad, and Methune felt obliged to attack the Boers in the position of Magers-Fontein, just to the east of the railroad. He was defeated with great loss, retired to the Modder River, and no farther advance on that line was made until Lord Roberts' flank movement compelled the Boers to withdraw from their position at Magers-Fontein and raise the siege of Kimberley. There is very little timber in the Boer republics, and what there is found principally along the watercourses. As has been stated, many of the streams run through gullies with steep banks, and when the rivers run dry, a wide boulder-strewn ravine is left. It was in such a place that the Boers prepared their ambush recently for a part of Broadwood's command on its march westward from Fabanchu. With proper precautions on the part of the British, this surprise would not have taken place, but it is nevertheless a successful utilization on the part of the Boers of the natural features of the ground in a military operation. To conduct a successful campaign in the Boer territory without heavy losses, the British must be able to operate away from the railroad in strong force, and to do this they must have an immense amount of transportation. The country supplies nothing. Everything in the way of supplies must be brought up from the coast. The movement of Lord Roberts, culminating in the capture of Bloemfontein, was very successful, but he spent a long time after his arrival in South Africa before he was prepared to make it. It is estimated that in this short campaign his loss in animals, cavalry, artillery, and transport was not less than 10,000. His recent apparent inaction at Bloemfontein has been due to the necessity of making this loss good, remounting his cavalry and artillery, and reorganizing his transportation. At present writing, it looks as if his preparations were completed, and that important movements may be soon expected. In addition to the difficulties the British have to contend with in South Africa, there are the cost and delay in sending troops and supplies a long distance by sea. In the matter of horses and mules, the home market cannot supply the demand, and large numbers have been purchased in this country for shipment to South Africa. Another advantage that the Boers have to a remarkable degree, due to geographical conditions and the systems of transportation, is the ability to move on interior lines. Controlling the Natal Railroad west and north of Ladysmith, they can move troops from Natal entirely by rail via Pretoria to the vicinity of Bloemfontein, or can move them via Van Riemen's Pass into the Orange Free State. They can thus with little difficulty concentrate their forces in any part of the theater of operations. In moving troops from the eastern theater of operations to the western, the British, on the other hand, have to take a circuitous route. After the relief of Ladysmith, troops were detached from Buller's army and sent to join Roberts. This involved a journey by rail to Durban, loading on transports at Durban, a voyage down the coast, disembarkation at a Cape Colony port, and transfer by rail to the Orange River and beyond. End of section 37. Section 38 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Apperception in Geography by M.E. Kelton. The application of the inductive method to the various subjects of the school curriculum is encouraging many teachers to undertake a more systematic treatment of geography. In order to help the child to understand what distant lands are, we must store his mind with concepts based upon frequent observations of his own home and its surroundings. For this reason, instruction in geography should be based upon the law of apperception. The relation of man to the earth gives wide scope for the study of the causes and effects of their interaction. By this same inductive method, the child is led to work out results for himself, and the subject that was once treated as a memory drill is made to hold its true place in training the reasoning faculties. In studying the relation of man to the earth, three main topics must be considered: the crust of the earth, its fluid and gaseous envelopes, and the forms of life conditioned by the crust and its envelopes. Because geology, biology, and meteorology are the basis of induction in geography, nature study should precede and form the correlative of geography in the early years of the school curriculum. In these first school days, the child works with symbols of language and number. His chief aim is to learn to read. If he reads something in which he is interested, the task will be easy. For this reason, nature study is made the basis of the reading lesson, and, since nature study is the background of geography, the child is led to such facts as will be of use later in developing the geographic story. Daily observation of weather teaches relation of winds to cloud and rain. The length of day recorded and compared in different months finally brings a comprehension of the conditions dependent upon revolution, and leads to a final knowledge of and belief in revolution itself. These ideas are strengthened by observing and recording the position of the sun in the sky at morning, at noon, and at evening during the different months. The shadow stick is presented in the first year. A large nail fastened perpendicularly in a board or a pointer driven into a level path makes a good shadow stick. Each day's record is marked upon a sheet of paper lying on the board or under the stick, and these records can be brought to class for study. By comparing the results of such observations, the principles of mathematical geography generally become concepts upon which the child can base his further reasoning in geography. Thus he is led to inquire why the noon shadow in June is shorter than the noon shadow in December, and to observe the gradual change in its length. These simple lessons in mathematical geography are further considered in the reading lesson, where they are illumined by the myth which belongs to the early days of literature. But the myth means much more if associated with a reality. Hence the wind myths and sun myths are read when recording the observations of wind and sun, and the myths of cloud and rain when these phenomena of climate are observed. Following these observations of climate comes the relation of animal life to these conditions. In 1 year's changes, the climate of the different zones is fairly represented. The preparation of plant and animal life for the seasons, the relation of animal to plant and of man to each is further treated in the nature lesson, such observations being made as will form the basis of the reading lesson that shall follow. The study of drainage follows the observation of rain. The knowledge of the work of the streams is based upon the observations made during the rainstorm. These ideas may be gained from a field lesson on a railroad cut or excavation in the neighboring hill country. These field lessons are supplemented by careful study of types of rivers and mountains from maps and pictures. The life in each section visited on the excursions is compared with the conditions of home. In these lessons the landforms are taught, and man's need of clothing, food, and shelter suggests occupations of people. From the study of the organization of human endeavor arises the understanding of the growth of town and city and of the need of government. At this point, the story of Robinson Crusoe is a valuable and interesting aid as a reading lesson. During the 2 years in which nature work is the basis for the reading lesson, ideas are developed which are to be utilized by the true geography teaching that belongs to the course of study in the 3rd year. The main difficulty is to arrange the study to meet the capability of the pupil. Our own adult notions in geography are largely gained from maps, which we enlarge by means of acquired concepts. Why not teach geography by this method? Experience has taught that the study of a lesson from the text is mechanical and void of the desired effect to the majority of the pupils. Now, the search for facts from the map creates interest, and the recording of such facts stimulates thought and furnishes material for the recitation that follows. The reading of the textbook in a later recitation illuminates the ideas that have been gained by the individual efforts of pupils. In the end, the written lesson will be the compilation of such facts as have been gained through individual investigation. The answers to carefully prepared questions will appear in the notebooks of the class as an original geography textbook that has grown out of the actual observation and reasoning of the pupils. The excursion. As the neighborhood furnishes the fundamental concepts upon which we build, it follows that the first lessons must establish the common body of facts by simultaneous observation. In a Brooklyn school, the excursion and field lesson precede the work on the map. The city is the unit upon which we begin our course of reasoning. By means of concepts obtained from observations of home surroundings, we are to gain the ideas of conditions that have developed other great centers of population. In New York, we have before us a great commercial as well as a great manufacturing center. Upon these two conditions depends the dense population of Manhattan Island and the surrounding country. Density of population. An afternoon excursion across the bay on a boat of the Brooklyn Annex furnishes the facts to be considered in connection with a map of density of population. The island of Manhattan, with its miles of waterfront, and the several cities grouped about the waters of bay, river, and strait are noted. The signs on the piers and the flags on the ships show the extent of the commerce. Beside the commercial advantages of New York, the conditions of manufacturing are also considered to obtain a proper understanding of the density of population in manufacturing towns. For this purpose we select a shoe factory, where the different parts of the article are being worked upon by many people. The manager tells us how many hands he employs. These facts are afterward considered in a conversational lesson, where attention is directed to the many families dependent upon this factory and to the needs of each individual thereof. Physical features. Another excursion up the Hudson to the Palisades helps to explain the dependence of density upon the physiographical features. The only textbook used is Longman's School Atlas. The home lessons following the excursions are based upon map 16 of that atlas, entitled Density of Population in United States. The pupils find the density in southeastern New York and note other localities having similar density. They compare the situation of such places with that of New York City, using map 11 for a better understanding of the physical features. Then they find on map 16 regions having a low density of population and note their physical conditions. Composition. A composition on population based upon the facts gathered on the excursion and from the map is next prepared with much careful attention and is preserved in the pupil's notebook. This may be illustrated by pictures collected by the children to show conditions of life accompanying the different degrees of density. A map colored to show region of greatest and least density further emphasizes the lessons and completes the subject. Climate. Lessons upon climate with experiments and map study follow. The rain gauge is observed and a record of the rainfall is made to show how the annual amount of moisture is determined. Such observations are accompanied by others on wind, temperature, and the appearance of the sky. After the pupils have become familiar with such facts as these observations furnish, they extend the bounds of their knowledge by the study of climatic maps. Rainfall. On the rainfall map, number 15, the pupils find the annual precipitation about New York City and select other regions having the same amount. By the aid of map 11, a list of cities in these regions is made. Also, the density of population in each region is compared with that about New York City. Regions having less rain than New York and those having more are compared with New York as to density of population. Temperature. The use of the thermometer is taught before the map of isotherms is presented. The symbols on the United States weather map are used to record the observations, and this map is understood before the work on the atlas map is given. After gaining these facts, a further comparison is made of places differing in density of population, and reasons for the varying density are deduced from the climate and surface of each region. Vegetation. A visit to Washington Park furnishes the first common ideas of vegetation. Satisfactory types of forest, prairie, desert, and marsh are all to be found there, and here also the conifer of the cold climate, the palms of the tropics, and deciduous trees of the temperate regions have each a representative. In the subsequent lessons on vegetation, the pupils use map number 7 and make lists of the kinds of vegetation found in North America. They color an outline map of North America to represent the vegetation regions. From other maps of the atlas, the pupils discover and record temperature, winds, rainfall, physical features, and density of population in each region of vegetation. The first work, then, in map reading is associated with the previous field lesson or experiment. Since the maps and plates of the atlas are the medium through which the geographical facts of continents and political divisions are to be gained by pupils, our first work in geography, as outlined above, is an introduction to these symbols. In this connection, I wish to acknowledge the valuable suggestions I have received from the teacher's edition of Leachy's Exercises in Geography, a little book containing exhaustive material for such map studies. The work of induction is further pursued by means of wall maps and pictures. The pilot charts recently distributed by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey of Washington have aided the study of coasts. By means of these, a comparison of the Atlantic and Pacific coasts has been more definitely considered. This has been followed by a deduction of the facts affecting the conditions of life dependent upon each. Such facts are again referred to in connection with coasts of other continents. Geology. The geologic map, number 14 of Longman's Atlas, is introduced after an excursion to the beach at Coney Island. On this trip, we consider the aqueous deposit of the shore and the surrounding topography. On another excursion, a cut in the road furnishes ideas of glacial deposits, and stereopticon pictures afterward supplement the results of direct observation. By means of the geologic map, the pupils are able to distinguish the varying formations found in the Atlantic plain. The rocky coast of the north with its phenomena is contrasted with the life and formations of the sandy coasts. Other continents. A thorough acquaintance with home geography paves the way for work upon the continents. The idea of distance is continually brought out in the map study. By means of the scale of miles, the extent and area of regions are measured. These ideas are made clear by comparison with distances actually traveled. Hertz Pictures, a German publication, carefully prepared, show life and customs in the geographic regions of the earth. By questioning on these pictures, the pupils are led to discover many facts. When the textbook is presented at the end, to review the facts already gained, the pupils read with interest. Opportunity for invention. The great flexibility of the atlas work is apparent whenever an attempt is made to arrange the map lesson to meet a different set of facts. Thus, in order to emphasize the dependence of climate upon topography in the study of Eurasia, the east and west trend of the highland area is noted, and the climatic maps used to discover why vegetation and density of population differ from these in the same latitude of the Western Hemisphere. Here the pupil finds a new factor influencing climate and conditions of life. Again, special sections are compared by exercises that bring together facts regarding their climate and life. The ideas of life on the floodplain of the Po are gained from atlas maps, and by comparison with the work of a previous year upon the flooded area of the Mississippi. The map shows the sandbars, swamps, and lagoon at the delta, where the continental shelf is also apparent. Such a region had been seen in miniature on the Coney Island beach. The cities of Ravenna and Adria, indicated as small towns in the midst of swamps, stimulate the pupils to deduce reasons for the scanty population as well as for the present location. The situations of towns on the banks of the upper Po are contrasted with that of those of the lower Po, located a few miles from the river banks. Pictures showing dikes on the lower river are presented, and similar conditions on the Mississippi are recalled. The malarial districts and rice fields shown on the map of Italy are facts upon which the ideas of climate, vegetation, and occupation are based. The railroads are then located on the atlas map and made to furnish data upon which are based the reasons for the density of population and the growth of towns and cities. The passes in the Alps, the opening on the eastern frontier, and the geographical position of Italy are all means by which are deduced facts concerning the various invasions of Italy and the subsequent history of the Italian people. The plate of races and religions, map 8, are presented in this history work. Home study. By continually searching for facts, the individual mind is stimulated and pleasure is derived from the work. It is the only method I have found to reach the individual in his home study. Each week papers of questions are presented to the pupils. The answers are to be found in the maps and plates of the atlas. The ideas thus gained by the pupils are used as the topic of the class recitation. With pictures and wall maps, the thought contained in the pupils' notes is discussed before the reading lesson is attempted. The pupils' notebooks contain the original text that has been required by means of field and atlas work. Summary. Briefly summarized, the work consists of: first, direct observation of geographical subject matter as it occurs in the neighborhood of the school; second, classroom discussion of the observed facts; third, written home lessons on questions based on the previous work; fourth, oral and written reproduction; fifth, reproduction in map form. And in conjunction therewith a similar sequence of lessons is based upon the atlas and other maps of physical features, temperature, winds, rainfall, vegetation, productions, density of population, races, and religions. Investigation, adapted to the capacity and development of the pupils, is made into the nearer and the more remote causes and effects, especially causes. The results have been a quickening of interest on the part of the pupils, the development of more thorough method on the part of teachers, and the elimination of many features of work which had hitherto tended to debase geography as a study and to blunt the intellect of the pupil. Self-help, through a series of exercises logically related and leading to an independent result, is perhaps a good epitome of the plan that we follow. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Avery Wade. Ice Cliffs on White River, Yukon Territory by C.W. Hayes and A.H. Brooks. The article by Martin W. Gorman on Ice Cliffs on the White River, Yukon Territory, published in the March number of the National Geographic Magazine, contains several erroneous statements and unwarranted conclusions on which we want to make some comments, not in a controversial spirit, but entirely in the interest of correct geographic information. It may be stated on the outset that one or both of the writers have examined and mapped the White River from its source to its mouth. In the first place, Mr. Gorman's distances are incorrect. The length of the White River, from where it emerges from the northern lobe of the Russell Glacier to its confluence with the Yukon, is approximately 200 miles, instead of rather more than 300 miles. Instead of crossing White River about 200 miles above the mouth, the point reached by Mr. Gorman could not have been more than 100 miles above the mouth. While it is undeniably true that the maps of White River Basin leave much to be desired, it seems equally true that Mr. Gorman was either unfamiliar with the maps which are available or unable to make proper use of them. It appears likely that the Donjek River was mistaken for the main trunk of White River, and the latter for Katrina, an insignificant tributary which enters from the west 70 miles below the Donjek. The Klatassan is not the chief eastern tributary of the White, but is much smaller than either the Klutin or Donjek. The latter itself receives an eastern tributary, the Klunantu, which is larger than the Klatassan. This confusion in identifying the rivers of the region and the exaggerated estimate of distances, together with the air of confidence which pervades the article in question, render it very misleading to the geographic student. Coming to the main point of the paper, the alleged ice cliffs, it appears that Mr. Gorman has mistaken the permanently frozen silt in which the river channel is cut for beds of ice, such as were described by Cantwell on the COAC. The frozen silts and subsoils are characteristic of the Arctic and subarctic regions, and may be observed on almost any stream in the Yukon Basin. It is difficult to understand why a solidly frozen subsoil should be less favorable for growth of forests than a layer of clear ice. And indeed, Lieutenant Cantwell describes the ice strata of the COAC as covered by a few feet of soil bearing a luxuriant growth of mosses, grass, and the characteristic Arctic shrubbery, and a dense forest of spruce trees from 50 to 60 feet high and from 4 to 8 inches in diameter. The depauperate condition of the trees, described by Mr. Gorman, must therefore be explained by some other cause than the presence of subjacent ice strata or a frozen subsoil. On the lower Wright, some 8 miles from its mouth, one of the writers had opportunity to examine a bluff of frozen silt, of which some 20 feet was exposed by the cutting action of the river. A dense growth of vegetation was found above the frozen silt, including many large spruce trees. Even if masses of clear ice were found in that portion of the White River Valley visited by Mr. Gorman, they could scarcely be regarded as glacial ice, since the region lies mostly outside the limit of general glaciation and bears few, if any, marks of the former presence of local glaciers. It is conceivable that masses of glacial ice might be preserved for an indefinite period in the subarctic climate of Alaska if covered by a thick layer of insulating material, such as moss. It is observed, however, that sand and gravel do not form an efficient non-conductor, and that where the soil is laid bare by burning off or otherwise removing the moss, the subsoil thaws out to a considerable depth. Since ice masses at the margin of a glacier are at first covered only by sand and gravel, the chances of their preservation until covered by vegetation are small. If a concise definition of a glacier be accepted, such isolated masses of buried ice would hardly be included, being in fact part of and closely related to the frozen subsoil which is found nearly everywhere in the Arctic province. Moreover, the deposits which overlie the ice, as described by Mr. Gorman and observed by the writers, are soils and silts and entirely non-glacial. If these ice masses were buried remnants of former glaciers, then would be associated with them glacial material. Speaking of recent volcanic activity in the valley of White River, Mr. Gorman makes the surprising statement that not a trace of the volcanic ash, which forms so noticeable a feature at the banks of the Yukon, is to be seen along the banks of the White, except near the mouth. If he had possessed even a slight familiarity with the region in question, or with the literature of the subject, he would have known that many 100 square miles in the upper White River Basin are covered with this volcanic ash, with many local drifts from 50 to 100 feet in depth. The ash covers both valley bottoms and mountain tops. The thin stratum shown in the banks of the Yukon is merely the attenuated eastern edge of the deposit, which reaches its maximum in the region from which Mr. Gorman says it is entirely absent. We entirely agree with his dissent from Hilprin's theory that the ash was deposited on a lake bed covering the upper Yukon Basin, but on quite different grounds from those which he adduces. A final case of superficial observation remains to be noted. Mr. Gorman states that the water of White River is surcharged with a mixture of fine blue clay and granitic sand, which gives it the characteristic white color from which it derives its name. Many of the upper tributaries are glacial streams, and hence carry rock flour and glacial pebbles like other streams of similar origin, but this constitutes only a small portion of the sediment. Much the larger part consists of the light pumiceous volcanic ash, which covers the upper half of the basin, as was proven by a microscopical examination of the sediments. Being entirely unconsolidated and only in part covered by vegetation, it is rapidly eroded, and on account of its low specific gravity, large quantities of relatively coarse material remain in suspension in the water. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. A German Route to India by Gilbert H. Grosvenor. Every move of Russia toward India is watched and studied the world over. But another power is aiming eastward, unnoticed, not urged by an ambition for territory, but impelled by a desire for commercial supremacy. For 10 years, the German emperor has puzzled Christian nations by his evidences of brotherly love for the Sultan of Turkey, but gradually German commerce has invaded the Turkish Empire. German commercial agents are favored everywhere. German capital obtains first concessions from the government in mining, for factories in every industry. German bankers have acquired control of the main railway lines in Asia Minor, arranged for direct trains daily from Berlin to Constantinople, and then sought the right to extend the Smyrna-Koni Railroad to the Persian Gulf. The concession has been granted, the route carefully surveyed, and the company guarantees that the road will be completed within 8 years. When the railway is constructed, Berlin will be within 5 days of the Persian Gulf. German merchandise can then be sent without change in freight cars from Berlin across the Bosphorus through Asia Minor to Basra, whence steamers can reach Karachi and the mouth of the Indus in 48 hours. In a political sense, a railway through Asia Minor will not be of great immediate importance to Germany, but the building of the road by her capital and under her patronage may end in her acquiring a commercial port at some point on the Gulf. Probably the main result will be the strengthening of the alliance between the emperor and the sultan. The purpose of this political friendship is still an enigma, but evidently the emperor aims to obtain for Germany a route to India distinct from either the English or the Russian route. The construction of a railway through Asia Minor is an important step in this direction. The Ottoman Empire will naturally profit from a line connecting its capital with its richest and most productive provinces. The organization of its military forces will be facilitated as the larger proportion of the Turkish soldiers come from the interior provinces. While the new railway will not follow the direction preferred by the Sultan, namely toward Armenia and the Caucasus, a route that would enable him to concentrate his troops where they could most advantageously resist a Russian advance, it will enhance his power in another direction. Today, the Sultan is a negative factor in the contest for influence on the Persian Gulf, but with a road through Asia Minor, he will become a considerable, if not prominent force in any partition or settlement of the possession of the Gulf. The road would enable him in a few days to mobilize his army of 250,000 men either at Constantinople or Basra. To England, Also, the German route ought to be an advantage. To be sure, it makes Germany her competitor in the Indian markets. But this competition is more than balanced by the new demands that will constantly be arising. The markets should be large enough for both English and German merchants. Politically, however, it will be more important for Great Britain to maintain her friendship with Germany and possibly render it advisable for her to endeavour to regain the alliance of Turkey. That Russia is intensely interested in the German railway to the Persian Gulf has been repeatedly emphasized by the actions of the Russian government since the concession was granted in 1899. First, she demanded of Turkey prior railway concessions on all lines through Asia Minor to the north of the German concession. Recent reliable reports from Constantinople state that the Sultan has been compelled to yield to the demand. This concession includes a line from Batum to Constantinople, skirting the shores of the Black Sea. Second, she has renewed her plans for the continuation of the Trans-Caucasian Railway from Kars in the line almost directly southward to some point on the Gulf near Basra. There is a probability that this railway may be completed before the German road. Third, she is pushing across Persia several lines that are also to end at the Persian Gulf. The general direction of these roads is indicated on the map, page 202, and they also will probably be completed before the German road becomes a fact. The recent rapid increase of Russian influence in Persia, a striking instance of which is the loan to the Shah, has been in large measure occasioned by the present inability of England to interfere. But the prospect of a railway controlled by another power and terminating on the Persian Gulf has quickened Russia's ambition to reach the Indian Ocean. Gilbert H. Grosvenor. End of section 40.
Section 41 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. The Cuban Census. The result of the Cuban Census, in many respects unexpected, show on the whole a gratifying condition of affairs in the island. The accompanying diagrams emphasize the more important facts. From the relatively large proportion of native-born whites, 58% of the total population, it is evident that the administrative control will remain in the hands of the native white Cuban when the United States withdraws from the island. Thus, Cuba will not become a second Haiti. The right to vote at the municipal election June 16th, a right gained by the ability to read and write, or by the ownership of property, is possessed by about 140,000 native Cubans. As so many citizenships were in suspense at the time the census was taken, it is impossible to state exactly how many Spaniards will also have the right to vote, but they will not exceed 30,000 if they reach that number. Of the total population of 1,572,797, 1,108,709 are single, 246,350 are married, and 131,788 live together as husband and wife by mutual consent. In justice to the Cuban, however, it should be stated that unions formed by mutual consent are considered no less binding and are no less permanent than those sanctioned by the marriage ceremony. The excessive fees charged for weddings perhaps explain the frequency of the omission of the ceremony. The census returns show the need of a thorough system of education. Of persons over 10 years of age, 43% cannot read or write, while only 11.4% of the children under 10 years are attending school. End of section 41. Section 42 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. Frank Hamilton Cushing. Frank Hamilton Cushing died at his residence in Washington, D.C. on April 10, 1900. From his boyhood, he had been the friend and student of the American Indian. In 1875, when only 18 years of age, he was commissioned by Professor Baird, secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, to make collections for the National Museum. The years of 1879 to 1885, he lived among the Zuni Indians of New Mexico. He learned their language and traditions, and was initiated into their esoteric priesthood and elected their war chief. Thus, he was able to learn the character of Indian secret societies. Mr. Cushing discovered the ruins of the 7 cities of Cibola in 1881 and later conducted excavations among them and the great buried cities of southern Arizona. In 1895, he discovered extensive remains of a sea-dwelling people on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the following year led an expedition thither. At the time of his death, he was prominently connected with the Bureau of American Ethnology. He was the author of numerous monographs and papers on the myths and customs of the Zuni and the prehistoric races of New Mexico, Arizona, and the southern states. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Literature, The International Geography, by 70 authors. Edited by Hugh Robert Mill. Octavo, pages 20 plus 1088, with 488 illustrations. New York, D. Appleton and Company, 1900, $3. This book is a terse and comprehensive description of the Earth and of the various countries of which it is composed. It is divided into several parts, of which the first relates to the Earth as a whole, with chapters on principles and progress of geography, mathematical geography, maps, plan of the Earth, nature and origin of land forms, the ocean, atmosphere and climate, the distribution of life, and political and applied geography. Succeeding parts are devoted to descriptions of continents and countries. These, as well as the chapters of Part 1, were written by different authorities, and the result, owing doubtless to excellent planning and able editing, is fairly uniform. Here and there the personality or bias of a writer appears, but not often or obtrusively. The apportionment of space among the various countries is very well arranged. To the United States are assigned 64 pages, to Canada 25, to Great Britain 59, to France 22, and to Germany 32. The list of authors includes such names as Bryce on Natal, the Transvaal and Orange Free State, Chisholm on Europe and China, Davis on North America and the United States, Keene, Kelty, Laparent, Markham, Murray, Nansen, and Pink. The descriptions of countries are brief, succinct, and encyclopedic in form, though not in arrangement, and each is followed by tables giving summary statistics of areas, population, and industries. As a book of reference, this work is of great value. North American Forests and Forestry by Ernest Bruncken, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1900. This book deals more particularly with the relation of the forest problem to the natural life of the American people. With this object in view, Mr. Bruncken's choice of subjects and the general outlines of his treatment are in most respects admirable. After a brief introduction in which his purpose is defined, He begins with a discussion of the North American forests, of the relation between man and the forests of this country, of forest industries, and of the destruction and deterioration of the forests. He is then ready to deal with the nature and object matter of forestry, the finance and management of forest lands, the relation of forests to the government, and the difficulties which beset the practice of forestry, conservative lumbering, in the United States. A final chapter, which will be much read by the numerous young men who are turning their attention to this new possible line of work, treats understandingly of forestry as a profession. Mr. Brunkin's book is much better calculated than any other with which I am acquainted to convey a correct general idea of the forest problems of the United States. He has seized the principal facts in the situation with intelligence and has set them forth in a way easily understood. If there is to be criticism of so useful a book, it should be directed chiefly against the fact that the author's conception of the forest problems of the United States is much too strictly limited by his acquaintance with those of the White Pine States about the headwaters of the Mississippi. It is to be regretted also that there is a lack of accuracy in detail. For example, the silvicultural notes in the second chapter are much too frequently based on the facts of European rather than of American forests, or upon an imperfect knowledge of the latter. There is a similar lack of precision in many parts of the book. However, since Mr. Brunkin expressly says that his book is not intended for professional foresters, the blemish of such misconceptions is less great than it would otherwise be. On the whole, Mr. Brunkin's book promises well both for its own present utility and for the future work of the writer. Gifford Pinchot. Tarr and McMurray's Geographies. First book, Home Geography and the Earth as a Whole, by Ralph S. Tarr and Frank M. McMurray. Small, octavo, pages Roman numeral 15 plus 279. New York and London, the Macmillan Company, 1900, 60 cents. This little book, the first of a series of geographical textbooks, is an attempt to combine the inductive and deductive methods in the teaching of geography. The first 107 pages are devoted to developing, from the home surroundings, a knowledge of the formation of soils, mountains, valleys, and rivers, the phenomena of the sea and air, and, finally, industries and government. With all this as a preface, the remainder of the book is a description of the earth as a whole and of its parts, much as in the older elementary geographies. The style throughout is admirably adapted to holding the child's interest, while imparting information. The text is freely supplemented with questions and suggestions, and the numerous maps and cuts are very illustrative and finely executed. It will be interesting to learn the measure of success attained by this experiment in geographic textbooks. If unsuccessful, it will be a failure of the principle, not of the form, for the latter is in all respects nearly faultless. End of section 43. Section 44 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Miscellanea. The Weather Bureau service is to be extended by the establishment of observatories in all Mexican Gulf ports between Tampico and Progreso. They will be under the charge of the weather officials at Galveston, Texas. The Indian famine has increased to such an extent that it now affects an area of territory in which there is a population of over 60 million. The government gives relief work to about 4 millions and food to 5 millions more. Dr. Nansen will lead a scientific party to the northern seas this summer for the study of the ocean currents in the vicinity of Iceland. The expedition, which is organized under the auspices of the Norwegian government, will return in the autumn. The work of testing Arctic currents by setting wooden casks adrift on the ice north of this continent will be continued this year by the Geographical Society of Philadelphia. Each cask contains a bottle having in it a blank form to be filled out by the finder. The work was begun by the Society last year at the suggestion of Admiral Melville. In view of the imprisonment of General Cronje and other Boer officers at St. Helena, it may be interesting to know that a submarine cable has been laid from Cape Town to the island, where it was landed in November 1899. The present tariff is $1.70 per word, but on the completion of the line the rate will be reduced to 97 cents to England. Mr. Grove Carl Gilbert of the United States Geological Survey, President of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and a frequent contributor to the National Geographic Magazine, has been awarded the Wollaston Medal for 1899. This medal is given annually by the Geological Society of London for the most important geological discovery of the year. The number of vessels that passed through the Baltic Canal during the 12 months ending March 31st, 1899 was 25,816, with an aggregate tonnage of 3,117,840. This was an increase of 2,708 ships and 648,045 tons over the preceding year. The total receipts amounted to $388,000, and while this was an increase of 25% over the previous year, it still fell short of the cost of maintenance by $103,800. The death is announced of Mr. Brandt, the chief engineer in charge of the work of digging the Simplon Tunnel through the Alps, which will open a new route between North and South Europe. Mr. Brandt was the inventor of the hydraulic rotary drilling machine with which the work is being done, and also of an ingenious machine for removing the debris after the blasts. This machine throws a powerful stream of water by jerking impulses into the stones loosened by the blast, and thereby loosens the dirt. Another invention of Mr. Brandt's, a system of ventilation, has been tried in the mines in Spain and has proved effective. The excavation of the Arlberg Tunnel in 1867, through which railroad communication is made between Switzerland and Austria, was directed by Mr. Brandt. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. The Road to Bolivia by William E. Curtis. It takes 7 days to make the voyage from New York to the Isthmus, 3 days from New Orleans and 2 from Tampa, but the latter routes are impracticable on account of the quarantine regulations. There is always more or less fever at the Isthmus. It is difficult to keep it away because Colon and Panama are filled with human driftwood and are asylums for refugees from plagues, politics, and criminal courts. The last yellow fever was brought to Panama, curiously enough, by 7 friars from the Philippine Islands. They are all dead but one. Panama is the home of political exiles, unsuccessful revolutionists, and banished presidents of the Central and South American republics. It has a fine hotel, a number of handsome residences, and no end of ruins, which have been accumulating since the time when the governor of the first colony on the American continent began a history that has no parallel for conspiracy and intrigue on the American continent. Usually, the voyage from New York is delightful. People always expect a little weather off Cape Hatteras, but when you pass that unlucky coast and cross the Gulf Stream, you put on lighter clothing and rejoice in the trade winds which temper the heat of the tropics. The days and nights are of equal length. The sunsets are as gorgeous as you see on the Mediterranean, and there is no twilight. The sun rises promptly at the time appointed in the almanac, and when his day's work is done, he drops below the horizon as a tired sailor tumbles into his bunk. As an Irishman would say, the first land you see is a lighthouse, striped like a stick of candy, that marks Watling's Island, where Columbus stumbled upon a new world. There is a little settlement of Negroes and a white magistrate to represent the sovereignty of Queen Victoria. After leaving Watling's, the steamer treads its way through the Bahama archipelago, giving the passengers a panorama of coral islands where the sponge fishers live, groves of coconut trees, and lonely lighthouses that guide the ship to Colon, which from the deck of a steamer is one of the prettiest towns on the coast, but when you get ashore is a disappointment and a delusion. The harbor is enclosed with beautiful hills, whose bright green foliage never fades, and groups of palms nod lazily to each other as they admire the reflection of their own beauty in the water. The palm is the peacock of plants. It is the most graceful tree that grows, but you can't help despising it for being so vain and conceited. The railroad company occupies one end of the town with shops and boarding houses, and at the other end is a group of ornate and elaborate gingerbread villas, erected for the comfort of the large and luxurious staff of the Canal Company. They had clubs, billiard rooms, libraries, hospitals, and everything that a colony of cultured gentlemen could desire except churches. The French christened the Canal Company Cristo Colombo, but the Americans call it Colon. One of the most beautiful and costly at the same time inappropriate statues to the great discoverer overlooks the entrance to the canal. It was erected by the ex-Empress Eugenie and represents Columbus in the garb of a student, with a benign expression on his countenance and his hands resting on the tresses of a crouching Indian girl. A surprising amount of work has been done by the Panama Canal Company, contrary to an almost universal misconception that exists among the American people. De Lesseps dug 2 ditches, each about 18 miles in length, from Colon and Panama toward the center of the isthmus, which are now partially filled with debris. The new company has been working in the interior, cutting through the summit of the Continental Divide, which here rises only 333 feet above the sea, and, with one exception, is the lowest point of land between Bering Sea and the Straits of Magellan. The great obstacle that stands in the way of the Panama Canal is the Chagres River, which receives the drainage of a large area and is perhaps the most depraved and unreliable stream in existence. There are 2 seasons, the wet and the dry. For 5 months it rains a torrent every day, a rainfall of about 4 feet a month. The remainder of the year there is no rain at all. Thus, for 5 months the Chagres River is a Niagara, and for 7 months a shallow, stagnant stream. The problem is to regulate the rainfall so that it will not wash the canal away in the wet season and leave the upper levels without water in the dry. Panama is one of the oldest and quaintest towns in America. Santo Domingo antedates it a few years, but it was the first settlement on Tierra Firme, and the ruins of the original city still lie on the shore of the bay 4 miles south, as they were left by Morgan, the famous buccaneer, who burned and blew up 7,000 houses. The present city dates back to 1673. In 1849, it was the principal station on the route to California. In 1879, the Frenchmen came with their millions, and everybody had money to burn. Then, after a hysterical period, Panama settled down to the sleepy existence which it still retains. The harbor is beautiful, and a group of islands lying about 2 miles from the city is the headquarters of several steamship companies which furnish transportation facilities for the west coast of America. The voyage from Panama south is one of the most fascinating and comfortable that the salt water affords. You are always sure of fine weather, fine ships, and a good sea. It never rains, it never blows, and the swell is not heavy enough to make ordinary people seasick. From Guayaquil to Valparaiso, the passengers are almost always in sight of the Andes, whose feet are buried in the desert lands, whose breasts are wrapped in the foamy clouds, and whose peaks are crowned with spotless snow. The spectacle of the Chimborazo, rising like a king among an army of Titans, is surpassed by few mountain views, and the scenery during the entire distance is always picturesque. The temperature south of Panama is much cooler than north of the isthmus, for the heat is tempered by the Humboldt Current, a cold stream that comes up from the Antarctic zone to cool the atmosphere of the west coast, just as the Gulf Stream brings the warm waters of the tropics to moderate the climate of Europe and North America. For you know that if it were not for the Gulf Stream, everybody in New England would be living like the Eskimo, and potatoes would not grow in Ireland. We crossed the equator at 6 o'clock, Sunday, July 2nd, 1899. The thermometer stood at 76 degrees in the chart room on the shady side of the ship, and at 78 degrees in the companionway leading to the dining room. On the 4th of July, 3 degrees south of the equator, it was 76 at noon and 81 at 4 o'clock. From the deck of the steamer in the evening, Guayaquil looks like a little Paris. It lies along the bank of the river Guayas, and the main street, called El Malecon, stretches for 2 miles or more from a shipyard to a fortress-crowned hill, with 2 decrepit old guns, which are supposed to protect the harbor. El Malecon appears to be lined with long blocks of beautiful marble and stone, and in the evening is brilliantly illuminated. Here appears a row of palaces, then a group of clubs, and beyond a series of blazing ballrooms. In the morning from shipboard, the illusion is not dispelled, and the view is quite as imposing. The architecture is pure and graceful, much of the Moorish order, and the rest on more delicate lines, long arcades like those on the Rue de Rivoli, or the Palais Royal of Paris, and above them balconies sheltered by blinds and awnings of gay canvas have an oriental look. A little railway with tiny cars drawn by diminutive locomotives carries heavy loads of merchandise, cocoa, and sugar between the docks and the warehouses. An interesting kind of craft on Guayas River was called caballitos, or little horses, which consists of bundles of rushes and reeds lashed together and forming a narrow float or raft that tapers off at one end like a gondola. They are as difficult to handle as a canoe, and are used chiefly for fishing. The caballitos look very frail and dangerous when you see them in the water, but it is impossible to sink them. When you leave the Guayas River to go southward, you strike the Zona Seca, the desert coast, as soon as you pass the boundary of Peru. The steamer follows the shore as closely as safety will allow. The surf has pounded it until the soft places have yielded, and its present outlines resemble the wind-carved cliffs on the American desert, and scattered along are many islands gray with guano, dropped by the millions of water birds that make their home along the wayworn and forbidding shore. There are a few indifferent harbors, but most of the towns lie on the unprotected beach, and communication between the steamer and the shore is carried on in large launches, made so buoyant that they ride safely through the surf. Like the arid lands of Arizona and Southern California, the desert coast of Peru is rich in vegetable life wherever it can be moistened. About once in a generation, a shower escapes from the mountains, and the hitherto lifeless earth is immediately illuminated with fruits and flowers whose germs have lain dormant from remote cycles. In 1892, there fell a series of unprecedented rains. The desert was alive with plants and blossoms where nothing but lifeless sand had been before, and where the seeds came from is a question no one has ever been able to answer. The steamer stops at every town for an hour or two, long enough to take on and discharge cargo, and the passengers can go ashore and enjoy diversions from the voyage, which are always interesting. We saw funerals and weddings, and busy markets, and many queer things unique to this locality. Back of the port of Pacasmayo, across the desert and the first mountain range, is the town of Caxamarca, where the traveler may still see the remains of the palace in which Pizarro and his legions strangled Atahualpa, the last of the Incas, and butchered the members of his court after he had filled his prison with gold. And farther down the coast, below Lima, in the midst of the desert, are the ruins of the ancient city of Pachacamac, the Rome and the Mecca of the Incas, where several square miles of roofless and crumbling walls stand as mute but impressive witnesses of the thorough manner in which the Spaniards civilized the New World. Pachacamac was the Christ of the Incas, sent by his father, the sun, to redeem the world, to give life to mankind, and all things necessary for their well-being and happiness. But one temple in the entire empire was dedicated to that supreme being, to which pilgrims were continually coming and going, because it was the duty of every inhabitant once in his lifetime to offer sacrifices and worship there, and to be buried in the neighborhood of the temple was the supreme ambition of all believers. Immense buildings, now in ruins, were occupied by priests and nuns, who dedicated their lives to the service of the god, and surrounding them was an assemblage of spacious edifices adorned with enormous wealth, which furnished an irresistible temptation to the avaricious Spaniard. Francisco Pizarro sent his brother Hernando to plunder the city, and amazing stories are told of the silver and gold that he carried away. The ruins of Pachacamac remain as he left them, after he despoiled the temples and palaces and butchered the inhabitants. They are the most accessible, as well as one of the most interesting examples of Inca architecture. Surrounding the city is a cemetery that extends for many miles, where millions upon millions of pious Incas were buried during the centuries that preceded the Spanish occupation. The theory of the resurrection of the body and the immortality of the soul caused them to preserve the dead with great care, and to bury them with the utensils and ornaments which they used in life. Taking advantage of this custom, archaeologists and treasure seekers have excavated large areas in search of mummies, gold and silver ornaments, and other valuable objects that the graves contain. The cemetery has been the scene of such vandalism that it is now a repulsive Golgotha, covered with skulls and bleached bones, broken pottery, and the cerements which have been stripped from the dead. At the foot of the hill, where stood the Temple of the Sun, was a vast building, supposed to have been a convent, in which thousands of women spent their lives spinning and weaving robes for the royal family and vestments for the priests. Its noble walls have made a heroic resistance against time and decay during the 4 centuries since the Spaniards stripped them of their treasures. Under their shadows we took our noonday rest, eating luncheon and talking of the wonders and the mysteries of the sacred place, while a daughter of the Incas brought a bundle of sugar cane upon her back to feed our horses. The west coast of South America has been called a panorama of desolation, being a constant succession of barren cliffs with scarcely a lovely thing for 1,500 miles. The town of Mollendo, the terminus of the railway that connects Bolivia and the interior of Peru with the coast, is built upon a rock that extends into the ocean. Ugly-looking crags project in all directions and make the landing look dangerous, although in reality they are a protection by breaking the force of the surf that rolls in unbroken from the wide Pacific. For, as our captain suggested, what else can you expect when you have nothing else but Australia for a breakwater? Although Mollendo is the second seaport in importance of Peru, the surf is so bad that people cannot always land there. Sometimes, passengers on the steamers have to continue to the next port and remain until the surf subsides. At all times, the experience of landing is not such as to encourage nervous and timid people, although it furnishes the passengers who are lucky enough to remain on board with some exciting and amusing spectacles. The water used by the people of Mollendo is brought 85 miles in an 8-inch pipe, which lies partly underground and partly on the surface of the desert. along the line of the railway from the river Chile, which is tapped in the mountains at a height of 7,275 feet above the sea level. Farther south, at Iquique, they have a similar pipe, which brings the water 148 miles, and that which supplies Antofagasta is 185 miles long. The water is used both for the consumption and irrigation, and wherever it touches the soil, there springs forth most luxuriant vegetation. For the first 10 miles out of Mollendo, the railway runs along the beach. Then it enters a quebra, or ravine, and begins its weary climb up the mountain side. It passes first through a region of rocks and sand upheaved by some great cataclysm, and continues to wind like a snake in and out of the irregularities of the mountains. There are double curves and serpentines and horseshoes, and at places you can see 3 or 4 levels, one above the other on the same mountain. The first station after leaving the seashore lies at an elevation of 1,000 feet, and there is an average rise of 800 feet between stations thereafter, until we reach Arequipa, which is about 8,000 feet above tidewater. There are no tunnels and only one bridge the entire distance, but the heavy construction is continued, the roadway being actually carved out of the rocks with shovels and picks and dynamite. The train creeps along at the rate of 10 miles an hour, an engine and 2 cars, the first a combination of second class and baggage, and the other neatly upholstered for the use of the first-class passengers. At the stations, piles of freight are awaiting shipment, and droves of patient, melancholy burros, with monstrous heads and leg-like pipe stems, gaze indifferently at the train, as if unconscious of its competition. At every station there is a long wait, and the passengers alight to buy food of the Indian women, who cook it on the spot. About halfway to Arequipa appears a group of splendid mountains, Carachani, which is 20,800 feet, Coropuno, one of the highest peaks in South America, which measures 22,000 feet, and Misti, a slumbering volcano that rises from the desert like a stately dome. At frequent intervals, crosses have been erected where men have died, and there is a ghastly shrine hung with ribs, thigh bones, skulls, and other melancholy reminders of the uncertainty of human life upon these awful deserts. Some of the victims died of disease during the construction of the railway, others perished of thirst or exhaustion while crossing the pampas. All of them were once buried in the sand, but the wind uncovered their bones, which kindly hands have collected and hung about the emblem of the crucifixion. Upon the desolate pampas of Peru is found an extraordinary phenomenon known as medanos, crescent-shaped piles of white crystals, rising to a height of sometimes 12 and sometimes 20 feet at the center of the arc, and molded with perfect symmetry. The arms of the crescents are of equal length, and always point to the north. The medanos move continually, making an average distance of about 10 feet a month, but each pile keeps its own sand, and in a mysterious manner they never mix, nor do they increase in numbers. Veterans who have been passing over the desert for half a century claim that the number of medanos is no greater now than it was 25 or 30 years ago. The valley broadens as you approach Arequipa, and its fertility is shown by an emerald ribbon that illuminates the gloomy grandeur of the scenery. Irrigating ditches creep around the mountain sides and empty their contents over the slopes. Farmhouses are built of loose boulders, without mortar, and are thatched with roofs of straw in the shape of pyramids, over which a coating of clay has been placed to protect them from rain and wind. On almost every farm is a circular corral built of boulders with a stone floor, in which the wheat is trampled out of the straw by the hooves of the animals, and many other curious and interesting objects are seen on every hand. Arequipa is a quaint and queer old town, and has the reputation of being the most religious city in the world. Freemasons are not allowed to live there, Protestants are ostracized, and the people devote a great part of their time to religious ceremonies. Again, it is equally famous for the purity of its atmosphere. The air is said to be clearer and the sky bluer than anywhere else. Being surrounded by deserts, every breeze that reaches Arequipa is sapped of moisture. Nothing putrefies. Decay is arrested in animate as well as inanimate life, so that everything dead dries up and blows away. Arequipa has been celebrated too for several centuries as the seat of learning and a center of literary life. The most influential citizens are the monks. It has produced many famous ecclesiastical scholars and statesmen, and although its university is not so much sought by students as it used to be, many young men are sent there from all parts of South America to be educated. Another source of satisfaction is that the old Spanish families have kept their blood pure and can trace their pedigree back further, it is claimed, than those of any part of South America. Therefore they are proud, very proud, and exclusive. But pure air and pure blood are about all they have to brag of, for in the preservation of their dignity and the contemplation of their virtues, they have little time to devote to their other pursuits, and poverty prevails to a most painful degree among some of the oldest and most aristocratic families. The women are beautiful, the men are reserved and austere. Progress and modern ideas are looked upon as an evidence of vulgarity, and the fact that Arequipa is so slow and old-fashioned is a matter of congratulation rather than regret. Arequipa is the home of Señor Don Eduardo López de Romana, the second civilian who has been president of Peru. A civil engineer by profession, he takes little interest in politics, which is a distinguishing characteristic in a country where politics has absorbed the attention of the people to a degree that has been seriously detrimental to its material interests. But what distinguishes Romana still more is that he did not seek the presidency, a fact absolutely unique in the history of the South American republics. Because of the arid climate and the absence of clouds, the city of Arequipa was selected as the site of the astronomical and meteorological observatories of Harvard University. Observers are engaged in making a map of the heavens of the southern hemisphere, the elevation and the purity of the atmosphere enabling them to reach many stars that are not visible in other localities, while meteorological records of great scientific usefulness are made by automatic instruments on the top of the volcano Misti. Passenger trains leave Arequipa for Lake Titicaca on Thursdays and Sundays at 7 o'clock in the morning. Freight trains run every day. The track climbs around the base of the volcano Misti. The mountains are bare and seem to be composed of alternate layers of rock and baked clay. The latter looks like chalk and cuts like cheese. It was very convenient and useful for grading purposes, and on the mountain sides are great cavities, which were shoveled out for this purpose, whose walls are as regular and as smooth as if they had been done with a carving knife. At intervals of a few miles are lovely valleys, showing where the water has been gathered and utilized for irrigation, for the soil is rich and produces in a most prolific manner anything that man can plant. Sugarcane and wheat grow side by side, cotton and corn intermingle their foliage, and potatoes and melons and ordinary vegetables and fruits grow as they do in California. We crossed the Grand Divide at Crucero Alto, the High Cross, a collection of adobe huts, and a well-built station upon the front of which is an inscription to inform the traveler that it is the highest point upon the railway and 14,666 feet above the sea. There are mining settlements in Peru at a greater elevation, but for many years this was the highest point in the world at which steam was used for motive power. The highest elevation ever reached by a railway is Galera Tunnel, on the Araya Road of Peru, 15,665 feet. The inhabitants are mostly railwaymen, it being the end of a division, and the families of the shepherds who watch their flocks upon the pampas that surround it. At Crucero Alto, water freezes every night of the year, and the thermometer often falls to 6, 8, and 10 degrees below zero. There are no facilities for artificial heat, not even fireplaces, and people keep themselves warm by putting on ponchos and other extra wraps. At noonday, the sun is intensely hot because of the elevation and rarity of the atmosphere, and blisters the flesh of those who are not accustomed to it. There is a difference of 20 and sometimes 30 degrees in the temperature of the shade and sunshine. Water will freeze in the shade, while in the sunshine 20 feet away, men may be working in their shirt sleeves. The natives seem to be entirely inured to cold, and go about barefooted and bare-legged over the ice and stones, and have a way of heaping blankets on their heads and wrapping up their faces to keep the pure air out of their throats and nostrils. The women who herd the flocks are often out on the mountains for weeks at a time, without a shelter or anything to eat except parched corn, strips of dried meat, and cocoa leaves, which are the most powerful of nerve stimulants. From Crucero Alto, the highest town in the world, the Southern Railroad of Peru drops into the Lagunitas, the lake region of the Cordillera, where 14,250 feet above the sea is a group of large lakes of very cold pure water, without inlet or outlet, that receive the drainage of a large area and conceal it somewhere, but there is no visible means of its escape. A fringe of ice forms around the edges of the lake every night the year round. A curious phenomenon about the lakes is that they keep the same level all the time, regardless of the dry and rainy seasons. No amount of rain will make any difference in their depth, which, however, in the center is unknown, and this adds to the awe and mystery with which they are regarded by the Indians. There are no boats upon the lakes except a few small balsas, or rafts made of bundles of straw, which keep very close to the shore for fear of being drawn into whirlpools that are said to exist in the center. There is some foundation for this fear, for only 2 or 3 years ago, a balsa containing 5 men disappeared in the darkness and was never heard of again. In the whirlpool near the center of Lake Popo, which receives the waters of Lake Titicaca, hundreds of men have lost their lives. Boats that are drawn into the current are whirled swiftly around a few times and then disappear. For the protection of navigators, the government of Bolivia has anchored a lot of buoys in Lake Popo, and boatmen who observe them are in no danger. There is supposed to be an underground outlet from all of these lakes into the ocean. Articles which have been thrown into their waters have afterward been picked up on the seacoast near Arica, and on the beach in that locality are frequently found cornstalks, reeds, and other debris which do not grow on the coast, but are found in great abundance among the interior lakes. After crossing the Grand Divide at Crucero Alto, you enter the great basin that lies between the 2 ranges of the Andes, and is known to the natives as Puna, 500 miles in length, and from 20 to 300 miles in width. Before the conquest, it was the most populous and productive part of Peru, and the center of the great Inca Empire. On either side, this mighty tableland is supported by the buttresses of the Andes and the Cordillera, and the ranges of snow-covered peaks can be seen to the east and to the west from every eminence, a vast chaos of mountains, ranges, and cross-ranges, bleak, barren, and lifeless. In no part of the world does nature assume more imposing forms or offer more striking contrasts. The deserts and the mountains are as bare and repulsive as the Sahara, but the valleys are as luxuriant and productive as those of Italy. Eternal summers sit side by side with everlasting winter, and the perfume of flowers and fruits is borne across repulsive wastes of sand and rock. Under these conditions, the Incas maintained a government the first known to the world in which the equal rights of every human being were recognized, a community that anticipated the ideas of modern socialism, that worshipped a God whose instincts and attributes were almost parallel with those of Jehovah. Men who have shivered in the snowy mountains recognized the sun as the source of heat and light, the greatest blessing they enjoyed, and gave it the chief place in their pantheon. The railway through the mountains of Peru is said to be the best in South America. It has a fine track, quite as smooth as any we find in the United States. Most of the freight is furnished by the mines, silver, copper, and gold ores. A considerable quantity of wool is exported, also a few hides. The inward freight is merchandise for Bolivia and Cusco, and supplies for the mines. The greater part of it appears to have come from Germany, and it is remarkable how rapidly the Germans are absorbing the commerce of this country. There are fine cattle on all the ranges, much better than on the lower altitudes, and as the train approaches the center of the basin, the population seems to increase and appears more prosperous until we come to Juliaca, where the railroad divides one branch running to the city of Puna, Lake Titicaca, where a line of steamers furnishes transportation to Bolivia, and the other to the ancient town of Cusco, the capital of the Inca Empire. 400 years ago, Cusco was the most important city in America, with a population of 200,000 or more, and a wealth that few communities of humankind have ever surpassed. It is now a dismal, dirty, half-deserted habitation of from 30,000 to 40,000 ignorant and indolent Indians, with perhaps 500 or 600 whites, who own the property and conduct what little business is done there. Cusco was the residence of a long line of kings, who lived in splendid circumstances, surrounded by courts of enormous riches and remarkable taste for art and architecture, considering the isolation in which they lived and their ignorance of other nations beyond the mountains and ocean that confine them. Each successive Inca built a new palace at Cusco, and several erected temples and convents that rivaled the royal residences in extent and magnificence. It is almost impossible to believe the narratives of writers who went there with Pizarro and witnessed the city before it was plundered and destroyed, but the ruins are mute witnesses of its former opulence and power. The means of grace are abundant. For a population of less than 40,000, there are 30 churches and 11 convents and monasteries, which are marvels of architectural beauty. The courts and cloisters of the convents are admirable in their proportions and challenge admiration with the great cathedrals and monasteries of Europe. In La Merced lie the remains of Juan and Gonzalo Pizarro, the brothers of the conqueror of Peru, and those of Almagro, his partner in the conquest. These temples were more splendid in their day than anything that existed in the New World, but are now the crumbling victims of time and negligence. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The Colonial Expansion of France by Jean C. Bruck of Vassar College. It was not till the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century that France attained anything corresponding to her present extent on the European continent and began seriously her extraterritorial expansion. The establishments made by French traders upon the Gold Coast and the Ivory Coast in the 14th century, and the conquest and conversion of the people of the Canary Islands in 1402 by Jean de Bethencourt, had foreshadowed what was to come. But the beginning of real expansion rose upon the west coast of France. Basque and Breton fishermen went early to the distant north, to Iceland and Labrador. It is probable that they visited Newfoundland before Cabot, for they fished there at an earlier period than the English. Later, following the examples of the kings of Spain and England, the King of France became interested in the exploration of the New World. Verrazano, in the service of France, visited the Atlantic coast of North America in 1523, and 11 years later Jacques Cartier, ascending the St. Lawrence, opened boundless possibilities of expansion for France in the New World. Motives animating the first French colonies. Religious considerations predominated over secular ones in many ventures made at this time. In view of the precarious situation of Protestants, Admiral Coligny wished to establish on the American continent colonies which, in case of need, would be possible places of refuge for French religious dissenters. 65 years before the sailing of the Mayflower, he endeavored to found a colony in South America, and 6 years later one in Florida. The first failed because of the inexperience of the colonists, and the second one was destroyed by the Spaniards because of its Protestant character. There are many who are fond of explaining most of the determinations of French history by racial factors, and erroneous ones at that. It is well to remember that though the French are Latins by their language and by much of their culture, they are, like the British, predominantly Celto-Germanic in blood. They have an ethnographical peculiarity which in the past has always fostered colonial enthusiasm. They do not easily isolate themselves from society. Solitude is not pleasant to them. They are too communicative for that. Their thought more naturally seeks outward expression than concentration. An almost irresistible impulse leads them to wish to impart to others the principles and ideas which they value for themselves. Touch them strongly with religious emotion and they become missionaries. Thus France has more Catholic missionaries than all the other Catholic countries taken together. One cannot speak too highly of their zeal, of their almost complete surrender of selfhood, of their devotion, which at times attains the purest forms of heroism. Though chartered companies were at work, it was predominantly a religious motive which led to expansion in Canada. Quebec, ever a religious city, was founded by Champlain, a very devout man. Montreal from the first was a center of missionary and philanthropic effort on behalf of the Indians. The missionaries and the coureurs de bois radiated in every direction, the former to win souls and the latter for the satisfaction of a restless spirit. Together they won a new empire for France. The loftiest possible aims predominated in this movement. Their ideal, to unite the whole Indian population into a great Christian confederation, was in perfect keeping with Henry IV's dreams of universal peace. Meanwhile, under Richelieu and Colbert, expansion was taking place in other directions, reaching Guyana, some islands of the West Indies, and Senegal and Réunion Island in the Indian Ocean. The westward advance of Nicole was contemporaneous with the first possession of Madagascar. While La Salle was working toward the Mississippi, France was expanding in India. Now was her golden opportunity in North America, but many causes, in no wise connected with the colonial capacities of the nation, were at work to prevent her from making the best use of her opportunity. Reasons of the failure of France to retain her colonies in America and India. Like other nations of the times, France had an inadequate appreciation of the economic value of colonies. To her North American possessions, she preferred colonies yielding tropical produce and spices, like the West Indies. She did not care to encourage the production of articles common to Canada and to France. Thus, immigration upon any large scale was prevented by the fact that the people did not feel the penury of land as in some countries. Another national trait worked in the same direction. Love of order, which led France to impose rules upon religion, politics, art, and literature, brought needless restraints. There were no commercial, no municipal, and no provincial liberties. Love of consistency demanded the introduction of feudal institutions, some of which have survived to this day. The people, suffering at home from them, found no incentive to go to the colonies where they would still be under the same restrictions. The intolerance of the clergy in Canada produced similar results. They opposed the advent of Protestants. The whole history of America would have been different had the Huguenots been allowed to settle in New France. Then men like Lorentz, Boudinot, Jay, Marion, Delancey, De Peyster, Depew, and thousands whose virtues and intelligence were so potent in building up the best life of this republic would have wielded their influence in Canada. A fact of transcendent importance in determining the fortunes of the French colonies was the geographical position of France itself. Had she been an island, her transatlantic history would have been different. She would have kept aloof from those numerous continental contentions into which at times she entered on account of the necessities of her position, but more often for feudal motives and with disastrous results. However, the ultimate fact which shaped the fate of Canada was the mother country. The expansion of a country can go satisfactorily only in so far as it is supported by a sound national life. The reign of Louis XIV was bound to be fatal to the colonies because of its abuses and disorders. Nothing could have saved finances at the mercy of a personal power surrounded by flatterers, courtesans, and mistresses. The ruin of the national finances entailed the ruin of the navy. No navy, no colonies. The resultant of these causes led naturally to the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the first important colonial collapse of France. The reign of Louis XV did not alter for the better the working of causes which had proven so fatal. The results of the national life led to the Treaty of Paris in 1763, which involved the total surrender of Canada and the vast domain of India to England and Louisiana to Spain, almost the whole colonial domain. The most intelligent part of the French population had a very inadequate sense of the loss. Argenson had already said that if he were the King of France, he would give all of his colonies for a pin's head. Choiseul was glad to give Canada to England because American colonies, delivered from the presence of the French, would revolt against their mother country. France is not now grateful to him for his practical joke, though it was against England. Voltaire refers to the whole Ohio basin as a few acres of snow. Among other things, he expresses the very charitable wish to see Canada at the bottom of the sea. The wise Montesquieu is not wiser. Kings, he said, should not dream of populating great countries by colonies. The ordinary effect of colonies is to weaken the country whence they are drawn without populating those to which they are sent. Economists insisted that the process was ruinous. Philosophers and philanthropists objected to colonies because of the presence of slaves in most of them. So indifferent was the French government that before signing an alliance with the American colonists, it made a formal renunciation of its North American possessions, and in the sweeping arraignments of the Ancien Régime, not one refers to the loss of a vast colonial empire. To this blind indifference to transatlantic colonies, there were some exceptions. Many Frenchmen realized the importance of the Newfoundland fisheries, and France clung tenaciously to them. Notwithstanding the clearness of French rights, Englishmen did their utmost on the morrow of the Treaty of Paris to deprive Frenchmen of their privileges. This intensified in the French heart the bitterness felt against an enemy which, however admirable in some respects, had never displayed any generosity in victory and seldom any fidelity to its treaties. The hypothetical explanation by Professor Seeley of the wars between England and France during 100 years as a competition for the New World is one of those fascinating generalizations of historians which, on the French side at least, has but a slender support. Frenchmen, in all the wars of the Revolution and of the Empire, seldom thought they were contending for a vast empire. In their eyes it did not appear worth the powder burned. How could the revolutionists, busy at home with a program of reforms never attempted at one time by any nation, contending against local uprisings and against united Europe, think of the colonies that they had lost? Although they defended the colonies that were left to them, the solution of the problem of freedom upon the continent reacted in some colonies. When the revolutionists decreed the abolition of slavery, the San Domingo royalists signed a treaty with England that they might keep their slaves. As to Napoleon, Europe was the field of his ambition. If he thought of India, it was that he might strike his enemy at her most vulnerable point. Had he cherished the designs ascribed to him by Sealy, he would never have sold Louisiana to the United States. His wars left France diminished, not only in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. The strategic position of the Indian Ocean, the island of Mauritius, was ceded to England, and with it, through the astute governor of that island, was raised the problem of Madagascar. The beginnings of the newer expansion in Africa and Asia. The Restoration was timid in its defense of French colonial rights. Its power, restored by foreign bayonets, was so unsteady at home that it could do little abroad and cared to do but little. Yet it was this same Bourbon government that inaugurated the newer expansion, which was destined to better fortune. This expansion, unlike that of England, was not the result of a well-concerted design, but of an imperative necessity. The Algerians, unmindful of the lessons which they had received in 1815 from Admiral Decatur and in 1817 from Lord Exmouth, were desolating the Mediterranean coasts and especially the coasts of France. France reluctantly took Algiers. The Orleanists accepted the campaign in Algeria as a troublesome inheritance and gallantly attempted its never-ending conquest. Here France faced some of the most fearless warriors of the world, men whose bravery was heightened by religious fanaticism. England has never found upon her path such an ethnic and religious barrier. Some public men, even as late as 1845, proposed to abandon the province to its own fate. This fortunately was not done, but, on the contrary, the French flag was planted upon French Congo and Grand-Bassam in Africa, and upon important groups of the Polynesian Islands. During the Second Empire, colonial interests did not receive the attention which they deserved. Colonial preeminence in distant lands demands the preeminence of colonial interests at home. Not art, not philosophy, not science, not social life, but colonial aims should be first in the national thought. This was far from the case during the Second Empire. However, the pacification of Algeria was progressing and French rule was extending southward. Napoleon encouraged the enlargement of Senegal eastward and took possession of Obock, near the Red Sea, New Caledonia in the Pacific, and Cochin China in Asia. The Third Republic marks a signal advance. To some, colonies seem poor compensations, but nevertheless compensations for Alsace. The brightening of the situation in Algeria was an incentive for wider experiments. The consciousness of the growing inferiority of France in territorial extent as compared with the great powers of the world also encouraged the expansion idea. The objection that the stationary population of France is fatal to expansion is rather an argument for it. The birth rate of Frenchmen has always been higher in the temperate colonies than at home. In Algeria, it is 15 per thousand higher than in Vermont and 11 higher than in France. In Tunis, it is double that of Vermont and 14 per thousand higher than in France. This, however, is not of much moment, inasmuch as most of the French territories cannot become the permanent home of Europeans. Colonies essential to a great power. Colonies to many have appeared necessary to progress, and their lack or their subordinate importance as leading to retrogression. Colonization, says M. Paul Leroy-Beaulieu, is for France a question of life and death. It means self-propagation and self-protection. In order not to be behind the great powers, she must share in that great movement of territorial enlargement which is a common trait of great nations. Without the shedding of much blood, France established a protectorate over Tunis. Senegal became the starting point of a march eastward, continued until the French flag waved over Timbuktu, the mysterious city of Tennyson, shadowing forth the unattainable. French Guinea, the Ivory Coast, Dahomey, and the French Congo were extended eastward and northward until they met, and with the Sahara, Tunis, and Algeria formed a continuous whole from the Congo River and the Ubangi to Algiers, practically the whole of northwestern Africa, with the exception of important territorial indentations on the coast held by different European powers and Morocco. On the east side of Africa, France endeavored to regain Madagascar, whence she had been so cleverly expelled by Lord Farquhar. She succeeded in establishing a protectorate, and as the Hovas eluded its consequences in 1895, General Duchesne led a brave little army to the heights of Imerna and seized the capital, Antananarivo. Diplomatic considerations led France to annex the island, though her intention was only to secure a real protectorate. At the same period she advanced from Cochin China and Cambodia to Annam, Tonkin, and Laos. The whole Mekong Valley thus opened to her, and the territories to the east constitute what is now known as Indochina. She is thus well situated for a work of penetration into China. Indochina contains about 285,000 square miles, and is therefore larger than the South Atlantic states. This makes France an Asiatic as well as an African power. Her colonies are 17 times larger than her own European territory. Those of Africa are 13 times her size. After making allowances for the worthlessness of a large part of these territories, there still remains an empire 5 or 6 times as extensive as France, with immense economic possibilities. The reaction of colonization on French life and thought. This expansion is not only the realization of a national purpose, but the outlet of a new life which has arisen during the Republic. Some have spoken of the unusual development of the Army and Navy, but this is only a part of a larger movement that has manifested itself by a corresponding educational, scientific, artistic, industrial, philosophical, ethical, and religious development. Even though appearances may be to the contrary, never has France seen such a display of national energy. The territorial expansion has called for the cooperation of every one of these forces and modified them. The Army has witnessed its own transformation not only by the introduction of new, picturesque African and Asiatic elements, but by changing the soldier in the colonies into an overseer, a teacher, a gardener, a farmer, or a road builder. It is modifying the national education. The contact with varied ethnographical types forces Frenchmen to reconsider their fundamental conception of man. This movement, as well as the development of interest in the science of geography, contributed to a vast work of exploration. The list of French explorers during the Third Republic is as long as it is choice. Gallienne, de Brazza, Gentile, Mizan, Montet, Binger, Fonte, and Marchand are names long to be remembered in France for their services, no less to their country than to the cause of knowledge. Science, enriched by enormous contributions to geography, botany, anthropology, and ethnography, is helping in return. Scientific literature relating to the colonies is accumulating. Colonial methods have become rationalized, as may be seen in Tunis, Madagascar, and Indochina. Fearless and able historians are shedding light upon past colonial errors. Artists are turning to new fields with enlarging results, and men of letters are beginning to paint the life of the new possessions. At the same time, an important change has been taking place in the French mind in reference to colonial life. With the telegraph and the newspaper, the Frenchman has no longer the aversion to colonization which he had in former days. Soldiers ask to remain in the colonies when their service is at an end. Many are happy in their new home beyond the sea. The Comité du Pleix in Paris works to increase their number. The government, with all its changes and inconsistencies, has had a definite program to consolidate the different parts of French North African possessions into one vast empire. Everywhere are springing up schemes for new railroads and for the use of watercourses. The railroads of Algeria and Tunis are extending. That between the Senegal and the Niger River is advancing. Among the schemes most strenuously advocated is the Trans-Saharan Railroad, which would take passengers from London and Paris to Lake Chad in less than 6 days. With the recent conquest of Insala, this road is a colonial necessity. The gradual advance of France southward has changed all the conceptions previously entertained concerning Africa. So too there has been aroused an ambition for a greater France, extending from Calais to the Congo Free State, a France scarcely intercepted by the Mediterranean Sea, with Algiers not more distant in time from Paris than Omaha is from New York, and with Lake Chad within as easy access as is the Pacific coast from the same city. This view is not widely entertained, but it is rapidly gaining ground, and the people are fast becoming colonialistic. Let us now consider the positive, permanent results of French colonization. It is impossible to pass by the French colony of Canada. After 137 years of British rule, it is still French and unassimilated by its conquerors. In fact, the reverse in some places is true. There are names of Anglo-Saxon origin, such as Donaldson and MacGregor, borne by men who do not speak English. The French constitute an important factor in the destinies of Canada. Their bilingual education gives them a great advantage. There are those among them who hold high places in literature. Some are eminent in the judiciary world, some are professors in the universities, and the Prime Minister is a French Canadian. The population of Mauritius, not unlike that of Canada in character and condition, is still very strong in its French sympathies. It may be said that if the French of Mauritius remain untouched by English institutions, those of Réunion seem to have been unaffected by the thought and life of contemporary France. The remnants of the old French possessions of India are not of much moment. Saint-Pierre et Miquelon, near Newfoundland, generally known as St. Pierre, are serving an important national purpose. They are the center of fisheries so extensive that at least 40,000 persons in France and in St. Pierre depend upon them. They are also nurseries of well-trained seamen, indispensable to the French Navy. It should be remembered that these colonies are but dislocated fragments of two vast colonial empires, and that their experiences prove nothing as to French colonial ability. French colonies in Asia. Of the newer colonies, there are the Polynesian possessions, which territorially are not very important, but whose value will be greatly affected by the American Trans-Isthmian Canal. The most promising is New Caledonia. It has the advantage, which so many French colonies lack, of being very rich in minerals, the extraction of which has proven very remunerative. Though a penal colony, it is attracting from France new elements whereby the wealth of the island will be developed. While making mistakes of policy and of judgment, France has achieved many beneficent results in Indochina. She has introduced an order in the country which had never existed before, has organized the finances and instituted regular budgets. That of Indochina in 1898 had a surplus of 9 million francs. She has introduced the État Civil, which is a great instrument of social security and social justice. She has established schools, model farms, important railroads, telegraphs, river navigation, quays, beautiful buildings, and extensive public works. Commerce has increased, and a study of the number of Frenchmen who have settled in this colony as compared with the Englishmen who have settled in India would be to the advantage of Indochina. Madagascar, the Sahara, and Tunis. Africa seems to be the great sphere of French expansion. On the east side she has Obak, close to the southern entrance of the Red Sea. Its value is largely strategic. It has a good harbor, good water, and the territory is said to contain much coal. Madagascar is one of the most hopeful colonies. The work of France here has been both destructive and constructive. She has overthrown the despotic oriental government of the Hovas. The insurrection which followed was not so much the result of French conquest as the continuation of the movement of the Vahanelos, outlaws who for many years had been a very disturbing element. General Gallieni, in a most humane manner, restored order. The island is now more pacified than it ever was during the last 10 years of the Hova government. The tribes are happy to have their own tribal chiefs and to be delivered from the former Hova governors, hated by all. Slavery has been abolished. State compulsory labor has been freed of its worst and more arbitrary features. The state church, with its official hypocrisy, has been disestablished. The schools founded by the missionaries before the conquest have gained in number and character. In the province of Imerna, French Protestant missions have 800 schools, the Catholic 700, the English and Norwegian missionaries 250, and the government 150. All fair-minded men must recognize that missionaries have never had a truer freedom nor a truer security in the island than now. France has constructed important public works. She has built roads from the capital to the coast on 2 sides of the island, which previously was roadless. Now heavy trucks drawn by oxen take the place of men's backs in the transportation of goods from the coast to Antananarivo, the capital. This work will be done before long by a railroad. Telegraphic lines built by France extend in many directions. An extensive agricultural development is taking place, and a new life has dawned for that interesting island. The field which is likely to undergo the greatest immediate changes is that immense possession south of the Sahara. With the exception of Senegal and other establishments upon the western littoral, the whole territory is as yet but very imperfectly organized. Vast districts have never been explored. Recent applications for concessions have been great. 3/4 of the French Congo have been leased by French companies, 40 of which during the last year have here invested no less than $10 million. Whatever may be the economic future of this section of Africa, some positive results, which cannot but be approved by all, are already visible. First, there has been an overthrow of the cruel African despots, black Caligulas, represented by Ahmadin, Bahausen, and Samri. Second, the stopping of the slave trade with its indescribable horrors. Third, the great efforts made to bring back the natives to agriculture, from which they have been driven by wars or slave trade. Fourth, the rapid building of roads. One, 560 miles long, binds Timbuktu with Dahomey, and another of 500 miles forms the chord of an arc described by the bend of the Niger River. Miss Mary H. Kingsley, the remarkable English lady traveler and scientist, has testified to the beneficent influence of France upon that part of the Dark Continent. When the Senegal-Niger Railroad is finished and the Trans-Saharan built, under the blessings of Pax Gallica, a life never dreamed of will spring up in these territories. Tunis is one of the most successful colonies of the world. The following facts concerning the work of France there are indisputable. First, she has introduced a security of life never known before. Second, she has improved the finances. Third, she has given a great impetus to agriculture and brought Tunis in touch with the markets of the world. Fourth, she has greatly ameliorated the administration of justice. Fifth, she has given a great impetus to education. In 1892, the budget for that purpose was between 160,000 and 180,000 francs. Sixth, over 600 miles of railroad have been built. Roads have been constructed upon a large scale. In fact, this has been one characteristic of the expansion of France in Madagascar, in Senegal, Algeria, and Tunis. With the recent stupendous development of the automobile and its introduction into the colonies, the building of these roads is of the greatest significance. Algeria is the most important achievement of France because of the internal development of that colony and its organic relations with continental France. Algiers, the former stronghold of African piracy, has become safer than London, and Algeria as safe as France. Though colonization in South Africa began in 1652, the Dutch and the British have not attracted thither many more than 700,000 Europeans. In 70 years, France has drawn to North Africa 600,000 Europeans, and if she has had the advantage of nearness, she has not had that of rich minerals, which are such demographic magnets. I have an absolute confidence not only in the power of Frenchmen to make the natives accept the present regime as the will of Allah, but in the ultimate reconciliation of both races. France has all along shown her genius to win to her men of other nations and races. The Navarrese united to France are most loyal, while those of Spain are still restless. Alsace, though ethnographically Germanic, longs to return to France. Corsica, though Italian, is attached to her Gallic conquerors. Savoy, after some 40 years of union, displays an unquestionable loyalty. In every French colony one sees signs of the growing attachment of the natives. The English and the Dutch have perhaps secured more respect from the inferior races, but the French more love. For a long time Algeria had as its governor the distinguished gentleman who now represents France so ably in the United States, Monsieur Jules Cambon. To him, more than to any other living man, French North Africa owes its encouraging advance. He has helped all to secure the best advantages from the juxtaposition of two forms of society and two civilizations, with their conflicting aspirations. Economic aspects of French colonization. It is an extraordinary fact that with an energetic utilitarian foreign population, which like all such aggregations are impatient at any obstacle to their gains, the natives in Algeria should have kept to this day 12/13 of their soil. France has protected them with a real solicitude. They are ruled by Moslem law and by their own judges when they form homogeneous communities. They are gradually assimilating something of the Western spirit, and this to an extent of which they are not conscious. The parts which are predominantly peopled by Europeans enjoy institutions almost identical with those of France. It is her policy to give her colonists the same institutional advantages which they would have enjoyed at home. St. Pierre has all the administrative and educational machinery of the mother country. Catholics, Protestants, Hebrews, and Moslems in Algeria receive similar state support. The educational machinery of France has been extended there. Efficient common schools, academies and colleges, schools of law, medicine, pharmacy, science, and belles lettres have been established. Young women have a lycée in Oran, and able courses of secondary education are organized for them in several cities. The economic condition is steadily improving. The railroads, which at the outset were considered the wildest speculation, are fast approaching their remunerative point. Rich deposits of phosphates have been discovered in southern Algeria and Tunis. It is almost certain that there are further south large quantities of nitrates. These may prove to be the gold mines of North Africa. Algeria and Tunis not only furnish their own food and that of the French garrisons, but they have a large export account. In a fair year it amounts to 3 or 4 million quintals of wheat, 4 or 5 million hectoliters of wine, more than 1 million sheep, 60 or 80,000 oxen, 100,000 quintals of wool, large quantities of tobacco, iron, zinc, and lead ores. The neighborhood of Algiers is the winter garden of Paris, sending daily during the season steamers to Marseille loaded with garden produce, which is distributed through France. More and more a twofold current of life binds Africa with France and France with Africa. French civilization moves southward with its imperfections, with the usual concomitants of such movements, but also with blessings unspeakable for the natives. It is not astonishing, then, that the North African colonies should excite a very legitimate enthusiasm among Frenchmen. Monsieur Paul Leroy-Beaulieu says, Algeria and Tunis are and will remain the first European colonies of Africa. The late Grant Allen has expressed the desire that in the interest of civilization, the beneficent French power, as Hamerton puts it, might ultimately be permitted to extend over Morocco. The natives under France have as a whole suffered less from their contact with European civilization than those under other great powers. Were Parkman still among us, he might repeat, concerning the lower races that come in touch with France, what he said of the Indian. Spanish civilization crushed the Indian. English civilization scorned and neglected him. French civilization embraced and cherished him. French expansion should not be judged by its economic results, yet even from that point of view it is gradually becoming more satisfactory. The trade of the colony reaches $231 million, $160 million of which is with France. Were she to allow her colonies to levy duties upon metropolitan goods, most of them would have a large surplus. But even though they are not self-supporting, neither are all the departments of France. The spirit of national solidarity, which embraces poor departments, must also prevail in the colonies. Yet it must be admitted that the French colonies still cost far too much, and that 85 million francs, or $17 million a year, is excessive, though there are many signs that the regular demands upon the budget will soon decrease. The colonial expansion of France has not only influenced for good the peoples whom it has reached and reacted favorably upon the French themselves, but it is also working for international enrichment. Temporarily, her fiscal measures, at some particular points, may disturb certain old trading establishments of foreign houses, but the development of the new countries and the increase of wealth will counterbalance these obstacles, and the most intelligent producers will have the best economic possibilities, for after all these possibilities are mightiest in the mightiest. End of section 46.
Section 47 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Prevention of Hailstorms by the Use of Cannon. In 1896, the Honorable Albert Steiger, mayor of Windisch Feistritz in Styria, revived an old custom of the preceding century, usually termed weather firing. Formerly, the firing was from ordinary mortars, but Mr. Steiger introduced several modifications. He found that by the use of a funnel attached to the mortar, the efficiency of the shot could be greatly increased. His machine was constructed on the following lines. A heavy block of oak or tough wood was hollowed out so that it could be fastened securely to the mortar by iron clamps, and an iron funnel was then screwed to the block of wood. The funnel is made of sheet iron 2 millimeters thick and has a diameter at the upper opening of 70 centimeters, while at the lower opening its width is only 20 millimeters. In 1897, as many as 36 of these firing stations were established. At first, Mr. Steiger's experiments were sneered at and made the sport both of scientists and of the unscientific. But nevertheless, the severity of the hail, which every year since the 70s had wrought great damage in Styria, ceased in Windisch Feistritz, while in the neighboring districts it became even more destructive. Gradually, the belief in the efficacy of weather shooting as a protection from hail spread to the wine-growing districts in the vicinity of Styria. Here also the experiments proved a great success and were then taken up by Lombardy, Piedmont, and other provinces to the south. Then the Italian deputy, Dr. E. Avery, visited Windisch Feistritz and became also a convert to Steiger's system of weather shooting. He returned to Italy, and under his leadership, similar apparatus, called Steiger Cannon, were rapidly manufactured and set up, especially in Tuscany and Aemilia. Also, an astonishing number of shooting associations sprang up, each with its individual station. In the summer of 1899, the first in which the cannon was used in Italy, no less than 2,000 stations were equipped on the Steiger pattern, and all were very active during the season. The Italians, in fact, became so enthusiastic that a congress was summoned and met November 6 through 8, 1899, in Casale Monferrato. At this congress, the Minister of Agriculture was represented by the Under-Secretary of State, and the Ministries of War and the Interior also sent delegates. 500 participants in the congress appeared, some of them the most distinguished scientists of Italy. Mr. Steiger was elected honorary president, and a committee of 4 eminent professors, representing Styria, Piedmont, and Venice, were appointed to report on the results of the Steiger method for preventing damage from hail. The committee unanimously agreed that if the shooting was commenced in time, the damage from the hail was always averted. A number of instances were cited showing that in the towns where there was no shooting, the destructive violence of the hail continued unabated, whereas in the districts where the shooting was done, no hail occurred. Mr. Steiger, the inventor, however, particularly warns the public against being over-sanguine, as he asserts that, in spite of the many successful results obtained by his process, there is not yet the certainty of its effectiveness. Everyone is naturally asking the question, how can the formation of hail be influenced by weather firing? I confess that I am not able to answer, but I must assert that because we cannot comprehend the process, we have not the right to deny its existence. In explaining the action of the cannon, 2 points are to be considered: the effect of the explosion and the force of the vortex ring that rises from the gun barrel. In the sultry, distressing calm that precedes violent storms, it is almost a natural necessity to make a noise and as loud a noise as possible. One feels that from the sultry calm before the storm misfortune is to come, and that by disturbing the stillness, the misfortune may be turned away. Mr. Steiger states that he was guided by this thought when he began his experiments in 1886. The observation, he says, that every hailstorm is preceded by an absolute stillness of the air, accompanied by heavy oppression, suggested to me the idea of disturbing this calm, which seemed essential to the formation of hail, and therefore I tried weather shooting, which has been known for centuries. That vibrations can destroy the formation of hail has no foundation in physics. As far as our knowledge reaches, for we do not yet understand the hail-forming process, the explosion could not affect the process either through changes in the clouds or by premature freezing of droplets through concussion or through a considerable concussion. We must therefore turn to the second hypothesis, that the effect of the vortex ring from the cannon prevents the formation of hailstones. Mr. Steiger has from the beginning ascribed the successful results from his machine to the effects of the vortex rings. In an official report of an expert from the Imperial Institute, who was sent to investigate the experiments made by Mr. Steiger in 1897, the following statement is made. It was shown that by the discharge of a shot, a vortex ring similar to the common smoke ring is produced and can be seen in reflected sunlight. The ring rises rapidly with a distinct whistling which is audible at a great distance. Observations showed that this whistling could be heard for 13 seconds and in calms for more than 20 seconds. A swallow, which was once struck by one of these vortex rings, fell dead, such was its tremendous force. Mr. Steiger estimates the effectiveness of the shots and the shooting apparatus from the duration of the whistling of the vortex ring. Step by step, the size of the mortar, the depth and breadth of the bore, the form and height of the barrel, the weight of the powder have been carefully determined by experiment, until a most effective combination has been attained. In some experiments at which I was present, I saw the vortex ring shoot upward against the clouds like a shot from a gun barrel and distinctly heard the whistling for 20 to 28 seconds. The astounding force of the vortex ring was best demonstrated by the horizontal shot. A series of peculiar targets were placed at distances of 40, 60, 80, and 100 meters. When the vortex ring struck the targets, it threw down poles which were braced with heavy linen cloth, burst through paper targets in which the paper had a resistance of 12 kilograms, tore loose clamps, and broke one clamp which was 3 centimeters long and 1 1/5 centimeters broad. A large bulldog which was in the way of the vortex ring was tumbled over twice and lost all desire for further observation. In this mechanical power of the vortex ring, we have found the force which may possibly influence the process of hail formation. Unfortunately, as I have mentioned before, we know too little of the process of hail formation to be able to explain more clearly the action of the vortex ring, which certainly exerts a considerable force to a height of from 1,500 to 2,000 meters. End of section 47. Section 48 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The U.S. Signal Corps in Puerto Rico. Through the courtesy of General A. W. Greeley, Chief Signal Officer, U.S. Army, the National Geographic magazine is enabled to publish the accompanying outline map of Puerto Rico, prepared by Major W. A. Glassford, Signal Officer, Department of Puerto Rico. This map shows existing railroads, ports of entry, and the telegraphic, telephonic, and heliographic systems of communication operated by the Signal Corps of the Army. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Russian Railways. The phenomenal growth of Russia in industry and trade during the last 10 years is in large measure due to the gradual reorganization and rapid extension of her railway lines. Until 1889, the government was compelled yearly to meet a heavy loss on all railways which it had guaranteed, but gradually separate roads have been purchased, agreements have been made with a few larger companies, and new lines have been constructed by the government itself. As a result, 60% of Russian railways are now entirely in the hands of the state, and instead of showing a heavy deficit, yield a surplus. During 1899, 75,710,000 passengers were carried on Russian roads, which, with only a few gaps, run from the White to the Black Sea and from the Baltic to the Yellow Sea. The rates of fare on Russian lines are the lowest in the world. End of section 49, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 50 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The new Superintendent of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. Dr. H.S. Pritchard, who will assume the presidency of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the fall, will be succeeded as Superintendent of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey by Mr. O.H. Titman. No man in the United States is better qualified by experience and ability than Mr. Titman to be the head of this important scientific bureau. He entered the service in 1867 when a boy of 17 and has gradually won his way from the lowest to the highest grade. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Revolt of the Ashanti. During the last week of April, the Ashanti, in great force, surrounded Kumasi and fiercely attacked the fort. Though they were beaten off with severe loss, they renewed the attack several times during May, and a general state of insurrection now prevails in the country. Until 1894, Ashanti was a powerful confederation of tribes which successfully withstood subjugation at the hands of the English from the Gold Coast colony, though their capital was conquered and the kingdom much reduced in 1874. In 1895, when the Confederation became weakened by the secession of a number of tribes, a permanent English garrison was stationed in Kumasi, and the kingdom came in fact within the English sphere of influence. Kumasi is about 3 miles in circumference, of an oval shape, and surrounded by an unhealthy swamp. The population probably does not exceed 20,000, of whom not more than 25 are Europeans. It is stated that the garrison of the fort, numbering 358, included only 18 Europeans, the rest being native allies principally from the Fanti tribes along the coast and Mohammedan Hausas who have immigrated from the Niger district of the interior. Reinforcements are on the way from Sierra Leone and Lagos, but from the coast they have to march 180 miles, and for the most part through a wilderness of swamp and virgin forest before reaching Kumasi. The population of the Gold Coast colony, this does not include the tribes of the Ashanti Confederation, is estimated at about 1.5 million and is friendly to British rule. They could not, however, render the English much effectual assistance against a determined revolt of the Ashanti tribes, as they are of a mild and inoffensive disposition. No estimate of the numbers of the Ashanti in rebellion can be formed, but the statement that they muster some 50,000 warriors is not improbable, and most of them are armed with old-fashioned percussion-cap guns. Ashanti is famous for its gold and goldsmiths, and for skill in the weaving of cotton. The climate has the reputation of being the most deadly in the world for foreigners of every nationality. End of section 51, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 52 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Miscellanea. A brochure containing every decision of the U.S. Board on Geographic Names is now in press and will soon be ready for distribution. The board, which has recently been enlarged, consists of Henry Gannett, Chairman, Marcus Baker, Secretary, Andrew H. Allen, Otis T. Mason, H. G. Ogden, A. B. Johnson, Harry King, Major James L. Lusk, A. Von Hake, H. T. Bryan, and John Hyde. The meteorological chart of the Great Lakes, which was last year issued monthly during the season of navigation by the U.S. Weather Bureau as an experiment, will hereafter be a permanent feature of the Weather Bureau work. The chart proved so serviceable in 1899 that it is now indispensable to vessels sailing between the lake ports. It is edited by Professor A. J. Henry and Mr. Norman B. Conger of Detroit, Michigan. For the first time in its history, the actual sea levels, mileage, latitudes, and longitudes of the Mississippi River are being determined. The work is in the hands of the Mississippi River Commission, the Board of Army and Civilian Engineers charged with the duty of improving this vast watercourse. As years of experiment and more or less defined effort at improvement have not resulted in permanent good all along, the Commission has wisely decided to survey the entire system and triangulate every foot of its course. The telegraph line begun 5 years ago to connect Victoria, Nyanza with the east coast of Africa has been completed. One of the practical uses of the line will be to give warning to Lower Egypt of the state of the water on the Upper Nile, information that will in some cases be worth millions of dollars to the people of Lower Egypt, who depend on the river for their irrigation water. The railroad, which is being built along the same route, is now in operation to Kew, about 270 miles inland. To complete the remaining 400 miles will require 3 years. The havoc that can be wrought by the hurricanes which periodically devastate the Greater and especially the Lesser Antilles will soon be reduced to a minimum, owing to the effective work of the U.S. Weather Bureau. Gradually, meteorological stations are being established at all points on the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean Sea, and in the West Indies, from which advance warnings can be cabled. The most recent of these stations is that at Turk's Island, at the extreme southeastern end of the Bahamas, where Dr. H. C. Frankenfield is now engaged in putting in the necessary apparatus. The concession by the Chinese government allowing steamers of the river type to navigate the inland waters of the empire has proved worthless in fact. A dispatch to the London Times from Shanghai states that the Shanghai Customs Taoto have refused to permit a British vessel to trade between that city and the Chusan Islands, only a few score miles distant from the mainland. This is only one of many similar refusals, with the result that nearly all the steamers that were specially built and sent to China for coastwise and interior trade either remain tied to their docks or have been sent back to England by their British owners. Two prizes, the first of $150 and the second of $75, were offered in 1899 by the National Geographic Society for the best essays on Norse discoveries in America. The competition closed December 31, 1899. By the decision of the Board of Judges, consisting of Henry Gannett, geographer of the U.S. Geological Survey, Albert Bushnell Hart, professor of history at Harvard University, Dr. Anita Newcomb McGee, acting assistant surgeon, U.S. Army, John Bach McMaster, professor of history in the University of Pennsylvania, and Dr. Henry S. Pritchett, superintendent of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. The first prize has been awarded to Charles B. Dalton of New York City, and the second prize to Kenton Foster Murray of Norfolk, Virginia. That the ant in the tropic is much more important as a geologic agent than the earthworm of temperate regions is maintained by J.C. Branner, professor of geology in Leland Stanford University. Professor Branner discovered new proof in favor of his theory during several months passed in Brazil in 1899, which he publishes in the last number of the Journal of Geology. In the city of Theophilo Otoni, the streets had been in many places cut down through rock which in places was decayed, and in some of the fresh cuts he saw holes made by ants penetrating the ground to a depth of 10, 12, and even 13 feet. Naturally, the ants do not bore into the hard, undecayed rocks, but the opening up of the ground by their long and ramifying underground passages hastens decay, and the working over of the soil contributes to the same end. The gold-bearing area of Cape Nome and the copper fields in the vicinity of Copper River and Mount Wrangell, the most important field for exploration in Alaska at the present time, will be carefully surveyed by parties from the U.S. Geological Survey during the coming summer. The extent of the gold belt that passes through Cape Nome is unknown, but it is believed to cover an area of from 3,000 to 4,000 square miles, all of which needs to be mapped and prospected. Mr. Alfred H. Brooks, geologist, who in company with Mr. F. C. Schrader visited Cape Nome in 1899, and Mr. E. C. Barnard, topographer, will direct the geologic and topographic parties at work in this territory, and hope to bring back a map of the gold area on the scale of 4 miles to the inch. Another party, led by Messrs. W. J. Peters and T. C. Mendenhall, is to trace the extension of the gold belt to the northeastward and determine how far it penetrates into the interior of Alaska. $2,500,000,000 of German capital is invested in agricultural, industrial, and commercial enterprises beyond the seas. Nor does this enormous sum include the foreign securities held by Germans. In Mexico, German interests are estimated at $95 million. In Central America and the West Indies, $60 million each. In the north of South America, $47 million. On the west coast of South America, $70 million. On the east coast, $140 million. In Persia, Arabia, and British India, $12 million. In Southeast Asia, $60 million. In East Asia, $17 million. In North Africa, Germans possess plantations and industrial works worth $2,500,000. In West Africa, $1 million. In Cape Colony, $9 million. In the Transvaal, $240 million. In Portuguese Africa, $5 million. In Turkey, Germans have invested about $7 million in landed property and $60 million in industrial enterprises, mainly railways, not including $95 million, which the Baghdad-Busra Railway will cost. German interests in the United States and Canada are estimated at from $1 billion to $1,250 million. The loss of life from lightning in the United States was greater in 1899 than in any other year for which statistics have been compiled. Professor A.J. Henry, in the current number of the Monthly Weather Review, states that 562 persons were killed outright or suffered fatal injuries, and 820 persons received injuries varying from a slight shock to painful burns and temporary paralysis of some parts of the body. In fatal cases, death was usually instantaneous. The most common form of disability resulting from lightning stroke was a partial paralysis of arms and legs. The zone of danger from a stroke of lightning is apparently larger than the common belief, namely that in a single discharge from cloud to earth or earth to cloud, the zone of danger does not exceed a few inches. But several inches of death by a lightning bolt would seem to show that the influence of a single bolt is not so confined. Professor Henry cites an accident where a span of horses attached to a wagon and a man in the rear of the wagon were killed by a single bolt, while the driver in front was not seriously injured. Mecca, the sacred city of the Mohammedan world, where for centuries no Christian has entered except by stealth, will soon hear the whistle of an American locomotive. A railway from Mecca to Damascus is now being surveyed by a commission of engineers appointed by the Sultan, and a railway battalion is to be specially created by the War Office to take charge of the work of construction. The significance of the road is not so much in its commercial importance as in the revolution it means to Ottoman traditions, and in the fact that the Sultan has not been compelled by foreign powers to agree to the construction, but is himself its originator and promoter. 2,500 miles of telegraph and cable lines are now in operation in the Philippines, every mile of which has been laid or reconstructed by the U.S. Signal Corps since the Battle of Manila Bay 2 years ago. 6,500 messages are flashed over these lines daily, all on government business, civil or military. Because of the vast volume of official business, the lines cannot be used commercially, but such use is hoped for in a few months. Many of the lines have had to be rebuilt several times, as in the mountainous districts the insurgents cut them down when they raid the valleys. A network of wires covers Luzon with only 2 gaps. One of these is strategically important, as it prevents the southern half of the island from communicating with Manila. The passes through which the line would pass are held by the insurgents. Panay, Negros, and Cebu also have the beginnings of a similar network, and the first cable in the system to connect all the islands has been laid between Cebu and Leyte. The Signal Corps is making the connections by cable as short as possible, as the frequent earthquakes play havoc with submarine lines. The grip of the bubonic plague on every continent has tightened. In San Francisco, 6 deaths from the disease have occurred, and the Board of Health has officially proclaimed its existence in the city. Effective quarantine of Chinatown and inoculation will probably prevent a further invasion of the United States. In India, the difficulty of dealing with the disease has been greatly increased by a protest of the Mohammedan population in Bombay against the precautionary measures being taken by the Indian government. At Manila, Philippine Islands, Osaka, Japan, Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane, Australia, and Auckland, New Zealand, many fatal cases have occurred. At each of these cities, infected rats were found on the wharves. On the southeast coast of Africa, in Mauritius, at Suakin, on the Red Sea, at Cairo, at Port Said, at the northern end of the Suez Canal, and at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the disease is also planted. From St. Petersburg to Vladivostok, by way of the Arctic Ocean, is the plan of itinerary of an exploring party that early in June leaves the former city on the steamer Aurora. 6 scientists and 12 sailors, all experienced in Arctic travel and led by Baron Toll, make up the party. Their special object is the careful exploration of the Arctic regions north of Siberia. After a brief stop at Tromsø, Norway, and at the new Russian port of Catherine Harbor on the Lapland coast, they will proceed to the Taimur Peninsula west of the Yenisei River and there establish their winter headquarters. The neighboring territory is to be explored during the winter of 1900 to 1901. On the breaking up of the ice about August 1901, they plan to push off to Sanikoff Land, discovered by Baron Toll in 1886 and as yet unexplored, and later farther northward to Bennett and De Long Islands, following the routes of the Jeannette in 1881 and of the Fram. The winter of 1901 to 1902 will be devoted to determining whether this group of islands extends to the pole. When the water route reopens in 1902, they will resume their voyage to Bering Strait and reach Vladivostok in the fall of the same year. End of section 52.
Section 53 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Expansion of England by Edwin D. Mead, editor of the New England Magazine. The name and fame of Sir Walter Raleigh are perpetuated in the name of the capital of one of our states, a state which I wish bore the name of Roanoke instead of North Carolina, that a double historical lesson might be taught. I wish that there might stand in the center of the city of Raleigh, which perpetuates its historic name, a worthy monument to the great movement for the English colonization of America. The central figure of that monument would be Sir Walter Raleigh. At Worms, on the banks of the Rhine, where Luther made his great protest against the empire and the church, is that greatest and most distinguished of all monuments, as it seems to me. The figure of the great reformer is surrounded by the forms of Wycliffe, Savonarola, Huss, Melanchthon, the Elector, and the various men who, in the political and intellectual advances of the time and the preceding time, were cooperators with him in that great movement which we call the Reformation. So I wish that this great movement for the colonization of the New World by our English race, one of the most momentous chapters in history, might have a similar commemoration. Surrounding the central figure of Sir Walter Raleigh should be Drake, Hawkins, Frobisher, Davis, Captain John Smith, Bartholomew Gosnold, and dear Richard Hakluyt. In that notable time there is no figure so romantic as his. There was no other mind so generous and so capable, of so great comprehension and scope as his, concerning the opening of this new world. He it was who, in the pressure and the dangers of that time, most clearly discerned that it was from America that Spain derived so much of her wealth and power. He became inspired by the desire that England should have a foothold here, and that she should supplant Spain in the New World, and at last, after the failure of all the colonies which he sent out, one following another, to occupy new ground here. At the last, toward the close of life, the great prophet and believer said, America will yet become an English nation. All honor to the prophet. When we study the expansion of England, we should remember that that work in its beginning was a chapter in the history of America. The first expansionists, Hawkins, Drake, and Frobisher. It was not until 1584 that Raleigh established his first colony at Roanoke, and just before that the activities of that adventurous set of men began who conferred so much glory on the age of Elizabeth. A score of years before, When Elizabeth became queen, the fortunes of England were never at so low an ebb. For 5 centuries before that, England had claimed portions of France, and her kings and queens had been crowned kings and queens of France, as well as of England. It was at that very time that England lost her last hold upon the continent, and the England which Elizabeth came to rule was the smallest England in history for centuries. Yet it was the period that began with her reign which was the most glorious in the history of England. In a certain sense, the expansion of England, at any rate of English thought of the world, had its beginnings with Alfred the Great. Alfred loved geography, and his mind went out from the little island which he ruled to the great world outside. The few writings of Alfred are most interesting. His books adorn the library still, and the most interesting chapters of them are all on geography. He was the first influential Englishman who had what we may call a geographic imagination, but he did little for the expansion of England. It was the Elizabethan age that began that work, and it began in ways that seem a little queer to us with our somewhat different notions of political morality. Sir John Hawkins was one of the first English adventurers who sailed the sea to some purpose for Elizabeth. It is a familiar story how he sailed out from Plymouth with ships named John the Baptist and other pious names to carry slaves from the east coast of Africa to the West Indies, and compelled the Spaniards to buy them of him at the cannon's mouth, for there was a law in Spain that her colony should buy slaves only from Spanish ships. Sir John Hawkins would have none of this, and her colonists bought them at the cannon's mouth. While they were on this business, these pious people seem to have had little idea what sort of business it was. The chaplain of one of the ships on that slave business thanks God for sending a calm to save his elect from the waves in a storm. He prays him not to let his elect suffer, and so he says there was a great calm. The boldest and most ambitious of these adventurers was Sir Francis Drake, sailing out from Plymouth for the circumnavigation of the world. He had sailed on daring voyages before that. I think there are few scenes in that Elizabethan time more interesting than that of Francis Drake climbing to the top of a tree on the Panama Mountains, from which he could look east to one ocean and west to another, with heart full of longings to sail those Pacific seas. One thrills at the thought of his sailings in his few ships, scarcely larger than our little coasters, pushing through Magellan Strait, along the west coast of the continent, and over the Pacific to the Philippines, and other places which the history of these last 2 years has made so familiar to our students of geography. Occasionally, when he had a chance to put in a flight with the Spanish ship, he annexed goods, and finally, after all his incredible adventures, he got back to Plymouth. It is a great story. We might follow Davis and Frobisher in their efforts to push up to Greenland and through to India by the Northwest Passage, for that is one of the most interesting moments in this early history of English expansion. But little came of it. There is a certain poetic fitness in Drake and Hawkins sailing together and both finding their deaths in the West Indies, one at Portobello and the other at Puerto Rico, where the English rivalry with Spain had been so long and violent. What was the result of all these adventurous sailings of the sea? At the end of the reign of Elizabeth, not 1 inch of settled territory in the New World remained in the possession of England, but this was accomplished by it. These wonderful daredevil adventures of Hawkins and Drake, and the rest were great training experiences, whereby Drake, Hawkins, and the rest were fitted to face Spain, and to face Spain successfully. By and by, when the Armada came, and to crush that power forever as the great foe of liberty in the north of Europe. That the English came out of that conflict as conquerors was due to the fact that by all these adventures, many of them so questionable, they had been trained and that their navy had been built up to a degree commensurate with the responsibility they had to face. The beginning of the definite expansion of England was the definite expansion of America. It was not until 1606, the Roanoke colonies, having been failures at the definite expansion of England, which was the definite expansion of America, began in the first Virginia Charter. It is an interesting thing, however, going back through the century before, when, one after another, 5 of 6 nations in one way or another were struggling for the New World, Portugal and Spain having it all divided between them at one time, to find that there breaks, little noticed, into the midst of the commotion of all these powers, one little English squadron. In 1497, on the coast of Newfoundland, we find John Cabot sailing out under English auspices and under English orders. As one of our historians has well said, the appearance in the midst of all the noise and ambition of the little English fleet, just for a moment, was like one of the musical motifs suddenly appearing in the midst of one of the dramas of Wagner. By and by, with its reappearance, we see that its first appearance was a prophecy of what was to come. And by again it grows and becomes the dominant note, controlling all the rest. So it is that the appearance for a moment, in the midst of the squadrons of Spain and Portugal, of that little English fleet was a new motif. It was a prophecy of the time when that English motif should be dominant, and England should be the controlling power upon this continent. The great men of England, the rulers of England, thought little of the events from which have sprung such great results. In our own time, our American poet has written in his essay upon New England 2 centuries ago, of the little company who came out of England and landed at Plymouth, that they were destined to influence, beyond any others, the future of the world, that in truth was to be the work of the Puritan. Not a man of high place at the beginning of that 17th century realized the significance of that coming. It was an event destined to shape human history, to alter the whole course of affairs in the world. Yet I suppose few things at that time happening in England attracted less attention. On the last day of the 16th century, December 31st, 1600, something else happened of a very different kind. On that day, Elizabeth set her name to the charter of the East India Company. Those who are familiar with the many efforts in the years before that to push English trade into the East remember of the founding of the Muscovy Company in 1555, and the amazing stories told by adventurous Englishmen who pushed through Russia and Persia and so found a way to the East. From papers which Sir Francis Drake captured from Spanish ships, he learned for England the methods of a different trading system with India. But it was not until that last day of the century that the East India Company was actually founded. Some may remember the story of the first little fleet. In Malacca Strait, the 3 or 4 ships fell in with a great Portuguese ship, and fight was at once opened. It was the habit in that day to open fight with almost any ship that had plunder. It was in 1601, almost a score of years before Bradford, Brewster, and Carver sailed from Plymouth nearby, that this first East India Company's fleet sailed from Tor Bay, the place, it is worth remembering, where, in 1688, a king was to land in England from Holland to supplant the last of the race of Stuarts. We see the beginning in that little piece of piracy, as we should call it, in Malacca Strait, of the East India Company's work. The 2 contradictory elements of English expansion, the spirit of lawless adventure and piracy and the love of freedom. In these 2 instances, in the silent, unobserved coming of the men of Plymouth, an event calculated, as our poet has truly said, to work a revolution hardly second to that wrought by the men who went up out of Egypt, and in the piracy of the East India Company, we have an illustration of the 2 forces and qualities which we have to keep in mind as we survey the great work of English expansion, the growth of the English empire in the world. A great race indeed is this English race, the best race in the world, it seems to me, but a race whose blood has ofttimes been altogether too red, and which in the great fight for freedom has itself always had to fight with the bad elements in its midst. Those elements so inconsiderate of the rights of other men, which have so often brought disgrace upon the English race, and which every one of us should always remember with shame and with misgivings and apprehension. These two strains we find running side by side in all this great history. We find in the era of colonization the spirit of lawless adventure and piracy running side by side with the love of freedom and the devotion to godliness. Our poet has said again of the Puritan colonists, the men who came to Plymouth and Boston and Hartford, that they were the first colonists in history who went out not to seek gold but God. We shall find, as we study English colonization, that it is always the former of these elements, the gold seeker, that has started the fighting, and that the freebooting colony has by and by come to grief, sowing the seeds of quarrels from which they reap such a tragical harvest for England and for the world. With this epoch of colonization, England became more than the people of the little island. England became a world people, and we in America remember that it is as she has become what she is that we have become at all. And as we come back to the 17th century, which was the great century of the expansion of English freedom, the century in which Englishmen declined to allow that an English king could rule by divine right, but decreed that he was as much a creature of law as the pettiest tax gatherer in the realm. It is important to remember that the great Puritan movement, which accomplished this, was a movement on both sides of the Atlantic. It brought in the Commonwealth in England, and Oliver Cromwell and Sir Harry Vane worked for the same things for which our fathers were working here, for the true expansion of England. Freedom was worked out in America and England alike. Each side reinforced the other. It was precisely at that time of the Commonwealth that English power was felt as it had never been felt before in the affairs of Europe. If there was wrong, sufficient wrong, the power of Oliver Cromwell would be felt in Italy, in France, and among the Alps, as well as in England itself. The English Navy took its definite shape and became a power in the world during the Commonwealth. The expansion of England and America in the 18th century, a matter of chance and not of foresight. We have been reading, the last 15 years, the brilliant work by Professor Seeley, who was one of the most learned professors in Cambridge 25 years ago, when I had the good fortune to be there, and who possessed one of the most comprehensive and acute minds which have dealt with modern history. His book upon the expansion of England has almost given us a new definition of English history in the 18th century and since. The main thesis of his book is that as the 17th century had been the century which expanded and upheld English freedom, the 18th century marked the era of English expansion and empire, that the wars of the 18th century, which otherwise perplex us, were really waged to plant English power permanently in America and other lands, that they were not waged primarily for continental purposes, but were waged for America and for the expansion of England. I think that Professor Seeley, with his vivid imagination, goes a little too far in that book. He is in danger of ascribing to England that which England only blundered into. He does not bring out adequately what I think the historical scholar must, in the end, declare, that the wars in the 18th century, the wars which we have named after King William, Queen Anne, and King George, were not waged for America in the expansion of England. England struck here and France struck here, because it was a convenient way in which to strike for home purposes. As a matter of fact, All these colonial enterprises served for the expansion of England, and Englishmen were carrying them out. But the significance of America was something hard to grasp by England as a nation. As we study that century, the thing that impresses us is the indifference of England to these colonies, the failure to apprehend what America meant and what the possibilities of English expansion were. The one man of that 18th century who understood in some measure the meaning of that word America was William Pitt, the Earl of Chatham, when he first said in 1755, concerning the 7 Years' War, that it was being waged in behalf of the despised and neglected colonies. He said something that few men in England could even understand. I have stated that I should like to see rise in the city of Raleigh a monument to English colonization. We also need a monument to William Pitt, the first great Englishman to realize what America was to be. We have, indeed, named one of our cities after him, and it has become a great city. Never was a city more fortunately named than Pittsburgh, standing on the site chosen by Washington himself as the key to the situation of the struggle in the West in that great campaign of England for North America. As we go on to the next century, the most eventful year is 1759, the year of the capture of Quebec by Wolfe. That event was significant because it settled finally that England, and not France, should control this continent. When, on the evening of that September day, under the stars, Wolfe and his gallant men climbed the banks that led to the heights of Quebec. On that September night, the Great West, the Mississippi Valley, dotted with its forts and garrisons, was in the possession of France. That great country, from Nova Scotia to the Mississippi, passed, as a result of the Battle of Quebec, from the possession of France to that of England. New France, on the morning of that day, was a thing of the past. New England was simply a little strip along the shore. It was a great day, more significant even than the day of the Declaration of Independence, because it settled that England, the Anglo-Saxon race, should be the dominant force on this continent. When the shades of evening fell on that eventful day, the dying Wolfe murmured, "I die happy." But he could not know how much he had done. Montcalm said, with true divination, that he had struck a greater blow at his conquerors in their victory than he could have done in their defeat, for he foresaw that the English race on this side of the Atlantic would not remain in subjection to the mother country. As one of our historians has truly said, there is no event in modern history more significant, more fraught with great consequences than the capture of Quebec. We speak of the great significance of the War of the Revolution. We speak of the significance of our Civil War. But the greatest war ever waged here was the war which ended in the triumph of Wolfe upon the plains of Quebec, and which determined that this America should be forever New England and not New France. With the victory of Wolfe upon the heights of Quebec, says an English historian, the history of the United States began. Montcalm knew well that the only thing that could keep these English colonies a part of England was the danger which they were in from Canada, and he knew when Canada passed into English control, the feeling of independence among these Englishmen was such that they were sure in time to have their separate national existence. George Washington, the expander of England. With the victory of Quebec, truly the history of the United States began. The American Revolution was thus assured. What was the American Revolution? It was a movement which gained us our independence, but it was more than that. We have noticed that Puritanism was English and American. The movement which we call our revolution had its two parties alike, one on one side of the ocean and one on the other. And Chatham and Burke and their associates in all that conflict stood shoulder to shoulder with George Washington and Sam Adams. Edmund Burke did not find it difficult to see that the men behind the redoubt at Bunker Hill were the true representatives of the English idea. as Sam Adams was a true Englishman when England set a price upon his head, and George Washington bombarding the English army out of Boston. England lost America because England at that time had one of those spasms of folly which she has once in about so often. There are two Englands, I have said, one that always stands for that which is true and progressive and liberal, and the other which is always kicking against the pricks and standing in the way of progress. England has been one of the greatest of nations, the English race one of the greatest races in the history of the world. But from the beginning down to this time, England has again and again been up to her knees in wickedness, through the efforts, the energetic criticism and rebukes of earnest Englishmen, such as, in our time, Cobden, John Bright and Gladstone, Bryce and Morley. There has always been reaction from the folly and always hope of progress, and so we trust it may prove today. Freeman, the great English historian, toward the end of his life wrote an essay upon George Washington as the expander of England. It seemed to some of us here in America at first a rather startling designation. We had not thought of him as an expander, but rather as a contractor of England. But the title was correct and the historian's insight true. George Washington was the expander of England because he first taught England that her power, that the English Empire, could grow only as England everywhere did justice, and that everywhere when she did injustice and struck down the freedom and the rights of men, there her empire was in danger. George Washington drastically taught England that lesson, though she did not learn it immediately. He taught it to us, though it may take us time to learn it. He was the expander of America, and in all the talk of the expansion of the English race, let us never think of this as coincident simply with the history of the British Empire. We of English blood here in America are as truly a part of the English race as Canada. Our growth has been so great that perhaps we are today the more powerful part of the race. Our growth has been a part of English expansion. That expansion here went on the faster through our independence. It is a question whether the independence of Canada tomorrow might not mean the expansion of England in that quarter from that time on more rapidly and wholesomely than expansion has gone on there in the last century. The movement for the possession of India and the discovery of Australia and New Zealand, coincident with the loss of her American colonies. I mentioned the coincidence of the planting of Plymouth and the organization of the East India Company. I note another coincidence. Washington began his work as the expander of England in that great struggle of England for North America. In 1753 was his first expedition beyond the upper Potomac to the site of the present city of Pittsburgh. His report of that expedition, when he came back to Virginia, was his first appearance in print. The next year it was reprinted in London. Copies of that book by George Washington, printed by somebody in Fleet Street, I think, are to be found in the libraries. I love to think that into that little bookshop in Fleet Street, or wherever it was, there may have strolled one day two very different men, because they were both in London in that same year, 1754, to pick up that book. One of them was a young Irish lawyer who had just come to London and was busy paying attention to almost everything but the law. I love to think how that young Irish lawyer, Edwin Burke, may have come into that little bookshop, and of another man of about Edmund Burke's age and of about George Washington's age, who came back to England that year from India, where he had entered upon one of the most eventful careers in modern times. It was in 1754 that Robert Clive, who had begun his work in India just as George Washington began his work, came back on his first visit to London. In that London bookshop, they might also have read of the Congress at Albany, New York, at which Benjamin Franklin submitted his plan for the union of the colonies for the purpose of defense. A noteworthy utterance of that idea of federation destined to play a considerable part in the expansion of England. The movement for the possession of India by England was a movement precisely coincident with the loss of her colonies here in America. Clive was born in 1725 and died in 1774, just the year before our revolution broke out. Macaulay compared Clive to Napoleon as a military genius and said that if Robert Clive had not died in England and had come over here, instead of Howe and Burgoyne and Clinton, we might have had a harder job in getting our freedom. It is worth remembering here that Cornwallis, who, so disastrously to England, surrendered in America, became afterward Governor General of India and a successful administrator there as in Ireland. It was under Clive that the foundations were laid of the great British Indian Empire. His history reads like a romance. With a few men, he was able to crush entirely the French power in India. It seemed in 1755 as if France was much more likely to stay in India than England. But France lost India just as she lost America. The Great Battle of Plassey, fought by Clive just after the tragedy of the Black Hole of Calcutta, and other battles almost miraculous in their results, by which Clive laid permanently the foundations of the British Empire in India, is familiar history. Warren Hastings succeeded Clive. He was the first real Governor General of India, and whatever criticisms may be brought against him, he was one of the most efficient administrators the modern world has seen. Precisely coincident with the capture of India by England and the rise of the United States of America was the great career of Captain Cook, which more than anything else gave England her great southern possessions in Australia and New Zealand. And now the history of England and South Africa begins. Captain Cook sailed those southern seas, and his report startled England with a sensation hardly less than that which Columbus startled Europe. In July 1776, the same month as that of our Declaration of Independence, Cook sailed on his last voyage. Australia, New Zealand, and the great southern colonies of England have all grown up within the century. Improvement of the government of the colonies coincident with the great reforms at home. I mentioned Washington as the expander of England. He taught England the great lesson necessary to her expansion. He first taught it, but it was only under Lord Durham that she truly learned it. Lord Durham was one of the greatest Englishmen in the whole history of the expansion of England. He was a modern Englishman who stood shoulder to shoulder with Peel in the great effort for reform in 1831. It was full of the spirit of that great reform movement that he came out as Governor General of Canada. He found still a central government almost as tyrannical as that of the old regime which Parkman has exposed us to. He said, and said in a way that made England see and believe it, that if she would hold her colonies, she must give them real self-government and give up that habit of over-governing which had cost France her American possessions. Lord Durham's career in Canada was a short one, but Lord Elgin took up his work and carried it on. Lord Durham's ideas spread, and England has continued to hold her vast possessions and has found them loyal and enthusiastic helpers. She made her colonies self-governing colonies. This movement for the improvement of the government of the colonies was precisely coincident with the great reforms at home. This is a thing directly concerning the expansion of England itself, which all must remember. Her great advances were all along the line, at home and abroad together. We talk of England learning the lesson of honest civil service from the Indian service. The improvement at home and in India went together. Constitutional reforms at home and a true civil service have grown steadily. Coincident with her advance in democracy at home, as illustrated in the time of Lord Durham and Peel, as illustrated in the civil service and in other movements of these 80 years, has come whatever is praiseworthy in the great movements abroad. In the work of her great colonial administration, England has shown us some of the noblest statesmen of modern history, men who have done more almost than any others to make this world more orderly and a better place to live in. Sir George Grey was a typical man in this age of expansion, with whose life we ought to be familiar. His life, beginning in 1812, almost spans the century. He died 2 years ago. He was the son of one of Wellington's colonels, and early in life, after work in the exploration of Australia, he was appointed governor of South Australia. He was one of the first governors of New Zealand, and one of the first governors of Cape Colony. There is no chapter in his biography more didactic and wholesome than that on his government of Cape Colony, especially that portion showing his judgment of all those movements which, culminating this last year, have brought England to the melancholy pass which we see in South Africa. Most wholesome is the exposure of the futility and fatality of the effort to manage colonial details. From Downing Street, men like Sir George Grey, by the great reform measures for which they strove in New Zealand and Cape Colony, have helped England toward the things which might so easily save it from such folly and sin as the war in South Africa today. It was an Englishman who well said that what South Africa needed at this time was rest, and not a surgical operation. Wherein the might of the British Empire rests. The British Empire is an empire today greater than 4 Europes. Britain has more than half of the trade of the world. Do we realize what a factor the British Empire is in the world? The 4 great facts of this century are the expansion of the British Empire, which a century ago had hardly begun at all, the building up of this English America, which a century ago was merely a little strip of land along the coast, which has extended westward from the Atlantic to the Rockies, to the Pacific Ocean, to the Orient until it stands, the companion of the British Empire, the industrial development of Germany, which has taken place with amazing rapidity, and the immense development of Russia. The great development of the British Empire, the real development of the British Empire, does not lie in the fact that there are 300 millions in India under her control. It is that in Australia, in New Zealand, in Canada, are great nations of Englishmen, growing up strong with power to stand on their own feet, a masterful race of men, destined to occupy those fresh green places of the earth. As to India, it is exceedingly doubtful whether she has been a source of power at all to England, and not rather a source of weakness and danger. No people can be kept permanently in leading strings. A policy which leads to that is a policy which leads to ruin. More and more India is being filled with educated men. They are anxious to take a part in the great life of the world. I talked with one the other day from Calcutta. He said that it seemed to him that America understood India better and was fitted to help her more than England. An Englishman never looks at an India without looking down. Americans seem to sympathize with them and look them in the face. He told me the story so well known in its outlines of the great development of the Indian National Congress and of those various movements which are begetting in India a national self-consciousness. The presence of England in India has doubtless been a good thing on the whole. All the well-educated Indians with whom I have discussed it feel that. They say that this is what has opened the world to them, and that the unity which, along with whatever wrongs, England has brought was necessary. But the British presence there can have a true outcome only as it regards itself as a great school and political training place for those millions of men. It is the greatest problem which ever confronted the English Empire. It is only as she looks forward to self-government that India can fare well, or England's regime in India be true to the traditions of England itself. French political philosophers used to say that there could never be a large democracy, that the public spirit and unity necessary to a republic could never extend over a large area. They said it because they could not see what the developments of the century would be. Because they knew nothing of the railroad or the telegraph or the modern newspaper. The United States, as we know it, is, for political purposes, a vastly smaller thing than the United States which elected George Washington president. The occurrences of the last 2 years have taught us much geography and some new things about politics. They have not always kept at the front, I fear, the one great principle of our Monroe Doctrine, that important side of which commands that this republic should stand for democracy throughout this hemisphere. That shipwreck of this principle of friendship for self-government has so often been made for political purposes is indeed to be regretted. But the vicissitudes of the last 2 years have taught us in America that there are no longer for political purposes 2 hemispheres, but only one round world. In 1823, the ocean was a barrier. Today, it is a bridge. America today has no responsibilities and no rights in Bolivia or Venezuela. It should just not have in Holland, in Japan, or in the islands of the Pacific. That is one great lesson that is being taught us in this day. We hear a great deal of a federated British Empire. Such a federation as that of the United States today would have seemed impossible to the founders of the Republic. The thought of a federated empire, in whose parliament representatives from Canada and Australia should sit side by side with the representatives from London and Liverpool and Birmingham, would have seemed impossible to Sir George Grey in his earlier life. Yet it is a thought which became familiar to him and is now dawning upon England. Such a federation is one great thing to which we look forward. It may be that it is not important. If the British Empire goes to pieces, the great work of the English race will go on much the same. The independence of Canada, of Australia, and of South Africa may come as the independence of the United States came. I confess, however, that I should like to see a federation of the British Empire. I think it might be a forerunner of that federation of the world of which the poet dreams, by virtue of the universal order, whose coming that might promote, the banners shall be furled and the war drums cease to throb. Amidst all the wonderful expansion of territory, amidst all the grasping of filibusters all the way from Sir John Hawkins down to Jameson, the vision in English minds of freedom, of independence, and of an orderly world has been the great and real expander of England. The source of that in English growth which is most welcome, and which we most love to consider. A great Swiss scholar, in the home of Calvin, has written better than any Englishman or American, of whom I think, of modern democracy. He showed us that it was out of the bosom of our English race, out of the Puritanism of Eliot and Hampden and Hooker and Vane, and not out of the French Revolution, that the democratic tendencies of the modern world had their rise. England has gone on developing that democracy, but it has been slowly. England has become an enfranchised nation only in our time. When Gladstone in 1866 championed the first bill for the extension of the suffrage, England had only a little over 1 million voters and a total of over 5 million male adults. It was only in 1885 that England really became an enfranchised nation. At that time, there were over 3 million of outlanders in England, and the party which fought the efforts of all those years to make England a true democracy was that very party that in the last 2 years has been so anxious for the suffrage for certain English gold miners in distant Africa. England is in many respects, let us be quick to acknowledge, a more democratic nation than we are. The will of her parliament is always the mirror of the will of her people, and the wonderful extent to which her people are doing things upon a cooperative basis in their municipal achievements, the operation of street railways, and the doing of other things by the people for the people. England is making herself a truer commonwealth than our own. She is cumbered by her monarchy and hereditary aristocracy, and needs republican forms. We are thankful for anything in which she outstrips us, as we are thankful for anything in which we outstrip her. We have done wrong, even as she has done wrong, and we both sadly need purgation today. But the English race here and there, through the centuries, has been working for freedom, for the extension of edifying political ideas, and for better things. As the American walks the corridors at Westminster, his heart does not beat fastest when he sees the painted kings upon the painted windows of the House of Lords, nor even when he stands by the white form of Hampden at the Commons door. It beats fastest when, in the great series of pictures of English history, he looks on that of the Pilgrim Fathers leaving England to plant New England. England, who hurried them out, will not let that scene go today as a part of American history only, but claims it as one of the proudest scenes in her own history too. It is a grateful thing. May the mother country and the daughter country stand shoulder to shoulder, never when either lapses into sin and does the deed of shame, but always when either is devoted to whatever makes for the peace and freedom of the world. End of section 53.
Section 54 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. The Road to Bolivia by William E. Curtis. Continued from the June number. 90% of the population of Cusco are pure Indians, and the Quichua language spoken by the Incas is still in common use. The whites, who are comparatively few, are priests and monks, government officials, haciendados, and a few foreign shopkeepers, mostly Germans. The old families still retain ancestral homes filled with massive furniture, gilded mirrors, and costly hangings brought to Peru 250 years ago, when it was the richest and most extravagant country on earth, and when the nobility and wealth were concentrated at Cusco. Most of these houses are in a state of advanced decay, for their proprietors are suffering from hereditary and incurable diseases called pride and poverty. Their estates have been ruined by neglect and devastation of revolutionary armies. Their mines are no longer profitable because of the low price of silver, and now nobody knows, and many people wonder, where they find the means of sustenance. Their pride will not permit them to work, and their poverty makes it impossible for them to develop the natural resources that lie dormant in their property. If their ancestors had shown as much energy in that development as they displayed in searching the Incas' ruins for treasure, there would have been permanent prosperity. Even now, after 350 years digging for secret places of concealment, the Spanish inhabitants can always raise money somehow to pay the expenses of further excavations. For more than 3 centuries, the inhabitants of that region and the speculators of Europe have been plunging year after year into the icy waters of Lake Urcos to recover a golden chain of the Inca Huayna Capac, which was thrown there to spite the Spaniards. It was of pure gold, wrought into links about 1 foot in length, and as large as a man's arm, and long enough to stretch twice around the Grand Plaza in Cusco, which is nearly as large as Lafayette Square in the city of Washington. At one time, a syndicate was organized with a capital of $5 million to bore a tunnel to drain the lake. After spending a large sum of money, it was found that the mountain was composed almost entirely of living rock, so that the enterprise was abandoned. It was at Cusco more than 100 years ago that Tupac Amaru, the last of the Incas, a descendant of Huascar, organized an uprising of the Indians to exterminate the foreign invaders of Peru. But he was betrayed and taken prisoner, and after being compelled to witness the execution of his wife and son, was himself quartered by wild horses in the great square of Cusco, under the walls of 3 churches dedicated to a merciful God. Iron rings were forged upon the wrists and ankles of the young Inca, to which 4 chains were attached, and each chain was hitched to a restive and powerful horse. When the cruel arrangements were completed, the master of ceremonies cracked his whip at the frantic animals, and each horse started in a different direction, tearing the body of Tupac Amaru into 4 pieces. Cusco is 11,380 feet above the sea and occupies one of the most beautiful sites ever selected for a city, which, according to tradition, was chosen by Manco Capac and Mama Oclohuaco, those mysterious beings who taught the arts and industries to the savage Indians of the Andes and founded a dynasty that grew in power until it dominated half the continent of South America. The climate is salubrious and healthful. Within 20 miles down the valley, all the semi-tropical fruits and vegetables are produced, and although the soil has been cultivated for centuries, it still yields harvests of all the staples of the temperate zone. On a hill known as Sacsayhuaman, the first Inca built his palace, which was surrounded by temples, convents, and fortifications. The nuns of St. Catalina now occupy the restored ruins of the Palace of Virgins of the Sun. The friars of Santo Domingo occupy a magnificent and extensive monastery, rebuilt from the walls of the Temple of the Sun, which was perhaps the most extensive and imposing building in America. The accounts of its splendor and riches that have come down to us from those who destroyed it are beyond belief. They said it was 400 paces square and enclosed courts, gardens, shrines, and various other apartments decorated with gold for religious sacrifices and ceremonies. The cornices were of solid gold, and at the eastern end of the great courtyard, a massive plate of gold, representing the sun, spread from one wall to the other, 60 feet in diameter. The walls of a dozen other temples, palaces, convents, and fortresses still are utilized, so that it is easy to define the outlines of the ancient city. And if the stories that its conquerors told are only half true, they sheltered an accumulation of riches whose value is beyond computation. There is little of interest to the modern traveler outside the ruins and the ecclesiastical edifices which the Spaniards erected upon them. The marketplace, particularly on Sunday morning, is worth visiting, but the Indians are a sullen, reticent race and lack the dramatic and picturesque characteristics that make the Amiras of Bolivia so attractive. A few Americans live in Cusco, 2 Protestant missionaries, a dentist, a miner or 2, and the men who are building a stage road to connect with the railway. One day in a country village, we got a glimpse of a curious custom among the peasants. Squatting in the churchyards in a row were 10 or 12 women from the mountains, while opposite and facing them were an equal number of surly-looking men. Between the 2 was a rude cross, held upright by a few stones laid against its base and trimmed with artificial flowers. The alcalde explained that the men had been brought there for discipline. They were charged by their wives with drunkenness, abuse, neglect, and improvidence, and the village priest would hear the evidence, render judgment, and administer correction the next morning at 8 o'clock. When asked what sort of correction would be administered, he shook a stout stick and remarked that he would lay that on the backs of the worst ones, while the others would be sentenced to various forms of penance. Before the railway was built, It was a journey of 30 days from Cusco across the desert to Bolivia, and even now some people prefer to go that way. Thousands of burros and llamas are still engaged in competition with the railways, transporting ores, wool, hides, and carrying back into the mountains cotton goods, hardware, and other merchandise. The arrieros are usually accompanied by their entire families, and as their lives are spent coming and going across the burning sands of the desert, it is a matter of indifference how long the journey lasts. The animals are the capital of the arriero. The desert is his home. His wife helps in the driving and sleeps by his side on the sand. They have no shelter, but wrap their ponchos around them and lie down to pleasant dreams with their bare feet and legs exposed, while ice forms in little streams around them. As the camel to the people of the deserts of Asia, so is the llama to those who dwell in the Andes, a faithful and enduring beast, without which they would be helpless, for mules and horses cannot endure the rarefied atmosphere. Even the burros have their nostrils slit in order to breathe. When a horse is first brought into the high altitudes of the Andes, the blood drips from his mouth, ears, and nose. Mules are more enduring, and burros are better still. But the llama is native to the snow-clad peaks and thrives best where other animals find existence impossible. This mysterious region is the most elevated of human habitations, excepting Tibet, which is known to Asiatic geographers as the Dome of the World. The latter represents only mountain pastures, but the great Andean basin supports towns and cities, affords food for herds of cattle, llamas, vicuñas, and sheep, and produces annual harvests. Here, at the mean level of 12,645 feet above the sea, is a lake almost as large as Lake Erie, the highest navigable water of immeasurable depth. The fossils upon the mountains that enclose it leave no room to doubt that within a recent geological period it formed a vast inland sea, extending possibly over the entire basin between the two ranges of the Andes, whose waters now have no visible means of escape. The eastern boundary is formed by the loftiest mountains of the American continent and the great continuous snow range in the world. Nowhere else within human vision can such a battalion of monsters be seen, and in sunshine they remind one of a procession of mighty icebergs rising with majestic dignity behind a screen that is formed by the intervening foothills. A curious phenomenon is that metal never rusts in the waters of Lake Titicaca. You can throw in a chain, anchor, or any article of ordinary iron and let it lie for weeks, and when you haul it up, it will be as clean and bright as when it came from the foundry. And, what is stranger still, rust that has formed upon metallic objects elsewhere will peel off when immersed in its waters. The greatest interest centers in the island of Titicaca, the Eden and Nazareth of the Inca traditions, where appeared their Adam and Eve, the children of the sun, to redeem and regenerate. Early in the Christian era, a man and a woman appeared one morning in the presence of the astonished natives on the island of Titicaca, who said that they had been sent by the great Creator, the Father and ruler of all things, who inhabited the sun, to lead them into a better life, to teach them the knowledge of useful things, and improve their condition. Previous to the arrival of these mysterious missionaries, the Peruvians were divided into rude and warlike tribes, ignorant of useful industry and culture, knowing no law and no morals. The island of Titicaca is now the property of Mr. Miguel Garces of Puno. A village of 700 or 800 Indians are living in mud huts and raising wheat, barley, and potatoes among the remnants of the earliest culture of America. The island lies a mile or so from the main shore, from which it is separated by a bottomless channel. The nearest port is the little town of Calle. There is no communication except by balsas, the curious craft that are older than history, and were used by the Incas as they are used by the Indians today for transportation. They are built of barley straw, tied together in bunches, and then bound by wisps in the shape of a double or treble gondola. The Indians who inhabit the island are usually docile and industrious, for they are compelled to wring a scanty living from the unwilling soil, and are assiduous in their religious duties at a little chapel attended by a native priest, although they still retain many of the rites of their aboriginal religion. The ruins of the palaces and temples, which formerly covered the sacred place, have been the object of investigation by archaeologists for nearly 4 centuries, ever since they were destroyed by the Spanish invaders, and much of the material used in their construction has been carried away for building purposes, both upon the island and the mainland. It is remarkable that even one stone should be left upon another during the 360 years since the conquistadors invaded the peaceful precincts of the place, for they destroyed and plundered everything of value, and those who have been searching for the secrets of the extinct civilization have overturned nearly everything that the Spaniards left. Among the best preserved of the ruins are the royal baths of marble, as sumptuous as those of Italy or Greece at a similar period. The bottoms were carefully covered with a mosaic of small stones, and the water was received through the throats of the eagles, condors, and serpents wrought in gold and silver. Upon the islands of Coati, 6 miles from Titicaca, was the harem of the Inca, where the remains are much better preserved than those upon the island of Titicaca, and the principal walls are almost intact. This island was dedicated to the moon, and in the convent were many concubines selected for their beauty and their blood. The little port of Chililaya lies at the southern extremity of Lake Titicaca, and is reached by a weekly steamer from Puno, the terminus of the Southern Railway of Peru. La Paz, the actual capital and commercial metropolis of Bolivia, is 45 miles further on, reached by a road almost level at an elevation of 12,500 feet above the sea. The stagecoach, drawn by 8 mules, is driven by a Yehu, whose language and gyrations are calculated to excite alarm among nervous people who do not know that mule drivers in South America always act that way. Beside his long whip, which is handled with great skill and accuracy, he carries a bag full of small stones, and shies them with an aim that David himself could not have excelled. Indeed, he can touch the tip of the ear of the leader of his 8-mule team 9 times out of 10, with a pebble not larger than a pigeon's egg. The road is covered with boulders that vary in size from a baseball to a washtub, round and smooth, and they are strewn from one end of the journey to the other. It seems as if all the boulders in the world have been collected and dropped into the roadway. Like the rest of the great plateau that lives between the 2 ranges of the Andes, the area from Lake Titicaca to La Paz is divided into a few enormous farms, dotted with groups of stone huts that have been occupied for generations and even centuries by the ancestors of the tenants who till the ground and herd the sheep and cattle. The relations between the landlord and the tenants are similar to those of the old feudal times in Europe. The former exercises patriarchal authority over the Indians that live upon his lands, and they serve him with loyalty as long as he allows them a measure of independence. The haciendas seldom change hands. The property is inherited by one generation from another, and the customs of the country are so fixed and rigid that they are seldom violated by either employer or employed. The stone huts of the tenants are usually found in little groups or villages, and occasionally among them you find a little chapel which is attended by a padre, who exercises an influence among his parishioners even greater than that of the haciendado. In addition to his spiritual ministrations, The curé is expected to maintain a school for the children of the parish, but in most cases, these duties are purely theoretical, and the Indians remain untaught. As the journey to La Paz approaches its end, the traveler enjoys a startling surprise. The highway across the plateau leads to the brink of a canyon 1,100 feet deep, whose walls are almost perpendicular, and which in color and topography resembles the Grand Canyon of the Colorado. At the foot of this mighty gorge lies the capital of Bolivia. The first glance shows a vast expanse of red-tiled roofs, occasionally broken by bunches of foliage or graceful spires, and a river tumbling down from the mountains is crossed by picturesque bridges of massive masonry centuries old. Rome, you know, sat upon 7 hills, and if that is an advantage, La Paz is more notable than the Eternal City, for it covers 40 hills and hollows. 2 or 3 of the main streets that lie along the ridges are reasonably level and wide enough to accommodate the traffic of a population numbering 60,000 or 70,000. There has never been a reliable census. Fine houses of heavy walls of stone or adobe are painted in giddy colors, blue, green, pink, purple, or orange, and often embellished with fantastic designs that are very much admired by the Bolivians, who love gay color, music, and motion. But most of the streets are narrow and steep like stairways, with sidewalks, except the plaza and the principal trading streets, and paved with small cobblestones, with the sharp ends up, so as to lessen the danger of slipping in damp weather. The best hotel we have ever found in South America occupies the palace of the former viceroy. The unfinished cathedral, which adjoins the government palace, where the president resides and the heads of the executive departments have their offices, is an enormous structure, large enough for a city of 10 times the size of La Paz. The brick walls, 8 or 10 feet thick, are veneered with dressed stone, and some of the carving is beautiful. Other cities in Bolivia are not so far advanced as La Paz. Most of them still adhere to the antiquated manners and methods which their ancestors brought from Spain. There is certainly no part of America, I think it is safe to say, that there is no spot in the civilized universe that is so far behind the age or where the modes of the Middle Ages prevail as they do in Bolivia. The plaza, which is overlooked by the windows of the hotel, is a pretty place, has a fountain from which the poorer families draw their daily supply of water, and a number of well-kept plants. Every alternate evening at 8 o'clock, a military band plays, and the entire population turn out to promenade. It is almost their only social diversion, as opera and theatrical companies seldom take the trouble to go so far as La Paz, and the exchange of hospitality is limited chiefly to the men. On the other nights, the band plays in the Alameda, a handsome promenade shaded by eucalyptus trees and furnished with rows of iron benches. At the elevation of 12,500 feet above the sea, the atmosphere is so rare that breathing is difficult, and people afflicted with heart disease or weak lungs or a superabundance of flesh must avoid exertion as much as possible. The veins in your head feel as if they were about to burst. You pant like a tired hound as you climb the steep streets of the city or the stairway of the hotel, and are compelled to stop every few moments to recover your breath. There are sharp pains in the lungs, a drowsiness about the head and eyes, and when you lie down to sleep at night, your heart will thump against your ribs like pile driver. The temperature reaches 80 at noonday and falls to 24 degrees at night in winter. During the summer months, the extremes are almost the same. The lowest record for 1899 was 19 degrees above zero. The maximum was 84. The temperature often varies 50 degrees in 24 hours. The extremes are less inside the walls of the houses, which are so thick that the heat does not penetrate them. It always seems colder indoors than out, and as there is no way of warming the houses by stoves or furnaces or fireplaces, it is very uncomfortable. We lit all the lamps we could get, regardless of the extravagance, for the hotel keeper charged 60 cents a night extra for each of those luxuries and 25 cents for candles. We put on overcoats and hats, wrapped our legs in fur robes, and huddled around the center table trying to be amiable and happy, but it was no use. The only warm place was the bed between the blankets. There is only one stove in La Paz, and that warms the office of the American legation. Mr. Bridgman, our minister, brought it from New Jersey and had a ton of coal shipped from Australia through the railway people at Arequipa. The natives are short, stocky fellows, beardless and broad-shouldered, with great powers of endurance and a courage and stoicism similar to that of the North American Indian. Their ancestors formed a part of the Inca Empire, having been subjugated by the Peruvians 200 or 300 years before the Spanish invasion. Their food consists chiefly of beans, dried peas, parched corn, dried potatoes, and cocoa, while they chew coca constantly. The coca habit among the Bolivians is as general as the opium habit with the Chinese, or smoking among the Irish. A very interesting character frequently met with in the Andes is the Cuyaguaya, or Indian doctor, as he is familiarly known. You find him everywhere, resting upon the benches of the plazas in the city, tramping over the mountain trails, sunning himself against the wall of a cabin by the railway station, drinking chica in the marketplace, inspecting cattle in the corral of the hacienda, and curing the sick persons in their mud huts. You find him in the railway cars and among the deck passengers on the coast steamers, where he pays his way by practicing his profession. With no wardrobe but the clothes upon his back and a bright-colored poncho, he travels barefooted from the Isthmus of Panama to Magellan Strait, carrying a pack filled with dried herbs done up in neat paper packages, cheap jewelry, pocket handkerchiefs and ribbons, watches and other articles for personal adornment, knives, forks and spoons, scissors, small mirrors, combs and brushes, and other small merchandise, which he sells for cash or trades for eggs and poultry, chocolate, beans and cocoa, to be exchanged at the next town for more portable property. The Indian women are ingenious and industrious, and have remarkable taste in colors and designs. They love gay tints and embroideries, and wear quantities of adornments. They have a distinctive costume of home manufacture, which the dealers in imported goods fortunately have not been able to disturb. They usually wear a little Panama hat, braided of soft white fiber, with a black band perched jauntily upon their abundant black hair, which hangs in 2 long braids down their backs. Their dresses resemble those worn by the peasants in the Tyrol. The short skirts of gay colors hang above the shoe tops and reveal gay hosiery and native shoes of bright-colored leather with long laces and high French heels. Sometimes the shoes are white, sometimes yellow, red, or purple. The brighter the better, and any color except black. Under the skirt are an indefinite number of white petticoats, elaborately embroidered and edged with lace. The waists are made of bright-colored calico, velveteen, and other fabrics, and around their shoulders they wear light shawls or scarves called rebozos. The men go barefooted and bare-legged and wear short, wide trousers of dark woolen cloth that are slit up the back as far as the knee, so as to give their legs free action in climbing the mountain trails. Under these trousers they have white cotton drawers, which always seem to be clean and well laundered. Upon their heads they wear close-fitting caps or hoods of knitted work, or some dark woolen cloth that fit closely down over the ears and the neck, like hoods children wear in cold weather in New England. Upon this they wear hats of straw or felt, while their bodies are protected by the inevitable poncho, which is their coat by day and their blanket by night, a comprehensive as well as comfortable garment. Colonel José Manuel Pando, the successful leader of the late revolution in Bolivia, chief of the Liberal Party, and president of the Republic, resembles General Grant in appearance and manners. He is a stubborn man, so self-contained, silent, and immovable that they call him the Sphinx. Short, solid, athletic, without an ounce of surplus flesh, accustomed to hardships, fond of frugal living, with a great capacity for physical endurance, he has spent the major portion of his life campaigning in the mountains and exploring the wilderness on the east slope of the Andes. A celebration of the feast of the Asunción occurred in a plaza in the northern part of La Paz. It is one of the most popular festivals in the calendar and called in from the country several thousand Indians, who took possession of the town from noon of the day preceding the anniversary until toward night of the day following. Along about 2 o'clock in the afternoon began the dances and other ceremonies, which have been inherited from the days of the Incas, and which are said to be of serious significance, like the ghost dances of the Sioux, the corn dance of the Navajo, the snake dance of the Moqui, and similar rites practiced by the red men of North America. Each group of dancers was attended by a band of musicians, playing native instruments. There were some modern drums imported from Europe, but more of native manufacture, made of hollow segments of trees covered with goatskins, native guitars and mandolins, rude pipes of bamboo, and long trumpets of reeds. The music had no harmony or melody, and was all in the minor key. Those who were not singing or dancing kept up a continuous chant in dreary monotones, and the leaders moved among them, gesticulating violently with their heads and arms. At intervals, the music and motions would cease, and the performers would refresh themselves with copious draughts of chica and alcohol. The dancing and drinking continued all the afternoon and far into the night, until everybody was in a distressing state of intoxication. The pavement was covered with the bodies of men and women who were unconscious from drink and fatigue, and the remainder were howling in the streets. Not far from the island of Titicaca, a narrow peninsula projects into the lake, on which is a small town of great fame, the residence of the patron saint of Bolivia. Here, in prehistoric times, was the seat of a celebrated oracle, with an extensive group of temples and monasteries, and the place of assembly of princes, priests, warriors, notables of the empire, as well as the common people, for the spring festivals which took place every year. The only ruin of importance which remains is a series of thrones upon the slope of a hill near Copacabana, which were evidently the seats of the mighty, from which the Incas or the priests addressed the people and witnessed the festivals. Some scientists hold that their age is greater than the Inca dynasty, and that they were the seats of judgment from which earlier monarchs pronounced decrees and proclaimed edicts. However that may be, they are among the most extraordinary relics of an extinct civilization. The early Catholic missionaries did not resist the native customs of the Indians, but with exceeding skill amalgamated the most important of them with the authorized festivals of their own church. Upon the ruins of the pagan temples, and with the same material of which they were built, they erected at Copacabana a magnificent edifice, and upon the oracle seated an image of the Mother of Christ, more renowned than any other effigy in America, and made her shrine the scene of the annual festivals which called together the inhabitants of the entire Andean region. Farmers, merchants, and manufacturers for hundreds of miles take advantage of the gathering to drive in llama trains laden with merchandise of all sorts. The people of the North exchange products with the people of the South, and the barter amounts to hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. The Great Church, built early in the 17th century, must have been a beautiful structure when new, and even in its present state of decay and neglect, it is imposing and attractive. Before each altar is a table with a tin receptacle for candles, the smallest offering that a poor devotee may take to his patron saint, and thousands of them are constantly burning during the festival week. Here and there is a pathetic evidence of penitence in the form of wild flowers laid by the hand of some maiden upon the altar of the Holy Mother. The image of the Virgin of Copacabana, the patron saint of Bolivia, stands upon an altar in a little chapel reached by a narrow stairway. The hollows in the steps tell of the millions of feet that have turned that way during the centuries she has been enthroned there, and her immense wardrobe, including many rare examples of embroidery and lace, and her large collection of jewels, indicate the value placed upon her blessing. One of her rubies, fully 1.5 inches long by 1 inch in thickness, curiously enough, was presented by a Turk who spent some years in Bolivia. It is said to be one of the finest rubies in the world. She has also a valuable collection of pearls. The image is about 3 feet in height, and with the exception of the face and hands, is covered with embroidered robes and decorations of gold and silver of elaborate and artistic designs. The crown of gold, heavily set with jewels, is an elaborate piece of work, and the halo of the same metal, at least 1 foot in diameter, is encircled by 10 diamond stars. In her hand, the Virgin holds a candlestick, and her arm supports a basket of gold filigree work, which is filled with costly jewels. The buckle of her belt is a cluster of large diamonds, and her robe sparkles with other gems. The peculiarity of the image, which is considered proof of its miraculous origin and attributes, is its power to emit light. I was not there in the evening, and cannot bear personal testimony as to the phenomenon, but Professor Bandelier and others entirely worthy of confidence declare that after dark the little chapel is always diffused with light, which proceeds from no fixed source, but is always sufficient to distinguish the outlines of articles upon the altar and objects upon the walls, and my informants were unable to detect any evidences of trickery. The image is said to have been carved in the 16th century by an ignorant Indian, to whom the Holy Mother herself sat as a model. Persons who desire to receive the blessings of the Virgin pay a fee to a monk in the cloister of the adjoining convent, and are allowed to pass into the little chapel, where service is continuous night and day during the time of the festival. Bearing lighted candles in their hands, they approach the altar rail and kneel. A bridal wreath is suspended by long strips of broad white ribbon in the center of the chapel. In a little gallery over the entrance is a band of music, with a cabinet organ, 2 horns, a flute, a cello, and a native instrument made of reeds. Behind the altar rail stands a monk, assisted by 2 barefooted acolytes. As the devotees approach the altar, the acolytes take the candles from their hands and place them in the rack prepared for that purpose. They then kneel as closely together as possible in front of the altar, and a robe of white satin, embroidered in silver, formerly worn by the image, is spread over their heads. The officiating monk moves his hand rapidly over the mantle and utters a blessing. The robe is then lifted, and the worshippers depart with precious consolation. In these few pages, we have been able to see but little of that strange land where the sun shines in the north and Christmas comes in midsummer. But I hope that the little glimpse I have been able to give will induce many to make the journey thither. The compensations are greater than those offered by most of the countries to which our tourists go. The voyage, after you pass Panama, is the most delightful that the ocean offers, and the opportunities for investment are surpassed nowhere else. It is unfortunate that we know so little of the South American republics when they offer so much value to us. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2023. The Chinese Boxers by L. J. Davies. The society or league which is now turning China upside down and forcing the attention of the whole world is known by various names. The one most commonly seen in the American papers is the Boxers or Spirit Boxers. The origin of this name is to be found in the gymnastic exercises which constitute the drill of the society and in the mysterious incantations used. In the Shantung province, the society is commonly called the Ta Tao Hui or Great Sword Society. This is one of the names used by the society itself and is a general name. On the cards and posters issued by the society, other names occur, which I understand to be of local use. The Boxer Society is one of the many secret societies of China, and, as is usual with such societies, has both a political and a religious significance. It is said to be of ancient origin. One Chinese tells me that it had its origin in opposition to the Manchu dynasty, which has ruled China for the past 250 years. Whatever may have been its past history, the society has now collected its forces against the foreigners within the Chinese Empire. It has been preparing for this present outbreak for several years. About 3.5 years ago, I learned from Chinese friends that such a society was being organized and that it was growing rapidly. Its anti-foreign purpose was known distinctly at that time. It was said to be spreading from the south toward the north. Those favorable to governmental reform and to foreign influences in the districts now overrun by these marauders felt and reported what may be called the ground swell of the storm which has now so furiously burst upon them. Chinese Christians were told, "Well, you will soon have a chance to enjoy the heaven of which you talk," and "Soon, soon, your time is coming soon." Shortly before the outbreak, it was frequently and plainly said that at no very distant date all foreigners and foreign sympathizers would be killed. In organizing this movement, the leaders established at convenient centers what were called ying or encampments. The members of the society living in the neighborhood met to drill and recite their incantations at these places, and here new members were initiated. Each encampment had, of course, a leader, who was responsible to the higher officers. A card sent to each of these encampments, naming the place of the proposed attack and stating the number of men required from each, called out a party of such size as the leaders desired. The vast majority of the Chinese are entirely ignorant of the simplest facts of natural science. To them the earth is still flat, and the sun is said to pass around behind a mountain in moving from west to east. The more superstitious worship the spirits, which are supposed to abide in or have charge of their spinning wheels, hand mills, stables, wells, manure heaps, street gates, and many other things. I know one man who is said to have worshipped thus over 30 spirits, believed to reside in various parts of his 3-roomed hovel. Occultism and spiritism are rife. The organizers of the Boxers have used this superstitious disposition for the furtherance of their ends. They have confidently asserted that those properly initiated into the mysteries of this cult, and whose kung fu or exercise of its rules was perfect, would by virtue of this practice become invulnerable,
and thus be protected against all bullets or knives. This was not left to future test entirely. Several intelligent Chinese have told me that they had themselves seen advanced members of the society strike different parts of their bodies with sharp knives and swords with no more effect upon the skin than is produced by the wind. The members of the society believe implicitly in this invulnerability, and the people at large are convinced that the claim is well founded. No difficulty is found in explaining the death of society members in battle. In one instance, occurring early last fall, 30 or 40 miles from Tsinanfu, 10 or 12 Boxers were killed by Catholics whom they had attacked. It was then discovered that on the evening before, or on the morning of the battle, these men had broken the rules of the society by eating certain proscribed articles of food. In this way, their death but strengthened the faith of those remaining. It was proposed at first to use no firearms in the extermination of foreigners, but to trust to the sword alone. Great reliance was placed on certain calisthenic exercises and posturings, which were expected to hypnotize or terrify the enemy. The Boxers are a patriotic party. Whether this means loyalty to the present dynasty or not is questioned. The Chinese have never forgotten that their rulers are foreigners. Manchu and Chinese are still distinct in dress and customs. The feeling seems to be quite general among the people that the Ta Qing, or Great Clear, dynasty has about run its course, and there is said to be in one of their sacred books a prophecy the fulfillment of which in the displacing of the reigning family is looked for at any time. Outwardly at least, the Boxers are loyal to the Manchu dynasty. Their motto, seen on cards left by them with Christians whom they had robbed, is Pao Qing Mie Yang. Literally this means, protect the clear, present dynasty, exterminate the foreign. In idiomatic English it is, death to foreigners, China for the Chinese. From the beginning of the outbreak, the avowed object of the society has been the expulsion from the country of all foreigners. This is no sudden turn in affairs, but rather a natural outgrowth of the general anti-foreign feeling. In a recent issue of the Philadelphia Press, a prominent Chinese is reported to have said, "Foreigners of every nation are objectionable to a large majority of Chinamen, and when they see Europeans and Americans coming there, getting valuable concessions and preparing to cut up the country with railroads, they fear the invasion will eventuate in the extinction of sacred customs, and that the white man will rule the country." This statement expresses very fairly the mind of the Chinese people. They look down on every foreigner as a barbarian, and, since they have learned something of the power of European arms, to the contempt is joined fear. To this may perhaps be added a sense of injustice, resulting from the treatment received recently from more than one of the European powers. For example, both official and non-official people of Shantung complained bitterly of Germany's injustice in seizing Kiao Chao, and, whether rightly or wrongly, believed that the imperial German government had but used the murder of the German missionary priests to further its prearranged political plans. From these three elements, contempt, fear, and sense of injustice, has been developed in the anti-foreign Chinese party a spirit of bitter animosity. The Boxer movement is but an expression of this hatred. It must be borne in mind, however, that economic conditions greatly assist the organizers. In good seasons, the people of North China must secure 2 crops each year from the same land in order to maintain a condition of average welfare. If the spring yield fails, there is considerable suffering, and if both spring and fall crops are bad, conditions of local famine result. A considerable proportion of the people are therefore always on the verge of destitution. In seasons of distress, highway robbery is very frequent. The more wealthy travelers carry arms, and, during the winter months, housebreaking is so common that one or more members of well-to-do farming families watch all night. Hence, beginning by looting the homes of Christian Chinese, the Boxers proper attracted to themselves a great company of the hopeless poor, who, joining them for plunder, would be as ready to fall away when booty was no longer be obtained. The anti-foreign character of the outbreak was apparent even in this robbery, as in more than one instance, when those who were in no way connected with the foreigners had suffered, their goods were returned to them and apologies offered. There is no evidence of a distinctively religious animosity in this disturbance. It is of course true that in a few minds the fear exists that the new religion will overthrow the old. But it is doubtful whether there has been sufficient growth in the Christian Church to generally excite this fear. Missionaries are attacked not as religious teachers but as foreigners, and Chinese Christians are robbed and murdered as those who sui yang kui qi, or follow the foreign devil, and not because they have changed their religion. The attacks have thus far been borne chiefly by the missionaries because they have gone to the interior, while most of the merchants are in the coast towns and treaty ports. Those who know the Chinese people find much to admire both in individual traits and in national customs. But the government of the empire is a tangle of ways that are dark and tricks that are vain. The Chinese method of the past 60 years, of so-called intercourse with foreigners, is very aptly expressed by this quotation. The official class has never taken foreign relations seriously. In case of trouble, the program has been to promise everything, but to do nothing which by any means could be avoided. Local officials have more than once directly instigated anti-foreign outbreaks which have resulted in murder or destruction of property, and when the demands of the foreign government could be resisted no longer, have been degraded by the Peking government. Yet, when the dust had settled sufficiently into the eyes of the too easily deceived foreigners, the same officials have reappeared in positions of greater prominence. The Chinese, high and low, are adept actors. Li Ping-heng was governor of Shantung province at the time of the seizure of Kiaochao by the Germans, following the murder by bandits of 2 German priests. Among other concessions secured by the German government was a decree against Governor Li, perpetually disabling him from holding any office. This decree was simply 2 big handfuls of dust, for in a short time this same Li Ping-heng was appointed to an office of great importance in the north, and it is reported that he is now one of the Empress Dowager's chief anti-foreign advisers. In dealing with the Boxers, the authorities of China have but continued these methods. The anti-foreign party has beyond question hoped for opportunity to rise against all foreigners and drive them into the sea. Li Ping-heng petitioned the Empress Dowager to be allowed to resist the Germans at Kiaochao by force of arms. Again, something over a year ago, it was commonly reported and believed that General Tung Hu-xiang, during audience with the Empress Dowager, requested permission to use his soldiers, who were like himself bitterly anti-foreign, to attack the foreign legations in Pekin, and that he pledged himself to make short work of the ministers. It is said that the Empress showed signs of pleasure at his loyalty, and of regret that she feared to follow his suggestions. It was under a governor of similar spirit that the Boxers began operations in Shantung last fall. In response to the representations of the missionaries, whose converts were being looted, he refused to admit the existence of any organized society, and it was not until 2 or 3 counties were in a state of practical anarchy that soldiers were sent from the capital. The avowed purpose of these troops was to protect the Christian Chinese from robbery and to catch and punish the outlaws. The real animus of the governor was shown when he recalled and degraded the officers who had punished the Boxers in a severe fight. The Boxers openly claimed to have the governor's sympathy, and after this battle the depredations were unrestricted. The Chinese soldiers had evidently been given orders not to harm the insurgents, for they refused to interfere though called upon, even when the outbreak occurred within 2 or 3 miles of their camp. The recent action of the Empress Dowager in reprimanding General Nie for attacking the Boxers who were destroying the railway from Tientsin to Pekin is but a repetition on a larger scale of what the governor of Shantung did at the beginning of the troubles. In Shantung, one county magistrate is said to have sent word to the rebels, "Save my face and don't enter this city," county seat. "No Christians live inside the city." The magistrate of Po Ping County said, "Our own people we will protect, but not the converts of the foreigners." It is the theory of the Chinese government that the people are naturally ignorant, and that its officials are sent to all parts of the empire to instruct them in the duties of life. In a recent proclamation, when referring to troubles with foreigners, the Empress Dowager said, "The stupid and ignorant people who circulate rumors and stir up strife, proceeding from light to grave differences, are most truly to be detested. On the other hand, the officials who have not been able at convenient seasons to properly instruct the people and prevent disturbances cannot be excused from censure." The character of the instruction given the people may be seen in the following quotations from a pamphlet issued a short time before the beginning of the present outbreak by a county magistrate named Chao, at that time holding office in Xiaqin County, Shantung Province. "Their religion is such as China never had, and is antagonistic to the doctrines of the sages, such as family relations, the laws of benevolence and righteousness. In this regard, these religions are inferior to Buddhism and Taoism. Western sciences have their ancient root in Chinese principles, which have been stolen and shrewdly expanded. As to Occidentals, their chaos has just begun to dissolve and their savagery has not yet changed. They have no loyalty, no family rules, no true principles of sexual relations, no literature, and no truly civilized society. Because their land is narrow, they have come to us, searching the limits of the land for their own gain. In the matter of skillful search into the secrets of the earth, they are far shrewder than we, but they do this simply for gain, and are barbarians still, with all their industrial skill. They seek only gain from our country, they aim to deceive our people, to surround our land, to disturb our national laws and customs." It may be that the Empress Dowager is merely an opportunist, but it seems much more likely that she thinks to realize fully the dreams of these past 3 years and to close the coup of 1898, by which the reformer, Emperor Kwang Su, was set aside, and 6 of his advisers beheaded by a general onslaught on all the foreign devils who are infesting her domain. The moderate members of the Tsung-li-Yamen, or Foreign Office, have been displaced by enemies of the foreigners. In one breath she condemns General Nie for punishing the Boxers and calls them good citizens, and in the next, to hoodwink foreign governments, she orders them to desist. The appointment of Yuan Shi Kai as governor of Shantung, though nominally in the interest of order, can now be looked upon as nothing more than a temporary yielding to foreign demands, while waiting for the proper moment for the present outbreak. The anti-foreign outbreak has grown from what at first seemed but a plundering attack upon a few poor Chinese Christians in northwestern Shantung to proportions which necessitate international action and which threaten the very existence of foreigners and of foreign interests in China. It will not prove sufficient to quiet Pekin. With diplomatic relations restored, the Empress can, by retaining in the Foreign Office the anti-foreign ministers, wage a warfare of extermination on business and missionary interests throughout the provinces. The provincial officials would but carry out the secret edicts, while a corresponding series of pro-foreign edicts would tie the hands of consuls and foreign ministers. I concur in the ideas expressed by Weng Tung Ho, tutor of the Emperor Kwang Su, and see but little hope of a satisfactory settlement of the present most deplorable situation outside some arrangement similar to that suggested. Wang says, His Majesty is convinced, through amply trustworthy sources, that the loyal support of many scores of millions of Chinese will be accorded to his proposals for putting an end to the state of anarchy brought about by the action of the Empress Xi-an. The government of China being virtually non-existent, the Emperor proposes that the foreign powers whose troops dominate the capital shall remove his imperial person from the palace in which His Majesty is confined a prisoner, shall declare Empress Xi-an and her present ministers to be usurpers, and shall bring Emperor Kwang-su to Nanking, Wuchan, or Shanghai, whichever the said foreign powers deem to be the most suitable situation for the new capital of the Chinese Emperor under the new conditions. It is proposed by His Majesty and his advisers that the foreign powers should declare a joint protectorate and undertake the task of governing the country through His Majesty. China is ripe for the change of tide which the reactionaries vainly seek to stem. If it should be, on the other hand, that the foreign powers seriously contemplate the dismemberment of the Chinese Empire, they have before them the huge task of facing dense millions, who, although lacking training and making but contemptible soldiers, possess boundless powers of passive resistance, and would be able to wear out the patience of any European rulers seeking to govern them without regard to their prejudices. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. National Geographic Society. It is probable that at the first meeting of the National Geographic Society next winter, some very important modifications in the work of the Society will be recommended by the Board of Managers. These modifications are largely the result of the growth of the Society during the past year, as shown on the chart on the opposite page. Between June 1st, 1899 and May 31st, 1900, the membership increased from 1,417 to 2,462. This rapid growth can, it is believed, be continued by maintaining the earnest and persistent efforts that have been so effective during 1899 to 1900. In a few years, the Society may hope to number thousands of members, where it now has hundreds. The most important modification contemplated in the organization or work of the Society is the unification of membership. Already the non-resident members outnumber those resident in Washington. It is now proposed to abolish the distinction between the two classes of membership and give all members equal privileges. Among other changes under consideration is the delivery of lecture courses in the various cities of the United States as nearly identical with those given at the capital as may be practicable. It must be understood, however, that none of these changes have as yet been considered by the Society. They were earnestly recommended by President Alexander Graham Bell at the annual meeting in May, were unanimously approved by the Board of Managers, and have been referred to committees, who will form and submit to the Society plans for carrying them into effect. End of section 56. Section 57 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaG. Grove Carl Gilbert. The striking portrait of Professor G. K. Gilbert which serves as the frontispiece to this number of the National Geographic magazine, depicts more clearly than any words the strength and brilliancy of this eminent scientist. Mr. Gilbert was born in Rochester, New York, in 1843 and graduated from the University of his native city at the age of 19. After several years as assistant geologist in Ward Museum, Rochester, he was appointed geologist on the Ohio Survey in 1868, later on the Wheeler Survey, and then on the Powell Survey. Since 1879, he has been on the U.S. Geological Survey. On the death of Dr. Edward Orton, he was elected president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science for 1899 to 1900. He is the author of Geology of the Henry Mountains, Lake Bonneville, etc., and many other valuable contributions to geological literature. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Ports of the Far East. Port Arthur and Ta-Lin-Wan were leased to Russia March 27, 1898, for 25 years, but the duration of the lease may be extended by mutual consent. Wei Highway was leased to Great Britain July 1, 1898, for as long a period as Russia shall remain in possession of Port Arthur. Kiao Chau was leased to Germany January 1898 for 99 years. Hong Kong was ceded to Great Britain in 1841, a further concession on the mainland being made in 1861, and a lease for 99 years of an additional 200 square miles being granted in July 1898. Quang Chau Wan was leased to France in April 1898. The recent exclusive concession by Korea of a site for a coal depot and a naval hospital at Mapstone has given Russia control of the finest harbor in southern Korea. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2023. The Tsung-li-Yamen. The board of the Tsung-li-Yamen, or Foreign Office, was created in 1861 to conduct all dealings with foreign nations and with foreigners. Of the character and working of the board, Miss E.R. Sidmore, the Foreign Secretary of the National Geographic Society, relates the following in her book, China, the Long-Lived Empire, just published by the Century Company. Ministers have always a long, slow ride in state across to the shabby gateway of the forlorn old Yamen, where now 11 aged, sleepy incompetents muddle with foreign affairs. As these 11 elders have reached such posts by steady advances, they are always septuagenarians, worn out with the exacting, empty routine rites and functions of such high office, and physically too exhausted by their midnight rides to and sunrise departures from the palace to begin fitly the day's tedium at the dilapidated Tsung-li-Yamen. The appointment for an interview with the non-committal, irresponsible board must be made beforehand. The minister and his secretaries are always kept waiting, and the inner reception room swarms with gaping attendants during an interview. Once the American minister made a vigorous protest and refused to conduct any negotiations while there were underlings in the room, and as it was business that the Chinese government wished conducted, the minions were summarily cast out to the other side of the many-hinged, latticed doors, where they scuffled audibly for first places at cracks and knot-holes. The other envoys would not sustain the American protest, and soon the farce of the empty room was played to an end, and the servants came in with their pipes and fans, tea and cake and candies as usual, stood about, commented on, and fairly took part in the diplomatic conversations as before. Every servant in a foreign establishment in Pekin is a spy and informer of some degree. Espionage is a regular business, and the table talk, visiting list, dinner list, card tray, and scrap basket, with full accounts of all comings and goings, sayings and doings of any envoy or foreigner in Pekin, are regularly offered for purchase by recognized purveyors of such news. Diplomatic secrets are fairly impossible in such an atmosphere. Every secret convention and concession is soon blazoned abroad. Every word the British minister uttered at the Tsung-li-Yamen was reported to the Russian legation with almost electric promptness, until the envoy threatened to suspend negotiations and withdraw. Wily concessionaries know each night where their rivals are dining and what they have said, whether any piece of written paper has passed, and what has gone on at each legation in Pekin and each consulate at Tientsin. Every legation keyhole, crack, and chink has its eye and ear at critical times, and by a multiplication in imagination one arrives at an idea of what the palace may be like. End of section 59.
Section 60 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Notes. Tientsin, the military key to Peking, is at the junction of the Hun-ho and the Pei-ho, about 80 miles by road from the capital and 65 miles from Taku. Gunboats and sea-going junks can ascend the river only as far as Tientsin. The foreigners live in 3 concessions, French, English, and German, bordering on the river and covering an area of several hundred acres. The English have a very handsome town hall, a well-kept public garden, and a recreation ground. The city has also 2 hotels, 2 clubs, a theater, an excellent public library, and 3 churches, Catholic, Anglican, and Union. Countless barges ply between Tientsin and Tungchau, whence a wretched cart road of 13 miles connects with Peking. The railway between Tientsin and Peking, completed in 1897, is now absorbing the larger part of this commerce. The population is now estimated at 950,000 and is increasing very rapidly, as Tientsin is the principal outlet for the trade of the provinces of Qili, Shanxi, Shenxi, Kansu, and the northern part of Honan, which contain a population of about 100 million. In 1870 occurred the terrible massacre of foreigners when the French Sisters of Mercy were brutally butchered. That the Russianization of China will eventually be accomplished seems inevitable. With the conquest of China, the 8 million soldiers of the Tsar, who comprised the army of Russia when on a war footing, could be increased to 40 million fighting men, most of whom could live inexpensively on a handful of rice a day. With such an army, Russia could dictate terms to the world. This statement by Alexander Hume Ford in Collier's Weekly is an opinion very generally shared by the press of the United States. However, 2 facts are here taken for granted which have yet to be proved. First, has Russia now the ability to subdue the 400 millions of China? And second, granted that she can subdue them, has she the capability of molding them and keeping them subservient to her will? The military strength of Russia in Manchuria and on the Pacific coast cannot be estimated, but it is doubtful if she could muster at the maximum figure 100,000 troops. That such a force can cope with restlessness in China, especially when communication is by road only, is impossible. Russia has her hands full in the development of the vast resources of Siberia. Here millions of colonists must be absorbed before anything can be attempted in China. Meanwhile, Notwithstanding fierce reaction, progress must inevitably go on in China, solidifying the masses of the people. It is a problem whether the national spirit of the Chinese will not be soon unified to such an extent as to be able successfully to resist Russia when she is ready to begin her Russianization. It is argued that because Russia has been able to absorb and Russianize the nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes of Central and Northern Asia, that she will be equally successful in dealing with the Chinese. But the handling of immense masses of population that have a grand past from which to gain individuality is quite different from overawing weak and scattered tribes. The output of coal in the United States in 1899 for the first time exceeded the output in every other country. The mines of the United States yielded 258,539,650 net tons of the total production of the world, 775 million net tons, or more than one-third. The figures given in a recent bulletin prepared by Mr. O.P. Austin, Chief of the Bureau of Statistics of the Treasury Department, show that the increase of production in Great Britain, though very great, is not keeping pace with that of Germany and the United States. The average annual rate of increase for the 30 years ending with 1897 was for the United Kingdom 2.33%, for Germany 4.60%, and for the United States 6.64%. Austria-Hungary, France, Belgium, Russia, and Japan, in the order named, are the next largest producers. England has always maintained that Morocco, or at least that part of it adjacent to the Strait of Gibraltar, must remain neutral. It is now hinted, however, that she may assent to the acquisition by Spain of a slice of territory along the northern coast, allowing France to have the rest of the country, in case the partition of Morocco comes up for settlement within a year, as seems not unlikely. The French recently occupied Igli on the border of Morocco and Algeria, and are said to be massing troops on the frontier, a proceeding that is naturally exciting the Moors, who are fiercely jealous of their independence and not easily controlled by the government. Under a good government, Morocco might become one of the most prosperous parts of Africa. Her people show capabilities of much development. She has rich resources in iron, tin, and copper, and splendid forests of oak and pine, while her soil yields all the cereals of warm and temperate climates. The principal harbors are Tangier on the Strait of Gibraltar and Tetuan on the Mediterranean. On the Atlantic coast there is no first-class harbor, though Rabat and Mogador are of some importance. The Spanish town of Ceuta occupies a narrow peninsula at the east end of the strait. The city of Morocco was founded 900 years ago, and during the 13th and 14th centuries was a famous seat of learning, to which the Moors of Spain sent their children. Barely 50,000 inhabitants now represent the 100,000 houses and 700,000 people which it once boasted. In any proposed partition of Morocco, the desperate resistance of 6 million Moors, Arabs, and Berbers will have to be reckoned with. 3 men are aiming for the North Pole this summer. The Duke of Abruzzi, after a winter of exploration in Franz Joseph Land, planned to advance from that group of islands. This route to the North Pole is considered the most difficult, as 500 miles each way, or 1,000 miles in all, have to be fought over ice and snow. The Italian prince is, however, of a splendid physique and an indomitable will, and he has with him the best equipped party that has ever started for the North Pole. If Peary's plans have been successfully carried out, Cape Joseph Henry is now in his rear, and he is sledding across the frozen sea ahead of Lockwood and Brainard's farthest north. This is Peary's 3rd consecutive summer in the Arctic. Last year he passed in establishing a road lined with caches of supplies to Cape Joseph Henry, from which he was made to make his dash this spring. The Windward sails early in July on the 3rd of the series of annual reinforcements. She will be equipped for 3 years, so that Peary may keep her with him as long as necessary. Severdrup in the Fram is an unknown factor. His first year he accomplished little, as his ship was frozen in 50 miles to the south of Peary. It has been stated that he has given up his original ambition of gaining the pole and is confining his work to a careful exploration of northwest Greenland. Robert E. Stein, with 2 companions, has passed the winter in Ellesmere Land, near Cape Sabine, where, it will be remembered, he was left by the Peary Relief steamer last summer. Stein hoped to return this year on the Peary Relief steamer, but as the Windward will probably not return this fall, the chances are that his party will have to remain north another year. He may have already cast in his lot with Severdrup, or later, when the Windward appears, he may join the Peary party. G.H.G. End of section 60. Section 61 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Problems in China by James M. Hubbard. In 1724, the Emperor Yung Ching prescribed the Christian religion, which at that time had made great progress in China. 3 Jesuit priests who were in Peking addressed a petition to him, supplicating him to revoke his decree. Yung Ching summoned them to his presence and in an argument of some length gave his reasons for his action, in which he disclaimed any disbelief in or hatred of Christianity. You say that your law is not a false law, and I believe it. If I thought it were, what should hinder me from destroying your churches and driving you from the empire? He closed with these words: You wish to make the Chinese Christians, and this is what your law demands, I know very well. But what in that case would become of us, the subjects of your kings? The Christians whom you make recognize no authority but you. In times of trouble they would listen to no other voice. I know well enough that there is nothing to fear at present, but when your ships shall be coming by thousands and tens of thousands, then indeed we may have some disturbances. This remarkable statement is interesting both as showing the intelligence and liberality of a Chinese ruler nearly 2 centuries ago, and also as being a concise statement of one of the principal causes of the present upheaval in China. Christian law demands an obedience which undermines and finally overthrows the authority of every other conflicting law. This fact the intelligent Chinese of today recognize more clearly even than did Yung Ching, and the vindication of the authority of Chinese law is the main object of the present conflict. The distinction between the 2 laws, the Christian and the non-Christian, leaving religious dogmas out of view, may be said to lie in the fact that Christian law demands obedience to these 3 principles: the right of every man, whatever his condition or station, to his life and to his property, and the inviolability of a promise, the sacredness of the truth. Non-Christian law is practically a denial of the authority of these fundamental principles. It is not meant by this statement to affirm that there have not been in the past, and that there are not now, many men in China who are just, upright, humane, and strictly honest. It is an indisputable fact, however, that human life has little value in that country. Justice is almost unknown in the courts, and there is no respect for the truth. A promise is kept only when self-interest makes it worth while. Now, a conflict is inevitable when 2 civilizations founded on such antagonistic principles come into close contact, and its ultimate cause will be found to be the assertion on the one hand, the denial on the other, of one or all of these principles. Here again, there is not the slightest intention of maintaining that in all the relations of China with the Western powers, when disputes have arisen, she has always been in the wrong, they always in the right. But it is meant simply that the cause or pretense of every aggressive act on the part of the powers has been either that a foreigner's life has been taken, his property alienated or destroyed, or the terms of a treaty or concession have not been faithfully observed. The incident, which was probably the immediate cause of the Boxer uprising, the murder of 2 German missionaries by a mob, is a typical one. From the Western point of view, It was only just and reasonable that first the magistrate of the town or district where the outrage occurred, then the ruler of the province, and lastly the government in Peking, should be held responsible for the death of these two men. We may justly condemn the method which Germany pursued to secure reparation for the deed, but this does not alter the fact that she was right in her original contention that satisfaction should be given for the taking of the lives of her subjects, and that she would have failed in her duty if the outrage had been suffered to pass unnoticed. From the Chinese standpoint, however, nothing could seem more unreasonable, more absurd, than the demand that the governor of Shantung should be punished because two insignificant men were murdered by a mob, whose deed possibly he did not justify and could not have prevented had he so desired. This German demand would naturally seem to them the mere arbitrary exercise of power, with the ultimate purpose of conquest, not the fulfillment of a sacred duty. Fertile in international disputes, sometimes leading to war, have been the commercial treaties concluded with the powers, and the railway, mining, and other industrial concessions granted to foreigners. There is no contention that these have always been in the interest of China. In one notorious instance, the forcing her to admit opium, it was certainly not the case, but the universal experience has been that when it has seemed to be for the interest of China to evade the rights granted under the treaties or to make the concessions valueless, she has done so, often bringing great losses to individuals who have trusted in her promises. The interior navigable waters, for instance, were made free to foreign vessels in the summer of 1898, and large sums were spent in fitting out craft for this traffic. But when, on reaching China, an attempt was made to employ them, the authorities put such obstacles in the way that this concession became a dead letter. They justified their action by the contention that it was in the interests of the river boatmen, whose means of livelihood would be taken away by the introduction of foreign steamers, which was no doubt true to a great extent. This, then, is the principal cause of the present conditions in China. It is the mutual hostility of two distinct and diverse civilizations brought into intimate relations. In the one, rights are maintained which seem to the other no rights, and obedience to a fundamental law demanded whose authority the other does not recognize. Another, and possibly as significant, a cause is to be found in the fact that resistance to a ruler, so soon as he ceases to be a minister of God for good, is incumbent on every Chinaman. This sacred right of rebellion was distinctly taught by Confucius, and was emphasized by Mencius, who went the length of asserting that a ruler who by the practice of injustice and oppression had forfeited his right to rule, should not only be dethroned, but might, if circumstances required it, be put to death. For 250 years, the Chinese have been the subjects of Manchu or Tatar sovereigns, alien to them in race and disposition. Nomads by descent, these emperors of the present dynasty have retained some of the barbaric characteristics which distinguish a pastoral from an agricultural and commercial people, such as the great mass of the Chinese are. Their single aim has been, not to develop the resources of the empire, but to consolidate and strengthen their power. One result of their methods of government is the prevalence of official corruption to an extent previously unknown. The principal officers of the provinces are appointed for 3 years only, to prevent their gaining an undue and dangerous influence. The chief duty of the governor, with relation to the emperor, is to send an annual tribute to Peking, upon the size of which depends his favor at court. Naturally, his one object during his short term of office is to extort as much money as possible from his unfortunate subjects, and his example is imitated by all his subordinates down to the lowest magistrate. Now, it has been perfectly evident to all the intelligent Chinese that as their government has grown more corrupt, it has become weaker. Its weakness has never been demonstrated so clearly to them as in the latest times, in the ignominious defeat by Japan, the absolute inability to resist the occupation of Chinese territory by the German, Russian, English, and French powers. Here are conspicuously, then, the conditions which make it the duty of a faithful disciple of Confucius to rebel against his ruler: injustice, oppression, and incompetency. Added to this impulse to revolution is his unfading memory of a glorious past when China was under the guiding care of sovereigns of his own blood. It has only needed at any time in the last century a leader of ability and a definite cry to cause the discontented people to break into open revolt. Such a leader 50 years ago was Hung Tzu-tsuen, the founder of a society of the worshippers of God. He proclaimed himself as sent by heaven to drive out the Tatars and to restore in his own person the succession to China. Multitudes flocked to a standard raised to extirpate rulers, who both in their public laws and in their private acts were standing examples of all that was base and vile in human nature. Hung Tzu-tsuen defeated the imperialist forces sent against him, and in 1853 he stormed the great city of Nanking. Here a native Chinese Taiping dynasty was inaugurated, of which he was the first emperor, assuming the title of Taiping Wang, King of Great Peace or Heavenly King. Subordinate aims were the destruction of idolatry and the prohibition of opium. It was in its origin a religious and temperance as well as a national movement. This is not the time to discuss the causes of its rapid degeneracy and final overthrow in 1864 by General Gordon, nor the strange blindness of the Western powers to its distinctively Christian character. The Taipings, for instance, based their moral teachings on the 10 words of Moses. They observed the Lord's Day and printed and distributed thousands of copies of translations of Genesis, Exodus, and St. Matthew, as well as Christian devotional works. The temples were burnt and thrown down, says an English eyewitness, and not a whole image was to be seen in city or country for hundreds of miles. Had the powers given the movement their support, it is not impossible that the pure and high aims and motives with which it began might have been maintained. In that case, there can be little doubt that the Taipings would have taken Peking, and that a new era of peace and prosperity might have opened in China. This conviction of the wickedness of their present rulers, whether judged by Confucian or Christian standards, has not decreased in strength during the last half-century. Many causes, on the contrary, besides those political ones already mentioned, have contributed to make it stronger today in multitudes of Chinamen than ever before. It is by no means impossible that the Boxer Rising, with its watchword of China for the Chinese, was originally a nationalist movement for the overthrow of the Tatar dynasty, as well as for the driving out of foreigners and the extirpation of Christianity. But the influences which led primarily to the Taiping Rebellion have increased tenfold in force since 1850. Education of the Western type has been extended to tens of thousands in all parts of the empire. A literature, both religious and secular, setting forth the principles on which Western Christian civilization is founded, and familiarizing the Chinese readers with Christian ideals of life and character, has been created. The intercourse with travelers, merchants, officials, and missionaries, together with the not inconsiderable number of Chinese who have visited our countries and returned to tell of what they had seen to their countrymen, has spread broadcast a more or less definite knowledge of the outside world. The national outcome of all these influences has been the birth of a reform party which increased in strength with such rapidity that, having gained the ear and confidence of the emperor, it seemed that just now to be on the point of revolutionizing the ancient methods of government and education. Its principal aims are shown in the famous 7 Reform Edicts issued by the emperor in the spring of 1898. These provided for the building of railways, the abolition of the old essay system of the civil service examination, and the substitution of Western learning, the turning of unused temples into schools for instruction in this learning, the establishment of a great university in Peking, the organization of a bureau for the translation of Western literature into Chinese, the foundation of a patent office, and the protection of foreigners, and especially missionaries. Although this strenuous, though possibly ill-timed and too sweeping, effort for reform disastrously failed, the leaders being executed or flying from the country, yet the influences which called it into existence remain. Doubtless the events of the past few months will have increased rather than diminished the number of its open or secret adherents. These are then, in my opinion, the principal causes of the present outbreak in China, whose ultimate consequences it is impossible for the wisest of us to foresee. It is the inevitable conflict of two essentially diverse civilizations brought into close contact. It is also the result of conditions due to a long succession of weak and corrupt rulers. These appear to me to include all special causes, both religious and political. Though the outbreak was directed apparently at first against Christian missionaries and their followers, and is now, for the moment, a life and death contest with all foreigners, yet hatred of Christianity cannot be attributed to the Chinese as a people. Their indifference to all religion is a national characteristic. There is no question but that their superstitious fears have been often awakened by the desecration of ancestral graves through the construction of railways, by the erection of churches with high towers, and by the refusal of native Christians to join in some religious rite considered essential for the common welfare, as to avert a drought or heal a prevailing sickness. It is more than likely, it is certain, that many good but overzealous missionaries have unnecessarily aroused opposition through lack of tact and prudence in attacking customs and beliefs which ages of existence had made sacred. The Catholic priests, especially, have incurred heavy responsibilities by their claim to sit as magistrates with the mandarins in cases in which the interests of members of their flock were at stake. The motive for obtaining the privilege was a good one, to secure justice, but the result has been in many instances disastrous. The often repeated saying, "First the missionary, then the consul, then the general," rests on an undoubted basis of truth. The missionary no sooner gains a foothold in any land than he is closely followed by the trader of his own or some kindred nationality. He in turn brings after a time the consul, his government's representative, to protect his interests, and with the consul comes a guard, which circumstances may change into a conquering army. This is a natural and almost inevitable sequence, and one that abundantly justifies the Chinese suspicion that the original coming of the missionary is simply to prepare the way for the general. The history of Protestant missions, we do not say Catholic, bears triumphant proof, however, of the falsity of the assertion of such a motive in endeavoring to Christianize a heathen people. What is to be the end of the contest now being waged in northern China? To this question there is but one answer that can be made with any degree of confidence. Peking must fall into the hands of the Allied powers. Whether or not the present rulers of the country will be captured with it remains to be seen, though all the probabilities are against it. But if they fly to the ancient Chinese capital, Tsing-li-Yamen, in the province of Shensi, 750 miles inland, and set up the government there, what then? In other words, can the powers, either unitedly or singly, conquer China or any considerable part of it not adjacent to the sea? If the Chinese are united in their opposition to the powers, I believe this to be an impossibility from the physical character of the country and the number and disposition of the people. China proper, that is, excluding Mongolia, Manchuria, Tibet, and Turkestan, is in round numbers 1,500 miles in extent from east to west, and 1,400 miles from north to south. It is, roughly speaking, divided into three great river basins, which are separated from each other by ranges of mountains. The northernmost is that of the Yellow River, and consists in large part of a plain. subject to terrible inundations from the fact that it lies below the level of the river, which now and then bursts its banks and makes for itself a new channel. It is unnavigable and apparently would afford no aid to an invading army. This is not true of the second or Yangtze River, which is navigable for nearly 2,000 miles and has numerous tributaries navigable for small craft. This is the richest part as well as the most populous of the empire. The deltas of these two rivers are connected by the Grand Canal, formerly a great avenue of trade, upon whose banks were important cities. Sections of it are now in ruins, and even if it were in good repair, it runs throughout its entire length so near the coast as to be useless to an army invading the interior. The third river is the West, in the extreme southeastern part of China. It is navigable for some 200 miles and would give access only to two provinces, only one of which, Kwangtung, is of any importance. These river basins were formerly connected by imperial roads, constructed before the Tatar conquest, and even in their ruins excite the admiration of travelers and attest the heights to which Chinese civilization once reached. The present rulers have suffered them to fall into decay and comparative disuse, as rapid and easy communication between the different parts of the empire was considered dangerous, as affording a discontented subject people opportunities to combine against their rulers. It will be evident that to march armies sufficiently large to subdue 400 million people through such a country, armies almost all of whose munitions of war would have to be transported from the coast, would be a physical impossibility. Then the Chinese, when hard pressed, are capable of using means of defense against which the best equipped European armies, led by the ablest generals, would be as powerless as if they were naked savages. On one occasion, the inhabitants of the northern province of Honan, being unable to meet an invading army in the field, cut through the dikes of the Yellow River, China's sorrow, and flooded the whole country. The invaders escaped to the mountains, but upward of 200,000 natives perished in the flood, and the city of Kaifeng was destroyed. Another time, in the first period of the Manchu dynasty, the Chinese had the patriotism and resolution to lay waste their own coasts as far as 20 leagues up the country, and destroy villages and cities, burn woods and cornfields, in fact, to create an immense desert in order to annihilate the power of a formidable pirate, who for a long time had held in check the whole strength of the empire. What this extraordinary people have done more than once in their stress, they would do again under similar circumstances. But are they united and animated by the single desire of driving out the foreign devils? It does not seem to me that there is any evidence of this other than the mere assertion of writers who have apparently taken it for granted. A united purpose impelling the ignorant myriads of Chinese, divided in speech and in habits of life and separated by vast distances, is inconceivable. Hatred of the foreigners is, I believe, in large measure confined to the ruling classes, whose powers and privileges are threatened by the new religion, and the reforms which it brings with it. The Chinese magistrate who sells justice to the highest bidder naturally hates the consular court. It is they, and the literati, or educated class, from whose ranks they are drawn, who foment these disturbances, who placard the cities with inflammatory invitations to rise up against the foreigners, who circulate scandals about the Christian rites, similar to the assertions made and believed in France and Austria about the Jews, that they are able to arouse the common people to action here and there, especially in the coast provinces and in large cities and their neighborhoods, recent events have proved. It is possible, but hardly conceivable, that they could do the same throughout the empire, for it should be remembered that there are still great districts inhabited by millions of people into which missionaries have never gone and through which foreign travelers rarely, if ever, pass. At present, I am convinced that the great mass of the people throughout China are ignorant of what has taken place at Pekin and Tientsin. They are indifferent as to who rules over them, provided they are left in peace to till their fields and reap their harvests. Does the Western world need China? And reciprocally, does China need intercourse with the Christian nations? Many persons question seriously whether we ought to force, as it were, our civilization, our commerce and manufactures, our modes of government, our literature and religion upon an unwilling people, the mass of whom are probably as well off materially as the mass of the people of Europe. They are probably better off than the Russian peasants. The accounts of some travelers lead one to believe that in some parts of the province of Sichuan, the inhabitants surpass all other peoples in their apparent prosperity and contentment. Why should we come and disturb this peace? In answer, it is only necessary to say that the commercial and religious invasion of China by the Western nations is a part of the progress of the world. China is no longer at a distance from us, but is the near neighbor of Russia, England, France, and the United States. She is one of the great nations of the world, and mutual intercourse between her and them is inevitable. Its advantages, even from the lowest material point of view, are not all on one side. Her foreign commerce, amounting to nearly $300 million annually, not only pays a third part of the expenses of the central government, but enriches her merchants, tea cultivators, and the raisers of silk as much as it does our manufacturers of cottons. And this commerce is a small fraction of what it will be when her vast virgin fields of coal and iron are exploited, and the whole empire is thrown open without restriction to all who desire to enter. End of section 61. Section 62 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. China and Her People. Some Reflections on Their Manners and Customs, Habits and Lives by Commander Harry Webster, United States Navy. The geographical boundaries of China proper, that huge Mongolian empire about which the world is now so deeply concerned, are, on the north, Mongolia, from whence at irregular intervals in the past have come those overwhelming currents of humanity which have modified in a remarkable degree the race characteristics of the Chinese. On the east, the great Gulf of Pechili, the Yellow Sea, and the Pacific Ocean. On the south, the China Sea, the Gulf of Tonkin and Siam, and on the west, Upper Burma and Tibet. Some writers, notably Wells Williams, the well-known author of The Middle Kingdom, divide China proper into three portions: the mountainous, the hilly, and the level country. Employing this system, we find more than half of the whole area is mountainous, and lies west of a north and south line passing through the city of Wuchang, in the province of Hubei. The hilly portion lies east of this same line and south of the great Yangtze River. The Great Plain, or level country, comprises the remaining part of the empire, and forms the northeast portion. The agricultural wealth of the nation lies in the level country. China is divided into 18 provinces, each of which is governed by a viceroy, who administers the affairs of his province nominally under instructions from Peking, but actually in accordance with his individual ideas. During the progress of ages, the spoken language of these provinces has undergone such modifications that it is practically impossible for a traveler to understand or be understood outside the borders of his own province. The partial exception to this rule is the Cantonese. The spoken tongue of the province of Canton, or Kwangtung, as it is pronounced by the natives, appears to be the parent speech of a large part of China, so that today a native of Kwangtung can make his way with more or less ease from one end of China to the other. A witty Chinese gentleman once said to the writer at a native dinner in Shanghai, "With 2 languages a man may travel all over the world." Knowing the Kwangtung dialect, he may travel all over China, and with English he can make his way over the rest of the world. The written language, however, is practically alike for all portions of the empire, and the educated Chinaman can make his wants known with brush and paper in any part of the kingdom. The two rivers flowing through the Celestial Empire with which the world is most familiar are the Hoang Ho, or Yellow River, and the Yangtze. The first is frequently called by Chinese writers the Sorrow of China, on account of its frequent and disastrous inundations. Rising in Kukunor, it enters the province of Kansu and passes the ancient city of Lanchao, capital of the province, 800 miles from its source. Flowing along, parallel with the Great Wall for 530 miles, it passes beyond the borders of China into Mongolia. Re-entering the Flowery Kingdom between the provinces of Shenxi and Shanxi, forming their boundary, the river, increasing in size as it flows, strikes eastward to the sea through Honan and Shantung, passing the walls of Kaifeng and Sinan in its course. In former days the Yellow River, after passing Kaifeng, flowed still farther to the eastward, through the province of Kansu, sweeping into the Pacific Ocean some 100 miles north of Xinjiang on the Yangtze. The great Yangtze rises in Tibet, and after flowing more than 1,000 miles through a thinly populated country, passes into China near Batang in the province of Sichuan. At this point it is locally known as the Qinsha, or River of the Golden Sand. Flowing from here south and east, it forms the boundary between Sichuan and Yunnan, receiving a large tributary, the Qialing, from the north. Passing through the province of Sichuan and past the walls of Chongqing, the river enters the populous province of Hubei and rushes through the magnificent gorges to Yichang, Hankow, Wuchang, and Hanyang, at the confluence of the Han River with the Yangtze, and the head of deep water navigation are passed, and from here, skirting the northern extremity of Kiangsi Province, at Qiuqiang, near the mouth of the celebrated Poyang Lake, the river strikes northeast, entering the province of Kiangsu near Nanking, the ancient capital. After intersecting the Grand Canal at Xinjiang, the Yangtze discharges its immense volume of water through two magnificent deltas. The canal system of China is the most extensive in the world, with the possible exception of that of Holland. Wherever the lay of the land permits, the thrifty native has made a canal. Thus he is enabled to carry the products of his labor to a market with the minimum of expense. It must be acknowledged, however, the process is carried out with the expenditure of the maximum of time. The waterways range in size from the Grand Canal, hundreds of miles in length and navigable by deep water junks, to the little neighborhood canal of barely sufficient width for two sampans to pass each other. They serve not only the purposes of navigation and in place of roads for trade and commerce, but also as local fish preserves, as breeding pools for waterfowl, and for laundry purposes. In most of the canals there is more or less current, so they are not the menace to health that is generally supposed. There are 31 open ports, or treaty ports, which by various treaties with the government are open to the traders of all nations. No passport is necessary to enter these cities, but the prohibition against travel outside the free zone is strictly enforced. The free zone extends to the walls of the city, and the curious traveler ventures beyond at his own risk. Notwithstanding the fact that these ports are open to the commerce of the world, Great Britain is about the only nation which enjoys the full intent of the various treaties and conventions on the subject. This is especially true of the rich and populous towns of the Yangtze Valley. The present Emperor of China, Kwang Su, is the son of Prince Chu Un, the seventh son of the Emperor Tao Kwang. He succeeded his cousin, the late Emperor Tung Chi, who died childless January 12, 1875, of smallpox. The proclamation announcing the accession of Kwang Su was as follows: Whereas His Majesty the Emperor has ascended upon the dragon to be a guest on high, without offspring born to his inheritance, no course has been opened but that of causing Cbteddy, son of the Prince of Chuan, to become adopted as the son of the Emperor Wen Tsung-hien, Hien Feng, and to enter upon the inheritance of the great dynastic line as emperor by succession. Therefore, let Cbteddy, son of Yi Huan, the Prince of Chuan, become adopted as the son of the Emperor Wen Tsung-hien, and enter upon the inheritance of the great dynasty as emperor by succession. The present emperor is the 9th sovereign of the Manchu dynasty of the Ta Tsing, Sublime Purity, which supplanted the dynasty of Ming in 1644. There exists no law of hereditary succession to the throne, but it is left to each sovereign to appoint his successor from among the members of his own family. The late emperor, dying suddenly in his 18th year, did not designate his successor, and it was in consequence of palace intrigue directed by the Empress Dowager, in concert with Prince Chuan, that the infant son of the latter was declared emperor. The Emperor Kwang Su, now in his 29th year, nominally assumed the reins of government in March 1887. He married Ye Ho Na La, niece of the Empress Dowager, February 26, 1889, and was enthroned in March 1890. The emperor is the spiritual as well as temporal sovereign, and as high priest of the empire can alone perform the great religious ceremonies. No religious hierarchy is maintained at public expense, nor is any priesthood attached to the Confucian or state religion. A characteristic of the Chinaman is his desire for education. So thoroughly imbued is the national spirit with the thirst for knowledge, that it is safe to say that no other people are so generally and so well educated as the Chinese. Every boy is compelled by law to attend school a certain period of the year. Among the poorest classes, where the struggle for existence is fierce and unrelenting, among what are known as the coolie class, scarcely an individual can be found who cannot read and write, and this too, not haltingly and with difficulty, but freely, and so far as can be understood by an observer, accurately and understandingly. The word coolie is not a term of reproach, but signifies laborer or workman, and is used among the Chinese themselves with this meaning. As in other parts of the world, the coolies or laborers are recruited from the lowest strata of the body politic, but, as been pointed out, practically without exception, they read and write their own complicated language. During a recent cruise in Chinese waters, I became much interested in noting the manner in which the lowest classes acquired their ability to read and write, and the result of several years of observation is that their education comes largely through the steady and persistent use of the stray minutes of life. As soon as a piece of work is done, while waiting for a fresh job, or even standing in line, waiting his turn to deposit his package, bale, or cask, the coolie plays with a stick or bit of bamboo, writing a character over and over, or studies a few characters written on a bit of paper brought from a pocket. Thus the minutes of waiting are employed in the acquisition of one more tiny bit of knowledge. In physical appearance, the natives of China vary widely from extreme north to south. While our experience in the United States leads us to think the race is small and undersized, a brief residence in the northern provinces of the empire will go far to dispel this impression. At Chifu, Taku, and Tientsin, one is struck by the stalwart appearance and height of the natives. At the first named port, large numbers of the men are 6-footers, and among the boatmen of Chifu it is not an uncommon thing to see a native over 6 feet in height, weighing nearly or quite 200 pounds. In the south, however, the average is more nearly accordant with specimens we encounter as laundrymen, gardeners, and coolies generally in the United States. The well-known queue or pigtail, by which Chinamen have become so well known, is the visible mark imposed by their Manchurian conquerors in 1644. Notwithstanding the length of years since the imposition of this mark of subjection, there are large numbers who resent the queue. At Swatow, the singular spectacle is presented of Chinamen wearing turbans. Unable to avoid shaving their heads and plaiting their hair in accordance with the Tatar edict, these people conceal the marks of their degradation beneath a veritable turban, fashioned closely after the Arabian model. It presents a curious anomaly in a country so thoroughly controlled by precedent and tradition. The The singular usages and customs of the people of China have been the wonder and comment of other and younger parts of the civilized world for many centuries. The general trend of such comment has been astonishment at the unusual manners and methods prevailing among the millions of the yellow subjects of the Son of Heaven. In clothing, style of living, care of children, amusements, and in many other points, the Chinaman is different from the rest of the world. This view, however, is not quite a correct statement of the matter. The Chinese methods undoubtedly antedate Western methods, and so, logically, the Chinaman, having adopted a certain manner of living, has the prior right to the system, and variations from his system should be counted singular. I am well aware this method of argument is not the usual one, but it is certainly the most logical. Those of the East naturally take this view, and express surprise that so many things are done the wrong way by their Western brothers. Intimate contact with the civilization of China impresses the observer with the conviction that nearly all their methods are the results of long experience, a survival of the fittest in pretty nearly every branch of human needs and conveniences. One feels that the experimental stage has long since passed away. A different way of doing a piece of work does not enter the mind of the Chinese operator, for the reason that all other methods have been tried, and the present one is the survival. The claims made by the Chinese of priority in the use of many articles and methods are not infrequently well taken, and the writer has often been surprised in observing the common use of articles and their methods of manufacture, which in other parts of the world are novelties or inventions of comparatively recent date. The opposition of this nation to machinery is well known. It exists not only among the presumably ignorant who labor for their daily support, but among the rich and highly educated as well. The reason for this opposition is founded upon social and economic conditions unlike those in any other part of the world. The statement is as follows. First, every man in China is a worker, and only by untiring industry is he capable of feeding and clothing himself and family. Second, all branches of industry are full. There is never lack of labor nor of work to do, and so nicely adjusted have become the economic conditions through centuries of struggle that practical content reigns among the workers, and any upsetting of the equilibrium of supply and demand produces widespread distress. The proposition: introduce a machine which shall, by the supervision of one man, be able to do the work of 10 men. The result: 9 men are thrown out of that particular task. There is no outlet for their industry for the reason given in paragraph 2 of the statement. Therefore, these 9 men must starve, steal, or emigrate. From my observation, this is pretty nearly the correct status of the working world in China, and is the underlying reason for the opposition to labor-saving machinery. In this great empire, a labor-saving tool or machine is an economic curse, and will remain so until the conditions are greatly modified throughout China. It is to be understood, however, that this argument applies altogether to existing industries rather than to new forms of production and labor. The strength of Chinese performance consists in the interminable application of minute effort at a given point. In other words, the application of manual labor will, in the long run, carry out any task, however great, and in the doing, the man earns his bread by the sweat of his brow. From his point of view, he has no reason for discontent. He is therefore industrious, frugal, and probably happy. In China, the Chinaman is a good citizen. Trade unions for mutual protection are prevalent here to an extent undreamed of outside the Flowery Kingdom. Naturally, the outsider cannot know much of the details of these organizations, but the foreigner's experience will soon tell him the uselessness of contesting the action of any guild or workmen's union whose members refuse to work for him. Without excitement or any evidence of dissatisfaction, the coolies working for the foreigner will strike, and no trouble will ensue because of attempts of others to fill the vacant places, as there are no applicants, and the work under way will simply remain unfinished until by mutual agreement the point in dispute has been settled. Strikes in China are seldom disorderly, and the boycott feature is never in evidence. The question is often asked, how does the education of the better class compare with the educational attainments of a similar class in the United States? This is a very difficult question to answer, and to give a clear explanation would take much time and space. The education of the Chinese boy begins as soon as he can think, and is pursued relentlessly through boyhood, and until, by marriage or the demands of business, he seeks a new path for himself. The system of education is based primarily upon thoroughness, and as time is not regarded as possessing any value, it can be understood that each branch of study is carried to its ultimate. The study of the Chinese classics is of the first importance. Music, natural philosophy, astronomy, geography, botany, and engineering all in turn receive careful attention, and because the end proposed to their minds is different from the Western code, it does not follow that the range of study or the intricacies of the subjects are in any degree less than with our students. In fact, I am sure that in subtlety of analysis, in the pursuit of the formulated idea to the ultimate and logical conclusion, the Chinese student is far superior to his brother of any nation. Add to all this the gift by nature of a marvelous memory, accustomed from its first efforts to minute and accurate observation, and it can be understood that the knowledge of an educated Chinaman is of the most superior order from his point of view, and even from our point of view it calls for the highest mental efforts of which the human brain is capable. But as their plane of thought and code of ethics is so opposed to what is called modern progress, their knowledge does not appeal to the Western mind as being a real education. In mental capacity, the educated Chinaman is undoubtedly equal to the highest efforts of the best races. The business capacity of the race is recognized the world over. It is in this direction that the Chinaman's principal modern triumphs have been achieved. Throughout the East, he controls the business of whole communities, and in the banks and financial institutions throughout India, China, Japan, and the Malay archipelago, the Chinese schroff is the business center around which flourishes the vast commerce of the richest portion of the civilized world. Testimony to the Chinaman's business integrity is unvarying, and while it is true that no one is keener in driving a bargain, as soon as the terms of that bargain are settled, the Chinaman may be depended on to carry out his agreement without a murmur, even though circumstances may have so changed as to threaten financial ruin. All through the East one is always told that a Chinaman's word is as good as a bond. Under all circumstances he is commercially honest. In mechanical ability and skill the Chinaman stands exceptionally high. In the foreign shops and factories of the East the native artisan compares favorably with the workmen of any other nation. I refer entirely to Western tools, methods, and machinery. In a broader sense, in the erection of bridges, construction of temples, roads, canals, in the wide sense of the engineer, the Chinaman compares well with his fellows in more civilized lands. Many of his bridges are marvelous not only for their beauty and accuracy of construction, but in the difficulties overcome and in the solidity of their foundations. Here the Chinaman's characteristic of thoroughness expresses itself. The Chinaman builds for all time. The rest of the world builds for today. The position of woman in the Celestial Empire is difficult for the Western inquirer to grasp, and as the legal and political status of the sex is very low, it is hard to understand the immense social and commercial influence possessed by the wives of the better class of Chinamen. I say wives designedly because plurality is the rule rather than the exception. In general knowledge of affairs, the women of China compare favorably with their husbands. Women are educated through a system of private instruction. In these notes on China and her people, it has been the intention of the writer to touch on points of personal or individual interest. The genius of the native Chinaman cannot be grasped in a day, nor is it easy to acquire a knowledge of the family life of these people. Distrust of the Western barbarian has become a part of the Chinaman's nature, and not until long acquaintance ripens into friendship does the real man appear. My opportunities for observation and comment extended over a period of nearly 40 months, and I count the friendship of several Chinamen of the upper class among the pleasantest memories of a cruise on the China station. End of section 62.